Lone Wolf. Also, sometimes to chill in there because we have watch parties of your stream sometimes, and we
Oh,
talk
for
about
real?
how,
Oh
yeah,
shit.
seriously, hyperspace Discord. I'll send you the link. But we talk
Damn.
about how humble you are, bro. Like how you just sit back and just let people, express themselves, right? And yet some people don't understand that you can't walk into somebody's house when they invite you in and put your dirty boots on the table, bro. Respect the host, man. Respect the platform, especially when you're doing this
For a
high.
while. In
Hmm?
machine skills, he'll let you do it for a while.
Yeah,
Like he tolerates BS for a while.
yeah. That's why I got amped up machine when that troll came on there, and I didn't know at first he was a troll, but once I found out, I was about to cut his head off, bro. Because when you
Yeah,
when you
I
fuck
didn't.
around with my friends, I take it personal, bro.
Yo, real talk. I won't say anybody's names out here, but next people sent me messages about Truther Cop saying
Mhm.
like Truther Cop changed his behavior towards me. And I'm like, I don't know what to say to you because this dude pretended to be my friend for a very long time. So you
Mm.
could see how people operate out here, to where, like I'm talking about like I was talking to this dude on the phone, and then I'm getting nonstop text messages from this fool talking about like you should quit, like you don't know what you're doing, like you're mentally unwell. And I'm like, what? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking
What are
about,
you
fool?
talking about, bro?
Yeah,
Like
like
for
what?
real?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I could show you,
You?
I could publish the text here, but I have better things to talk about. But yeah,
For
you
sure.
know, but yeah, he is a very strange character, and I could publish next messages I got from other people explaining how Truther Cop is like very weird and strange behavior. But yeah, Truther Cop is 100% bona fide LARPer.
Yeah,
Uh, um, he's
that
in
was
with
him.
yeah,
That guy.
he's in with the wrong crowd online.
Mm.
And it is what it is.
It is strange how the Glazers want to glaze you up and like suck like they suck up, but then they flip it. They
And they
flip it and
even
they become the
yeah,
biggest haters.
yeah, and they even play videos of me complimenting them now. This is the new trend. So it's incredible. It's like I could do the same thing. I could play videos of them complimenting me.
Yeah.
I have all the tapes where I was on screen with these people. So, I don't understand what they're suggesting. I already showed them that I recorded every single interaction we had. So, you know what I mean? So, I don't know why. It's
Who's
generally just a clown show.
I'm so behind. I have no idea.
Yeah, the thing is that if you guys watch these streams, and I don't know how long they'll be available on the channel because there's lots of very experimental, I'll put it that way, and unjustified like rhetoric content. Soul Read Analytic, he's aware of what's going on here. But yeah, there's been lots of strange characters that me and Soul Read Analytics and Reddington are aware of since the beginning of these streams that don't really appear here anymore. And not only that, entire audiences have left the stream.
Mm.
so I've had an interesting effect on people, to where so yeah, there's been entire audiences of people that have came and went out of these
Even
out
though
of this.
you're been doing the same kind of stream.
Yeah, I've been doing the same thing. Yeah, I've been doing the same exact thing. I've even said the same thing since the beginning. I've talked about the same concepts.
Mm.
It's only that now there's less interruptions, which I assume is a blessing in disguise. You
Mhm.
know, but it's balanced off also with less interaction with people. Which I think is fine because the types of people we were having interactions with were qualitatively uh, you know, like I guess you could say just unhinged, really.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Well, I
just
mean, it's like with your core audience, I see. I mean, your heavy hitters with Remington, Anna, and even Brown's boy. You guys are really on the same page with a lot of things. You just say differently. So when you guys are speaking, I'm really engaged. But with some of these agents of chaos come on there, wow, it's you got to be strong to handle their cringe. But the core of this channel is really you're onto something, bro. You guys are onto something. I like
yeah,
it.
and I think it's good. that and I will always have the full streams available, maybe not on this channel because of the extreme amounts of just like I'll just say degenerate behavior as well. You know, there's been since the beginning of these streams, there's been a lot of just degenerate, fucking strange behavior. So eventually, I will
Right.
just move that off the channel and just only include the discussions of people like me and Trad Culture, me and Neurojack since the beginning, and then
Oh
the
yes, right,
other,
no Jack, for
yeah,
sure.
yeah, and then my other solo presentations, which I'll just keep that on the channel and remove all the rest of the people flipping out and all that type of stuff. But that's in due time, you know.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll have the streams, the full version of these streams to document because because I also want to show you know the types of disruptions and deceptions and the people trying to take it off and how the conversation gets switched and you know, I think that's all part of the game because
Right.
that's real life. You know when you go out in the
Mhm.
streets and you talk to people about these things, you know, let's face it, they look at you like you're crazy. You know,
Right.
so you know we all have that experience. so
No, I know what you
Absolutely.
mean. And so it's like for me, I'm like I'm hopping in and out. I don't mean to be rude because I gotta leave in a second. If I got family day,
oh,
with my
no
wife
worries,
and
no
stuff.
worries.
But that's what the beauty of this. Like we're in these high intellectual conversations and dialogue with such great people, and then going out into the matrix, aka the matrix real world. It's like pretty surreal, bro. That's why I call it test streaming right now. It's like I'm half awake, half asleep. So
Yeah,
I appreciate you guys, and yeah, man, I might jump off, and thank you for having me.
for
Yeah,
sure, for sure. It's a pleasure to see you again, my friend. And yeah, I'm definitely gonna play the little clip you made. You know, soon here. You know,
yeah,
the one where I defined the occult. Yeah, that was some
yeah.
real. Yeah,
That's getting good traction in Reddit right there too. And I got you, Anna. I got a nice clip of you. Some of the stuff you were saying about
for sure.
2024. That's gonna come out too. So
What's
blessings,
that?
guys. Peace.
Yeah, blessings to you,
Take
my
care.
friend. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Yeah, we got some good people coming through today. We had Pill Eater Rant, you know, my friend NPC the Game, Book of Gabriel, you know, out here, and some other people too out here on the stream. We had my friend Neuro Jack joining. So yeah, we put in a brilliant first little 2 hours or so about the ideas of Plantinga, right? And that's talking about the untenable reality of naturalism, you know, defining nature as pure, you know, mechanistic processes, right? You know, mind is untethered there. You know, now we're talking about the emergence of mind from dead matter, you know, the problem of brute emergence, right? And that physicalism, materialism, naturalism. These are all words for the same thing, right? It's saying that the brain is reduced to material substrates, right, within matter, right? And what is that combination of things that produces the experience of mind? Well, they can't answer that question, right? So here it goes. You know, man, here goes another aspect of the theory, right? Which we briefly touched on earlier, but we're going to get into a little expanding on it here right now. Blessings. And this is my teacher, Dr. Scribina, here talking about his theory of panpsychism. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one. He's talking to a known internet commentator, you know, and he kind of takes a view of evolution and naturalism, exactly what Plantinga was saying was untenable. Right now, we'll see that it's not only untenable in that way, but it's untenable in many ways. It's untenable in just producing a sound theory of mind. Remember, when we were looking at Plantinga's theory, one of the main aspects of it was this concept, right? About the reliability of your cognitive faculties, as he put it, right? And then Pill Eater presented his book that he's reading about God and other minds, right? So all of these issues have to do with, and we briefly looked at, Plantinga's own sort of Christian view of metaphysical dualism, right? That goes back to the issue of, solving this problem of the mind, right? The philosophy of mind, right? Where if you don't develop, in some cases, a good philosophy of mind, you can't have a sane epistemology that looks at knowledge and how we acquire knowledge in the first place, right? So there goes that sort of philosophy 101 there for you guys that are in the chat and learning about these things for maybe the first time, right? Of course, we're speaking on many different levels, right? Me and Pill Eater are talking in maybe a postgraduate level about certain issues. Rant is talking as a scholar of Bible and lots of different occult traditions. And we have many different people here on the panel that are scholarly. They've read tons of books. So yeah, it's always a very interesting discussion. And they've given lots of presentations, and or I've had many discussions with them in private that signify their intelligence. But yeah, for now, the link is also pinned, other than the people that were already on the panel, which obviously I personally invited everyone that was here so far, but I would like to have anybody who can just join the panel. The link is pinned for you guys. So, we've pinned the link up there. So anybody who wants to join the panel has any questions about the material we talked about for the first 2 hours, please come and join the discussion. Even if you have um, views in which you would like to push back on some of the things we said, debate or try to understand or elucidate some of the ideas. If you're an atheist and you believe in evolution, okay, you believe in material reductionism, maybe that would be a good place for you to come and join the discussion, right? Since we've presented many theories to the contrary of your beliefs, right? But maybe you don't take those seriously and you don't care about that, right? But nonetheless, we'd appreciate anybody, even people who have negative commentary to offer, as we've entertained many times. We discuss how we entertain many negative commentators. So it doesn't matter what attitude you have. There is a open panel. We just this you're not going to harm me through the computer. As some of the triggered fellows online have offered this type of behavior.
The environment.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that. Yeah, I mean, I think a.
Well, I don't think he was interested in what trad culture was saying there. But yeah, some people join the panel to be disruptive and to show that they're triggered. But yeah, if you want to start a fight, you got to bring out the big guns. It is what it is. I mean, it's gonna come down to who has the bigger guns. I mean, right? And over here, it's bigger words and bigger and a bigger voice. More traction. And ideas that will remain will be ones that have been tested throughout time. Anyways, certain people they don't got the big guns. They don't have what it takes. You know what I mean?
Hey,
What's up now, you pretty punk chick? Yeah. Hey, what's up? We got a problem, Toothpick? I said, do we have a problem? Oh, you got a problem, boy. Right here. Here's your right there. Right there. All right. Say, little game. Right here. I said, do we have a problem? Huh? Oh, U-S-U-S-R. you better get your stank asses up out of here before I cause a nuclear holocaust up in here, fool. Let's go, let's go. Oh, come on now. Fool, it'll be Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah, and I got the triggered people. We also have the hotline, the Cockboy hotline for people who want to talk that smack. Call me up, son. You already know where I'm at. Come and get it, nice and hot. Let's see here. Where did this go here? I'm trying to look for.
I have a question, machine.
Yeah.
Does
Oh wait.
is Scribina's panpsychism materialist or not?
Yeah, for sure. 1 second, I will answer that, but I gotta show this for the people that are triggered.
What's up, nigga? You want to talk some shit? On the spot. Hundreds of niggas is waiting for your motherfucking call, and they all talking shit about you right now.
In a world of your imagination.
Yeah, I said some shit. What? The hardest niggas is standing by, ready to pick up that phone. Asian niggas, white niggas,
Suck my dick, bitch. Fuck you.
classic niggas, racist niggas, mystery niggas, psycho niggas, Jewish niggas.
You got some motherfucking nerds calling me out Shabbat on some little bullshit ass nigga. Better calm that shit down and come around here and show me some fucking respect before me and my Jewish niggas come up here and beat your ass, nigga. Off top.
The Neurojack made that like a long time ago. But yeah.
It's excellent.
Yeah, Neurojack, before he got expert with the video editing software, that was him in his first phase. Yeah. And yeah. But yeah, your question was about panpsychism and materialism. He mixes the
Yes,
two.
is that also within the same evolution and materialism, naturalism? Does it fall within that?
Well, see, that's the funny thing is that Skrbina ties these things together, right? Through a complex series and array of ideas, right? For example, he would posit that that evolution only makes sense if there's a sort of as I mentioned earlier, a sort of telos within nature, right? So 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 for him, nature would have to be intelligent, and even he would have to, he actually says that the universe is intelligent. It would actually be able to cause something like nature, and then the intelligence of nature causing evolution, right? So he
Right.
thinks that something like macroevolution happens on a uh by the universe changing nature, and then microevolution is just done by nature itself, which is from the earth, I guess. So the earth has its own intelligence, which is part of the universal intelligence, right? But all things are really intelligent on some level because they're part of this cosmic world. So part of his idea has to do with the idea of the as I was mentioning earlier, this idea that life is you know something that um portrays a high degree of complexity and organization, and therefore um it's based on some sort of intelligence within nature, so that you don't have to have intelligence or mind be a substrate of the sort of physical or the naturalistic theory that is going to reduce it to just physical
Brain.
matter. which
Right.
so many ways we've talked about how you can't explain that, right? You can't explain it in terms of your personal experiences. You can't explain it in terms of, um, you know, the properties of mind and, you know, the general properties of experience itself, right? And the whole experiential mainframe, right, is unexplained there too. You know, the perceptibility and organization within nature is really unexplained through that too, right? So so it doesn't work on so many levels as we already talked about. And now there's this idea of the emergence of mind from dead matter. Let's take a look at it, guys. You know,
et cetera, are the fundamental things seem to be from a consistent methodology of novel predictions made with confirmable empirical results, whereas your methodology seems to be we can't explain it even logically in principle yet, therefore it must be fundamental. And I don't think that methodology of simply saying we can't explain it yet, even in principle, gives a justification to assert that it must be fundamental. Because I mean, that would mean that anything we can't explain,
well, of course, if you look into the future and say, well, look, anything could change in the future, we might figure out anything in the future. We might realize that there's another supernatural dimension, or we might figure out there's gods and spirits. I don't know what we're going to figure out in the future. So the future, anything holds. What you have to look at is what you have today. What you have today is a range of possibilities, and some are plausible, more plausible, and some are less plausible. And some sort of, you know, as things stand today, you know, hold the status of you know, most plausible theories. I don't think anybody really holds to absolute truth anymore. We kind of ditched that, you know, since Popper at least. But you have sort of the most plausible, the most coherent thesis as things stand today. And you know, I think something like consciousness as fundamental entity is the most plausible default thesis that we can hold today. That could change, but I think from what we know, we cannot explain how conscious awareness, subjectivity could arise from quantum fields and so forth. We have no concept of how that's possible. Maybe in 100 years we will, but today we don't. So today it looks like it's a fundamental entity. That would seem to make it the default thesis and put the burden of proof on the physicalist thesis, which says, look, if you don't think that that's true, you have to come up with a plausible explanation as to how you're going to get from quantum fields to conscious awareness, because, you know, our view is that doesn't seem to be coherent. If you can explain it, good luck to you. Maybe you'll win a Nobel Prize if you can do that. But for now, you have an impossible task. So the default thesis has to be the panpsychist thesis, and the burden of proof is on the physicalist to explain how the consciousness arises from that physicalist conception.
Well, so the part that I'm struggling with is when you say we can't explain it now, and then there's some.
okay. So what you have is you have mind and matter, right? They're trying to say that the mind is a product of matter. They don't know how that correlates. They can't explain it, right? They say that the other side that's positing that mind, right? So what they really want to say is that, you know, you're not thinking at all. There's no such thing as thought. There's no such thing as consciousness. You know, they deny the existence of consciousness. You know, I mean, logically, he's saying that if you haven't gotten proof for it, you know, like what he's saying is self-defeating. If you haven't gotten proof for it, you know, you know, you know, if you're not going to get proof for it, you know, then you have to assume an alternative. But he's not assuming an alternative, right? And you don't know if you're going to get proof for it. All you have is mind and matter. You can't explain mind in terms of matter, right? Therefore, you have to assume an alternative, right? So here we go.
Some kind of inferential connection to therefore it's fundamental, or therefore it's rational to think it's fundamental. And that's the part I'm really missing here, because the fact that it seems like just a straight up argument from ignorance from my perspective, what we're saying, we don't know, therefore it's fundamental, or something along those lines. And so I think, like, I don't understand why you think it would be less rational to posit, yeah, it's probably a physical thing we don't understand yet, given like our inductive
You're arguing from ignorance, dude.
Did it like go over his head or something?
Yeah. It's like you saying you can't prove it, yet it's true. Like what? Like, I mean,
specifications of how reality works, and given anything we don't know, we could probably always just rationally assume, yeah, it's probably a physical thing we don't understand yet. And why that would be less rational than to say it's actually some new ontology or some fundamental ontology just because we don't understand it.
yeah, it's like he's describing his method, right? He's made a rational assumption based on something he doesn't understand yet. It's like yeah.
Well, look, you have to look at the two options today, and there's only two. It's the emergentist option or the panpsychist option, and we have to say which of those is more plausible, what we know today. And the emergentist one says there is nothing, bing, and then a light bulb goes on, and some little creature that's swimming around in the ocean, 180 million years ago. Okay, so you have to explain what happened that day, that morning, that little amoeba that was swimming in some little pool in some ancient pond. Suddenly, Bing decides he's suddenly aware of things. I mean, that's so absurd and so impossible to explain how, one day he did and one day he didn't, or, what little baby creature that its parents weren't conscious. Suddenly that one was a little bit more complex, and then Bing, suddenly he's consciously aware. I mean, that's just an absurd story on its face. And no one wants to deal with.
What do you mean by absurdity? Because
I would have that consciousness continue.
Well, I would say
parent organisms with absolutely no consciousness.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Say that again, Red.
If it's pretty much impossible, or he's arguing that it's impossible for one,
consciousness to emerge in one generation.
It just emerges in one generation. Well, and then on top of that, what laws of physics or whatever would keep that consciousness continuing for the next X amount of generations? It just compacts the problem, in other words.
Yeah, no wonder people go to all of these sort of arcane, scientific theories like quantum physics and all of this type of stuff. On the, you see this at the obviously Institute of Noetic Sciences and the whole movement there. But yeah.
I was going to ask, if the previous guy was related to the Institute of Noetic Sciences, the Plantinga.
No. He went to Wayne State, and I think that other thing he's given at Biola University, right? So yeah.
No sensation, no feeling, no wants, no desires, no pleasure, no pain. And then suddenly there's a baby that's born, a little one-cell baby that Bing, suddenly he wants something and he feels pain. And that never existed in the history of the universe before, but now that little one-celled creature does. That's an absurd theory. Nobody in their right mind will defend that theory.
Well, I don't see how that's different from saying there was organisms with no wings and then wings evolved, or there are organisms with no hearts and hearts evolved.
Well, of course there are. There's a myriad intermediate forms of wings to no wings. Same with eye. People would say, well, look, where did eyes come from? Well, we have all kinds of, conceptual stages, and we have even some fossil record of evolution of organisms, to skin-covered organisms, to transparent skin-covered organisms, to, indentations that became convex, that became the body of the eye. We have evidence and we have a plausible story that how it went from no eyes to organisms having eyes, and nothing with wings to having wings. You don't have like a lizard that suddenly had a baby that boom has full-blown wings and he's flying around the next morning. That would be ridiculous. Nobody would argue that. You would be laughed off the stage if you tried to argue that you had wingless lizards and suddenly a baby, boom, here he has wings, and now look at him, he's flying. Well, that's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
but it seems like that seems like a straw man. That seems like a straw man.
Intermediate.
Seems like a complete straw man. So the argument here is that consciousness is kind of like the evolution of the eye, where you have a single cell that's divoted in such a way that it interacts with light, and then that evolves into a full-blown eye. But it didn't just pop. Eyes didn't pop into existence. And so evolution of consciousness would essentially be the same thing, whereas there's some intermediate beginning stage that is really not consciousness, but it can then evolve into what we think of as conscious experience is the full breadth of consciousness, like the eye is the full breadth of what we think of as vision.
There's
But
no such thing as being an intermediate conscious awareness. As far as we know, there's no conception of being a little bit. It's like being a little bit pregnant, okay? You can't be a little bit aware. You can't be a little bit in pain. If you're a little bit in pain, that's pain, and that counts.
Wait, one sec. So there's no intermediate to being able to interact with photons. You either do or you don't. Sight is the same thing. It's either 100% on or 100% off. There's no intermediate between no sight and sight. It's a black and white. But there are obviously, once you have sight, there's a different levels to it, different complexities to it. And so I don't see why saying consciousness
a false
would be the exact same as
equivocation, though.
eyesight would be, or wings or hearts, where there's no heart and then it starts to evolve and there's little tiny bits of it and then you get the full complex.
Yeah, I mean, we have no idea what it's like to be a bat, what it's like to be a plant, how a plant experiences consciousness without eyes and a mouth and all these types of things, right? You know, maybe we can imagine, like, for a Venus flytrap, you know, it kind of has like a mouth type of thing, you know. People anthropomorphize it in the Super Mario video games and all this type of stuff, you know. But yeah.
I'm just
so
trying to.
the arguer, the T Jump or whoever he is, he's saying, well, of course there is like a lead up to consciousness, and then Scribina says no, there actually has never been anything like a half consciousness. And then he's like, well, then it can just arise, or like he's like, this T Jump is not making sense to me, essentially.
Right, that's what I was trying to.
But then he's
see if
saying
I'm
he's
tracking right, because
What's
he's
that,
now talking
Reddington?
about the. I'm seeing if I'm tracking this right, because Scribinus was saying, that there's no half pregnant, or it's either full pregnant or not. And then he's like, well, the eye is you have to have full all the mechanisms for the eye to work to have sight. Well, how is that even the same thing as consciousness? It's seems like a false equivocation to me.
I agree.
But I guess he has to try to argue that way if he's going to be a materialist.
Yeah, like you can't
That
give the
consciousness
correlate.
is an appendage.
Yeah, some of the people who espouse physicalism, they see it as epiphenomenal. That means that it doesn't have anything to do with the physical, processes. It's just a sort of side phenomenon that is projected through those physical, correlates. So, they try to describe it as that, but in his way, he has actually no way to explain how, there's a no consciousness and an intermediate consciousness and then a fully developed consciousness, which now he's comparing it to, well, nothing's fully developed, obviously, in the evolutionary theory, right? So you can't even compare,
Damn.
A higher developed consciousness to a lesser developed consciousness. There's no way for you to even, compare the two. Yet you're now making all of these assumptions, right? So it's wild. Sort of jinjitsu that he's pulling here, but yeah.
Breadth of consciousness, that there's any problem there. So essentially, I imagine you're going to take some position like the consciousness in the universe isn't like a fully developed consciousness. It's like some smaller amount, and then it becomes fully developed in brains or something. Many different panpsychists take that view where there's like proto-conscious particles or something. And I think that we can make the same argument and just get rid of it being fundamental and say there are proto-conscious properties that are emergent. And so I don't see why saying that consciousness evolved and then from one day there was no consciousness to the next day there was is any fundamentally different than saying one day there was no eyesight or eyes and the next day there was. I think it's my hypothesis is that it's weakly emergent, so I don't think it's strongly emergent. And I think that that's the most rational position. I don't understand, even though I give you no explanation of the story of how it happened. It doesn't seem like I need to do that. I can just say that positing that it's the same kind of a thing as all the other things that we've seen that have become emergent, even if I don't know how, seems like a better explanation than to say it's a new ontology that's the fundamental nature of reality. That seems to hold like a much higher burden of proof than just you can't explain it, therefore it's fundamental. Again, that seems like I don't think that even counts as a rational justification at all. So it's, from my perspective, it seems like from the starting position, we know nothing about it other than it exists. It's based on our prior information. It seems more rational to infer it's like all of the other stuff that we've interacted with, that it's emergent, rather than it's some new kind of fundamental ontology, because to posit a new kind of ontology seems to hold a much higher epistemic burden of proof that you need to justify before that becomes rational. It can't be the default.
It's not a new kind of ontology. It's a very old kind of ontology.
What?
It's not new to posit that mind is fundamental in reality. So that's a very ancient idea.
So to clarify, I don't mean
it's
like
it's actually a radically new idea that says only physical things exist. That's the radically new thesis. Okay, so just to keep things in perspective from a historical time, right?
right. So by new, I don't mean like
Right. Like Vedic, to Zoroastrian, to all the way to Plato and Aristotle, right? All the way to the Christian ontology, right? All the way to, obviously in the Christian ontology, the logos was with God. We already talked about that, right? All the way down to some of the, Enlightenment thinkers and the scientific Enlightenment, like Spinoza and Descartes. They were basically, obviously Descartes was a dualist. Spinoza was a panpsychist, right? So there's many different, for the majority of history, right? Most experts, right? Philosophers, scientists, astrologers, were positing that mind was a fundamental part of, nature, right? That nature had some sort of intelligence.
historically new. I mean, new as in things that we have been verified to exist are independent of our imagination. So if we're talking about qualities in reality, matter, energy, motion, spin, electromagnetism, those things are very those would be like the old things, the things we have strong evidence these exist independent of our imagination. Fundamental properties, we don't have any evidence they exist. Like the things in physics you listed, they don't even claim that these are fundamental. This is just the most fundamental we have so far. They can always be emergent from somebody else. Nobody in physics claims this is absolutely fundamental. And so if you're claiming that there's some fundamental force to all of reality, that seems like a new ontology whenever you make such a claim like that. And so I'd say that.
But that's what I said. Yes, today every theory has fundamental entities. And I don't know if they're happy with that or not, but everybody's forced to work with those fundamental entities. And you could say, yeah, okay, maybe tomorrow some bright guy reduces two fundamental entities to one simpler fundamental entity. Okay, well, he reduced the number, but there's still a fundamental entity. I don't think they're going to reduce it down to nothing. So you're going to always have some kind of fundamental entities in your picture, your cosmic picture, your ontological picture of the world, right?
Right. Here you have two conflicting ones, right? You have matter and nature's laws. Okay. Now, for Aristotle, these have to be metaphysical principles, form and matter, right? But for these guys, they can't explain which one came first, right? What were natural laws doing before the Big Bang? Were they waiting for the Big Bang to happen, and then the universe formed according to these natural laws? Right? Was it the math there first? Right? Or then, what was first, matter or the math? right? You know what I mean? So they can't really figure out what actually came first, right? You know, they can't figure out if mathematics was discovered or invented, or if the natural laws were there before the Big Bang, right? So there's no, there's lots of there's lots of questions. They have to posit something fundamental. It's either going to be matter or natural laws, right? Now, for all of those philosophers and scientists that were dualists throughout history, right, from Plato to Descartes, right, they said natural laws are fundamental, right? For all the people who, followed the Aristotelian, concept from Aristotle to Spinoza, they said, well, nature is fundamental. Matter, and like, Spinoza actually said nature is God. So he was sort of pantheistic in his summations, right? Anyways.
Sure.
So I don't know that that's a problem. I don't know that people,
Oh yeah. Also, that goes to Thales, right, and Anaximander, who said all things are full of gods. So and all the way to Henry Bergson, who followed this Spinozistic view and understanding. He was talking about, well, he said the universe is a machine for creating gods. Right? So there's all of these, they come to these pantheistic conclusions, pantheism, panentheism, right? Anyways, most Christian philosophy is basically panentheism. Yeah, I said it.
view that as
What is the difference, Machine? What is the difference between that and pantheism?
Well, panentheism is the mind is inside of nature, right?
Oh.
And pantheism is that there's minds all throughout, right?
Correct. Yes.
Is that sorry?
No, it's fine. Yeah, no worries, guys.
That's always thought was confused about omnipresence. It's like, well, if he's everywhere, that means he's in everything.
Yeah, I mean, in is a strange term itself, right? So it goes to like what that could really mean, right? It all depends on whether by in you mean some sort of sense of immaterial nature, or not, and that goes to, obviously the Gnostics talk about the soul being within the body, and they have this sort of fundamental way in which the soul actually exists in a mirror realm, outside is trapped in this realm. In other words, so they have this whole ontology or cosmology to deal with that one, and for them it solves the problem of evil, right? For other people it's it's different. They say, well, you can't blame nature, right? And they would go with that nature is good, intelligent and good. Just like basically Plato said, But within that scheme, he also says that, matter is evil, right? Nature good, matter evil. Most of history, most philosophers through history assume that. Very strange, isn't it?
But would not matter be part of nature then? I'm not understanding how they.
Yes. Yeah, see that only happened when they got rid of transcendentals, right?
That sounds kind of Gnostic, doesn't it?
Well, it's kind of like, it's nature as in with a capital N. So it's more like a system, and then you have matter. They thought of matter as like things that change. You know. So I said, well, nature doesn't really change on the whole, right? It kind of stays the same, right? But yeah.
Sort of an interesting thing to wonder about what the nature of these things are, and maybe they do indicate that we have things that we don't know and that we have further progress to make down the road. And I think panpsychists too are open to the idea that maybe consciousness, awareness, and experientiality may someday would be plausibly reduced to or shown to emerge from what would be considered purely physical, non-experiential entities, because that's what it would take. So I think, in principle, we're open to that, say, well, okay, maybe someday that could happen. In theory, that could happen. Today, we have nothing. We have absolutely nothing, absolutely zero. I'm talking philosophers of mind who do this for a living, they do this full time for decades. They have zero, nothing. I'm telling you, nothing, no plausible solution how mind or experientiality emerges or reduces to completely non-experiential entities, whatever you want to call it. And they're reduced to saying what you said. Well, look, a billion years ago, there was no consciousness, and today there is. So, well, clearly it must have emerged somewhere in between, and I don't have to worry about when or where. That's what
right. So I agree with everything you said there.
Doing, right?
But my question is more, and this is an epistemic question. It's saying, what is the methodology that justifies?
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Did you say something, Anna?
No, it wasn't me.
Oh shit. Yeah, I think maybe I'm okay. Let me check this here. Yeah, I want to make sure I have my other things closed here. But yeah, blessings. Thank you so much.
Anything, like if we came up with any new undiscovered or any new property in the universe, we didn't know what it was. What in that thing could we see that could justify us in claiming that it's fundamental? And from my perspective, it seems the fact that we can't in principle explain it yet does not seem to do that. It doesn't seem like here's something we can't in principle explain, therefore it's fundamental is a valid argument. It seems like an argument from ignorance. Now, in the case of physics, if we say the reason we think quantum fields are fundamental is because it's just the smallest thing we found yet. That's it. That's the only justification. We keep going down, we go down, and all the math seems to work at this kind of a thing, and there's just nothing smaller yet, and that's it. And that's the only justification we have. That seems perfectly rational. We're not saying it's fundamental. We're not trying to pass go, skip $200 and just say it's fundamental because we can't explain it. The reason it's fundamental is because it's the smallest thing we've discovered yet, and that's it. And so I don't see why in the case of consciousness, it would be justified to say it's fundamental. I do see why it's justified in the case of quantum fields. And it seems like the methodology you're providing is that because we can't fundamentally explain it with any of the other stuff, therefore it's rational to infer it's fundamental. That's the argument I'm trying to understand why that would be more rational, or like my original question is, if we discovered something new, what is the properties in that thing that we could rationally infer it's fundamental?
Well, we have good examples. We don't have to speculate. We have the most recent fundamental entities in physics have been discovered in the last 20 or 25 years, and that's dark matter and dark energy. So we know these things must exist. Dark matter, right, is the unseen matter that holds the galaxies together, because otherwise they would spin apart. Dark energy is a repulsive force that causes the increasing acceleration of the expansion of the universe. So these two forms of energy, dark matter and dark energy, according to the physicists, is about 96% of the total reality. Sure. And the ordinary matter stuff that you're talking about is about 4% of the total reality of the universe. So just in the last 30 years, we came up with dark matter and dark energy, which do not reduce to any of those particles and forces that we knew about. We can't explain them. They seem to be fundamental. They're not little tiny things. They're vast things that work on the scale of the universe. Those may well be two more fundamental entities that we have to incorporate into our fundamental picture of what counts as real, because they're indisputable.
Yeah. And that goes to the paradox of this entire thing, that, if everything is matter, then that matter itself is 99.9% space, right? And only 1.001% actually matter.
Right.
And that goes to the idea that, that space is not infinitely empty, but it's infinitely full, as the Tao says, right? That, something that has a significant density has to be inside something more dense than itself in order to have, or appreciate its movement throughout this
In
space.
order
And that's
to be
why,
held,
yeah.
right?
But I'm sorry, what was that, Anna?
In order to be held.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that's why they posited this idea of the luminiferous ether, earlier than, when they had the idea of gravity. Like they thought it would, and now this whole concept of, dark matter, dark energy, it's like they're bringing it back, as a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Well, maybe we could posit dark consciousness or anti-consciousness.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Optical illusions.
Indisputably real. They have measurable, quantifiable effects. We just don't know what they are. So our catalog of fundamental entities is growing. It's growing by at least 2 in the last 30 years. Maybe some bright guy will reduce dark matter to something, maybe dark energy to something. We don't know. But as it stands today, those are fundamental, unexplained entities, which are indisputably real. So we accept them as brute aspects of our cosmological picture, right? I mean, that's a good example of how this stuff works.
Well, I think it's an interesting example. I don't think either of those are fundamental. I don't think anybody in physics thinks those are fundamental. I think those are phenomenon that are explained by higher emergent things. So, like, most of the theories of dark matter are WIMPs, weakly emergent massive, or weakly interactive massive particles. And those aren't fundamental at all. Those are the same kind.
Yo, peace to Hanko Flamio. Blessings, dude. Yeah. Yeah, he must be on another panel. As he's typing in the chat. But yeah.
How
That's back from
how is something that is like more abundant than matter itself not fundamental? How is he saying that?
he's responding to my comment about omnipresence.
No, not Hank. I'm saying this interviewer.
Oh, this guy.
He's claiming that something like dark matter, which is more abundant than matter itself, is not fundamental, but matter is fundamental. So how, like, what is, it's an idiot. Sorry.
Kinds of things that are built of gluons and fermions and bosons as everything else. Nothing about them is fundamental. Nobody thinks that the fact that there's excess gravitational force holding galaxies together is fundamental in the universe. Nobody thinks that. They think it's caused by something else, which is caused by something else. The same with dark energy.
Nobody has a physical theory that I'm aware of. Maybe you're more into physics than I am. Nobody has a physical theory that reduces dark matter to one of the known forms of matter and energy. Same with dark energy. Nobody has any theory that reduces dark energy to existing forms of matter and energy.
Right.
I'm fairly sure that does not exist anywhere in the realm of physics.
So they do posit it as another kind of a particle, which is a composite of more fundamental things built by quantum fields. So it's not, they aren't positing this as fundamental. Nobody's saying that this was present at the Big Bang. That's not the argument. The argument was that this is another kind of matter, equally as emergent as.
It's more abundant than matter itself. And it's not an emergent material. I mean, like, what is he saying? He's saying matter is a fundamental, but dark matter isn't. Dr. Scribina is very patient.
Yeah, he's also saying that nothing is really fundamental. So that's an interesting statement. That basically he's positing that every single thing in the universe is emergent.
Oh
And
my.
yeah, so that is very, so yeah, he's sort of pigeonholing himself there.
Bosons, fermions, particles of neutrons, protons. They're not nobody's saying that dark matter and dark energy are fundamental concepts in reality.
I suspect they are, or they will be forced to that view once they realize that they cannot reduce those things to fermions and bosons and quantum fields, because so far they cannot do that. So you can carry this on forever. I mean, it's the same sort of story. It's this wishful thinking story. You could say, well, look, we know what's real is fermion, bosons, but subatomic particles and quantum fields, and now we have this dark matter and dark energy. Well, therefore, they must be composed of these things. That's just wishful thinking. You can just say, well, I guess that must be true. I don't know why or how, but it must be true. Well, that's nonsense. You get zero credibility if you put that theory out there. You have to explain how those things derive from the things that you think you know exist, or you are forced to accept those as fundamental entities, or it's just a miracle. Like, well, okay, God just went zoom and now there's dark energy. I mean, okay, that's ridiculous too. So you either have to explain how they connect. You can't just say, well, somehow in some mysterious way they reduce to particles and forces. No, that doesn't work. You either have to explain it, or you accept them as fundamental in your picture. There's no two ways about it.
Okay. So like in the case of dark matter and dark energy, we think they reduce to quantum fields. Do we know how? Nope. We have no idea how. But we think that they are
We hope they do. Fingers crossed. I guess they might. I hope they do, because otherwise we got a problem. Yeah, that's what it is.
Well, so I don't think it.
Yeah, you better hope so, sonny boy. Or else you got yourself a problem. That's right. Could be that it's radically different from what you assume. You're gonna have to bring out Thomas Kuhn and the fucking little drummer boy, right? And you'll be up Schitt's Creek, right?
It's not even rational to consider that they don't. So I don't think that's even a rational option. I think that.
Of course it is.
I don't.
Why is it? How could that not be a rational option to say, look, we've realized that there's something real in the universe that we did not previously realize was real?
Because it's like if we have, say, all we know of is atoms, protons, neutrons, or whatever, and we discover some new thing out there in the universe. There's two possibilities. You can say either it's composed of matter in a way we don't know, or it's a new kind of a thing altogether. And if we say that it's a new kind of a thing altogether, that seems to be a hypothesis that has no background evidence whatsoever. If we say it's composed of protons, neutrons in a way we don't know yet, that seems to have tons of background data. So if we see a hoof print in the snow, we say it's a horse. A horse caused the hoof print. That seems to be rational. If we say a unicorn did it, totally irrational. You need more evidence for that. Same thing applies to this new ontology hypothesis. If you want to say something is a new ontology, that's like saying it's a unicorn, and it can never be justified by.
Yeah, but this sounds like if they looked inside the atoms and they saw little unicorns, they'd be like, those are some little ass atoms. You know what I mean? That's what they would do. Let's not fool ourselves. Let's not fool ourselves.
It seems like he's trying to use Occam's razor, but it's not working too well.
Yeah, and then as a result, he's saying that leaving the room open for many changes, to occur within his own thought system, because he's saying, well, new discoveries could be, he's making that so open-ended, but then also he's saying you have to find what you've already seen. So it's like, those two are really conflicting in a lot of ways, that, yeah, if we find something new, it's probably going to be like atoms, because that seems to work. Is essentially what he just said. That's incredibly weak justification.
the observation of an unknown. You would need some other new novel testable predictions to confirm that. You could never simply say, here's an unknown, therefore unicorn. And so the same thing seems to apply to this new ontology hypothesis. If there's some unknown, dark matter, dark energy, you couldn't say it's a fundamental thing, just like you couldn't say it's a unicorn. You'd have to say, it could, I'm going to assume it's produced by the known stuff, and that seems rational. Or you could say, I have no idea, and that seems rational. But you could never say it's a fundamental thing. And the reason for that is because we don't have like a full knowledge of all different ways in which matter could combine. And so of the things, of the ways in which protons and neutrons could combine, we know maybe 10%, let's say. I don't know, that's probably small. It's probably more like 1/1,000,000th of 1%, but let's say 10%. And so of the 90% of ways matter could combine, we don't know them. And this could be in that 90% of ways matter could combine that we haven't discovered yet. And that seems like a perfectly rational explanation because we don't know everything about matter. But if you want to posit a completely new ontology that seems equivalent to positing a unicorn to explain a hoof print, could this be a unicorn?
He just explained, as did I. It is not a new ontology, sir. The newest ontology is the one that he's positing. Right? It's like it's literally discovered just recently. Right. So yeah, so
Sure, absolutely. Unicorns could exist. I can't say they couldn't, but it seems like the less rational hypothesis than to say it's probably a combination of the known stuff that we just haven't discovered yet, because there's bunches of combinations of known stuff that we haven't discovered yet. And so I don't understand why you would infer that the new ontology route would be more plausible here.
The analogy, by the way, is horses versus zebras. So if you see a footprint in the snow, your first thought is horses, not zebras. But it could be zebras because maybe somebody escaped from the local zoo and actually it was a zebra. Okay, unicorn is slanting the argument because unicorns don't exist. So yeah, you're right. If you have partial evidence of something, the inference is existing common things versus unusual, exceptional things.
Well, and so just to clarify,
I'll grant you that point, right?
I do want to,
and that's and it's funny because he already caught him with two pigeonholes, right? Because he already pigeonholed him with the new ontology thing,
right?
And said, oh, you're positing this new ontology, which we already said is not true, and then he said, and then he used a false, example here with this unicorn thing,
right.
Which is bringing in all sorts of which is bringing in this, he's smuggling in the supernatural where it was never posited.
Right. He's not going to get a fast one past Scribina.
Push on the unicorn thing, because to me, the concept of fundamental property seems to be the unicorn that I'm talking about. Not consciousness. Consciousness obviously exists, so consciousness would be a unicorn, like a.
You should see the Jay Dyer debate that he had with him, where he had a total meltdown. It was crazy.
Wait, Scribina or this guy?
T-Jump and Jay Dyer, they have a debate.
Oh, okay.
Stream, and Jay Dyer has a complete meltdown in the debate. They
sad trombone.
Yeah.
Zebra, but the thing that I'm arguing is like the unicorn is saying that something is fundamental. That part is the part that I think is like a unicorn. Like there is no examples that we can say because of X, Y, and Z it's fundamental. Like that doesn't seem to be a thing in scientific research that I've seen. That's the unicorn I'm talking about.
But there are things that we accept as fundamental, which at some point in the not too distant past we didn't even know existed. So you can take quantum spin, and that's generally considered a fundamental entity in physics today. And you go back 100 years, and they had no concept of quantum spin. And somebody said, well, look, maybe these things, and there's some analogy to spinning. We don't think they're physically spinning, but some equivalent thing. And we now accept that as a real new fundamental entity. So I mean, we've done this many times in the past. I don't know what would give us the confidence to think, yep, now we're done, man. We've got all the fundamental entities and there's going to be no more because, we've got them all figured out now. That's like an incredibly arrogant view. It's been disproven countless times over the history of science. You go back hundreds of years. You can try to take that view and say, look, man, we've got it all figured out. We know all the fundamental entities. There's no more allowed. The box is sealed and we can explain everything. I don't know anybody that's willing to take that kind of a view. I mean, in principle, you could just sort of throw that out for discussion, but I don't know any physicist we're really saying our catalog of fundamental entities is done and finished, and we're permanently fixed, and there's never going to be a new one.
I agree. I totally agree. So the argument here is that the reason in physics we can claim those are fundamental is because it's the smallest thing that has successfully made novel testable predictions and got them right. That's it. That's the full criterion that I use to establish that it's plausible to claim something is fundamental. It's the smallest thing that can make successful novel testable predictions consistently. That's it. Now,
Why is it the
consciousness
smallest, though?
panpsychism doesn't seem to be able to do that, but I think that
Yeah, it seems unnecessary for there to be, this idea of less complex to higher complex, right? It begs the question, right, about how that came about, right? Is greater complexity within the smaller structure? Is that its goal? We talked about this so many times, right? Does nature have goals? Right. And of course, we're talking about nature with a capital N, right? So don't get it twisted. But yeah.
the problem is that your criterion for why we are trying to claim that consciousness fits in that category is because we can't explain it. So my standard for quantum fields is that smallest thing to successfully make novel testable predictions that can be confirmed in laboratory testable in conditions consistently. That seems rational. Now, obviously, I think that there could be smaller things, and I'm fine with that. I don't really care. Just like you're happy to posit that there could be smaller things in consciousness, and that's fine too. But mine seems to be based on the successful methodology, and so we can just grant it tentatively as being fundamental, and that's fine.
Look at Feynman looking like a Hindu boy. We can't tell the universe who she is. She is the Prakriti.
I guess Feynman was being cheeky there.
Yeah, and it goes to even the other guy. What's the famous guy?
Gould or Hawking?
Neither of those guys. The guy who did the Cosmos series for the first time is
Sagan.
Sagan, yeah. Sagan uses a bunch of Hindu ideas as well. And so does a lot of these guys do. They had to come out with it. With the quantum physics stuff, they had to do it because the atoms have strange properties. And if you go to a lot of different Hindu cosmologies, right, you can get, and especially Buddhism, because Buddhism talks a lot about atomism, way more than any other, a lot of the Greek stuff, they totally reject atoms. But in the in this idea, in the Buddhist idea, you have to have impermanent, basically, items that are, like parts of the world that are essentially made of impermanent structures that have no existence on their own. So they're made themselves of sort of dissipative structures. So yeah, it's an interesting idea. And then in the terms of Democritus and Leucippus, they really said that the atoms in the void organize themselves through what they termed convention. So, literally, seems like a pretty vacuous term. and one
That
that
they're
seems
self-arising? Is that self-arising?
well, it's sort of like saying like they're doing what they're doing or they're forming the way they're forming because they feel like it at the time that they're doing it, or that like things are coming together in a certain way, based on certain patterns that develop on their own, and it's just based on, yeah, this is just how things look at the moment, but they'll look different later, so
Hmm.
it sort of goes with the way they view morality, and other concepts. Parmenides, who saw that nature is intelligent and one, and that perception is lies and all of this type of stuff. He had a very high moral sensibility, but Democritus, it's kind of like nihilistic. It's like just do whatever you want, and the same thing with um, um, I guess. I mean, Epicurus did talk about mind. He thought that atoms had intelligence, but he inclined towards the concept that, God's not watching you. God doesn't care what you do. He doesn't care if you enjoy yourself. And he believed in atoms. And so I don't know if the two concepts are related, but yeah.
Like a Fibonacci emergence.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, if we go back to
Well,
Plantinga, he's
many of the
strongly
ancient, they argue for an intelligence in nature rather than not,
right.
until the so-called discovery of an atom, which I have never seen an atom with my own eyes, so I don't know what to believe in that realm.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it goes to some of these theories and how whether Adam itself has free will, and yeah, I mean, if we go back to Plantinga, he was definitely arguing that there's a sort of link between accepting the idea of God, accepting the idea of other people having minds, and accepting the idea that you can understand what's going on in the world. That these are all that without these, that you're more inclined to fall into a solipsistic way. And if you look at Hume's melancholy, Russell's, I mean, I'm talking about Bertrand Russell, his madness, they sort of drove themselves insane thinking that there's no actual point to existence, right?
Well, when you paint yourself into a box, I mean,
Yes, most certainly, and that's the thing, is that these guys are saying that they're allowing for new discoveries, but they're really hampering themselves down in a way that's doesn't allow for new possibilities, or actual
For
logical
true
possibilities,
possibilities, yeah.
right?
But yours seems to be, we can't explain it, therefore it's fundamental, and that does not seem fine to me.
It's a question. What are the alternatives? This is what I said before. You got two competing theories, and you have to weigh them and say, since we're not talking about absolute truth and falsehood, we're talking about plausibility. Which one is the most plausible? Which can we make the most logical, rational argument in defense of, versus a less defensible position? That's really what it comes down to. So that's why you have to kind of squarely face the issues of emergentism with the issues of panpsychism, which is consciousness as a kind of fundamental entity. And you have to kind of weigh those two and say, look, I can come up with a plausible story how consciousness can emerge from nothing. No philosopher in mind has been able to do that in the last 50 or 100 years at least. But you could try, and maybe you can come up with one.
Well, why do I need that?
If you cannot do that, then that pushes the plausibility of the fundamental nature of consciousness puts it in the lead. It gets it the higher status, because you have no plausible conception of how the emergentist theory can really work. You can just say it's true, or you can say, well, it must be true, but that cuts no ice. That's the problem, right?
Well, I don't see why that's a problem. To me, it's like I don't understand why I need to posit anything. I can just say it's emergent like the other things. I don't know how, and that seems on its own with no explanation whatsoever more plausible than saying it's
well,
a
I
new
can
thing.
say God runs the universe, and I don't know how or why, but that's just how it works.
Right, but
Right, he's saying he's not positing anything when in reality he's clearly positing brute emergence, right? So it's wild. What's this? I'm not positing anything business. You're clearly positing,
Right.
something fundamental.
The example given was perfect.
It's like atheists and their non-belief or some bullshit like that.
Right.
Which hypothesis is that more
Which was
like?
more plausible. I can invent any magical, mysterious sort of things and say, well, they're just there, and that's how they work, and I can't explain how or why, but they just do. And then you'll kick me off the show because I'm talking like nut job here.
Actually, I'd probably invite you on because we get more views, but
but that's really what it is. You can just say, well, it must be there because I guess it must be, and I don't know why or how. I mean, that doesn't carry any weight. That's the
right. Wait, who's we, right? I mean, it's like I don't believe that, Annapurna doesn't believe that, right? Skrbina doesn't believe that, right? So, and we all have fundamentally different cosmologies. I mean,
Right.
even still, we wouldn't, assume.
Even if I don't think all three of us will define consciousness as the same, but even so, all three would not take it as an emergent property.
Right.
Right.
Especially not emergent from matter.
Matter,
It would have
right?
to, yeah. It could be. It could emerge from something else, but definitely not matter.
problem.
Well, to me, that seems like exactly like what you're doing. So the God hypothesis, saying that, let's say I don't understand how tornadoes happen or something. I say God did it, and God works in my mind and intuitively makes sense. And in order for you to have a plausible alternative, you need to explain exactly what is causing the tornado. And if you can't do it, then mine wins by default. Well, that's obviously not a terrible argument, right? Like that wouldn't make any sense. And it seems like exactly what you're doing. So if I said, I think tornadoes are a naturally occurring process that are caused in a way from just the normal matter stuff. Do I know how? Nope. Am I going to posit a way now? Nope. I have no idea. It's just my internal hypothesis that it's going to be emergent just like all the other stuff. That seems to be more plausible than to say God did it, because God is a new entity that hasn't been empirically verified to exist independent of our imagination. Matter is, therefore matter wins on the plausibility scale. And it seems like the exact same thing would apply to consciousness here. If we want to say, what caused consciousness? We could ask the exact same question as what caused the tornado and say, I think it's just a natural process, just like all the other things. And you're saying, I think it's fundamental. And unless you can explain exactly some kind of materialistic process to explain that, then mine wins by default. That seems analogous to what the religious people are doing and saying, well, if you can't explain a natural way to cause this, therefore God wins as the explanation. I don't think that's how it works epistemically. It seems like
yeah, and there you have two things, right? Matter and natural processes. How the two interact, we will never know, right? Yet we're just supposed to assume,
right,
that they, emerge together and correspond with each other somehow. It's a cute story, that solves nothing.
Yeah, but if he can't prove it, then it's just a story, right? That would apply for any argument Skrbina's giving as well. And he's saying that the burden of proof ridiculous.
Wait, you cut out there, Anna. Say that again.
I said that he's saying that he should not bear the burden of proof for, and I think that's ridiculous. Because no matter what the story is, like whether it's Skrbina saying it or T-Jump, they need to prove it. and without proof, it does. Each one has to bear the burden of proof for their claim. Otherwise, there's no debate.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, your audio is getting a little choppy, but
Damn. Okay, I'll see what I can do.
for sure, for sure. But yeah, no worries though.
Or your alternative of saying consciousness is fundamental to be as plausible as saying that it's an unknown emergent property of matter, you would actually need novel testable predictions to actually confirm your hypothesis, like I have about matter. Otherwise, mine has defaults.
So here's another consideration to keep in mind. There's an argument, it's held by some panpsychists, Galen Strawson in particular, which says the mental or the experiential aspect of reality is more fundamental and more essential to the fabric of reality than any of this physical stuff, because all that you really know, your only sort of awareness of anything is the awareness itself, right? The conscious experience of things.
Sure.
It's a kind of argument for idealism, really, right? And so you can say, well, look, the most fundamental entity that we
Yeah, there's Hank there, with the idealism, right? So yeah, yeah, that's one solution to the problem,
could even conceive of, because it involves conception and it.
But yeah, that's the thing, that's a plausible, right, solution to the problem we're facing, right? The things that T-Jump is saying are totally fanciful, right? They're non-explanations, right? But yeah.
Involves, rationalization and cognition and so on and so forth. So you could say, well, look, experientiality is the number one factor of existence. That's ahead of any of the physical stuff that you want to talk about, the little blips on your radar screen and your little particles and your masses and whatever you think that you can touch and feel out there in the world. So there's actually a very good argument that says, well, look, the mental aspect is the single fundamental aspect of existence, and that all this other stuff has to be explained as in addition to, or maybe emerging from, this experiential stuff, which is really the most basic fact of all existence. And that idea goes back to Descartes. It's an old idea, but it's a good argument. It's not an easily defeatable argument that says, well, look, this experientiality is the ultimate nature of reality in itself, and we're not even sure if there's anything else beyond some various forms of experiential nature, right? So kind of forms of subjectivity. So that puts the experiential aspect, the mental aspect, at a more fundamental level, not just co-equal with mass and charge and spin and space and time. It puts it at a more fundamental level than any of those entities. And there's also that argument, which carries a lot of weight independently of the emergence arguments that we've been talking about.
Oh yeah, so I grant epistemic solipsism. I start from the position of consciousness. I'm happy to grant that, but I think that if all we have like initially is just our consciousness and we start with no other background knowledge, then yeah, absolutely, fully agree. That's the most primitive thing that we can use as a basis of hypothesis making. But then after there is some difference between my imagination and my experience. I imagine a unicorn, I don't see a unicorn, and we need to differentiate between which of the things that we are consciously experiencing are the experiential things and which are the imaginary things. And we find that many of the things we're experiencing are not real, they're fantasies of some kind. Now we know that our conscious experience isn't a reliable guide to reality, and so we have a good reason to say that the other methodology, whatever we're using to differentiate imagination from reality, is more primitive and better than using consciousness in and of itself as the basis. And so if we have competing hypotheses of one is using our direct conscious experience as the foundation of its reality, and one is using novel testable predictions, or our method to differentiate imagination from reality, as the fundamental basis of determining what's in reality, it seems like we're going to prefer the one that makes novel testable predictions over one that uses consciousness as its basis. And I think that's the more rational approach to take nowadays. And so even though I grant that we start with consciousness, we have now evolved a better methodology to trust than consciousness to determine what's real, science.
part of the problem is that's a self-serving definition because it's inherent into the physicalist worldview that testable predictions is the ultimate standard by which we measure reality and so forth, and that's a self-serving definition. Obviously, if you allow physicalists to determine its own standards for validity, it's going to determine that what it does counts as the most valid criterion. So if you want empirical objective predictability, then you can say, well, look, yeah, exactly. Physicalism dictates the terms of measure, and it rates itself as number one in the hierarchy of possible ontologies. That's no surprise. That's a tautology. It's proving itself by declaring that plausibility and predictability is sort of are the essential criterion by which we measure reality. That was never historically that was never considered a criterion by which you determine the validity of a particular ontology. It's
Man, Scribina really shows how dumb this shit is. But yeah, it's funny. The ideas. I mean, well, physical structures. I mean, yeah, it's funny because what combination of that physical structure actually produces consciousness, right? So can we reproduce those physical structures? Obviously, life, consciousness, you're using consciousness to look upon, right, physical structures, right? And you're saying, well, the consciousness has to be coming from these physical structures, right? But you can't find the correlates within like, for example, leads to all sorts of questions, right? Like, from the super, mundane of how is, where are memories stored, right? To the, more mystical, is there a little man inside of the radio? You know what I mean? It's like a radio signal,
Homunculus.
Right. That's kind of the, I guess sort of it goes into the hyper Aristotelian sort of view that verges on Hermeticism, and then eventually leads to the phenomenology, right?
self-serving aspect of modern physicalism.
Well, why is that a problem? Because it seems to me like if we're trying to discover reality, the ability to predict the future before we know it, because our brains are very bad at that. We're not very good at predicting the future before we know it. And if you have some kind of a model that can do that consistently, it seems rational to infer that that model corresponds to reality more than just our imagination, because our imagination is bad at predicting the future. Reality presumably is good at predicting the future. And so if we have a model that can predict the future, it's more likely correspondent to reality than our imagination. And so I don't see why that would be a bad thing to use as a basis of determining what ontology is or what anything is. I think it's the best way. It seems like that if you can accurately predict the future, that seems like the most plausible way to.
But historically, there's many ways to predict the future. They used to predict, Apollo brought the sun on a chariot through the sky, and that's to explain, the change from night to day. And Persephone arise from the underworld, and that caused the growth in the spring. I mean, they had theories, God theories about predicting things, weather cycles and strange phenomenon and night and day and so forth. So. I mean, they always had some kind of explanation. There's nothing unique there. Had explanations 2,000
just to clarify,
years ago.
I'm not talking about explanation. I'm talking about novel testable predictions, which is the ability to predict something we don't know yet about the future and get it right. So predicting the sun will come tomorrow, that's something we already know. So it's not novel. Novel would be like, I'm going to predict the next earthquake, the next 6 earthquakes in a row. That would be great. Like if you could do that, whatever method you use, if it was shaking the magic 8-ball or appealing to a god, you have evidence now because you were able to accurately predict the future. And so whatever method you use to accurately predict the future is evidence. It may not be great, but it's evidence. And so any hypothesis, whatever it is, magic, unicorns, leprechauns, gods, whatever, that is able to accurately predict the future before you know it, I think is a justification for believing that the hypothesis is correct or corresponds to reality. And so that's why I think that that method is the most rational reason to believe something is true in reality. It is for anything that can make predictions counts.
But even we can even grant that, even from the panpsychist perspective, we can completely grant that works great, it's wonderful, makes testable novel predictions. That's all within the realm of the physical aspect of reality. That's a kind of a closed, they call it causal closure of the physical. It's a closed physicalist system. And yeah, you can just in the nature of that system, which includes physical predictions and anticipations and maybe even novel physical phenomenon, that works within a closed system. But the problem is that it has no bearing on the experiential aspect, which does not fit into that closed causal picture. We have physical explanations, physical causation explanations for physical phenomena, but we don't have physical explanations for mental or conscious phenomena. That's the problem, right? So physics works good in its predictability aspect in its own sphere, and it says nothing about what's going on in the mind or consciousness, which is somehow outside that sphere.
Right, but I'm saying that independent of the consciousness question, we're trying to ask what's a reliable method to determine what's true of reality. And the method that I think we have established is that novel prediction is good. Novel prediction is a good way to establish X is true, whatever it is. And so you're saying that method.
We can grant you that's not really the point of discussion. We'll grant you that, Rob. Okay, fine. Yeah, go ahead. Right.
Well, so that method doesn't give us an answer to a particular question. So there's a particular question it doesn't give us the answer to. Now the question is there another method that can give us a reliable answer to this? And that's the part that I'm asking. When you say that because we can't explain it with this reliable method, therefore it's fundamental, that's the part that makes no sense to me. I don't think that is so I agree that novel testable prediction does not give us an answer to what consciousness fundamentally is. Agreed. Now the question is what's your method that's equivalent or better to answer this question than the novel testable prediction? And it seems like your method is we don't know, therefore consciousness.
It's usually phrased slightly differently. It would say, well, in a panpsychist universe, what is your kind of new novel predictions that you can produce that are comparable to what we can do in a physicalist universe? That's usually how the objection is framed, right? Because you could say, well, look, we demand novel predictability, and if you want to be a panpsychist, you have to show some evidence of novel predictability based on your panpsychist thesis, and then we'll believe you.
Sure.
That's usually how the objection is framed. It's similar to what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
And I guess the counter argument is, well, wait a minute, you're taking a toolbox from the physicalist universe and you're bringing it over here to the non-physicalist universe, and you're demanding that this tool works. And we're saying, well, look, that doesn't work. That's not an applicable tool. It's not appropriate to demand empirical novel predictability because that is a feature of a physicalist system. And we're not, and the hypothesis is this is not a physicalist system, so you can't take the same tools out of the old toolbox and apply them to this new system. It's not reasonable to demand, right, that these old tools will work under the new thesis. It's a self-serving assumption.
That's totally fair. I can totally agree with that, but I wouldn't say that that's the objection that I'm making here, or that most people are making in my case. So I think novel prediction is the only tool in my toolbox. If it doesn't do that, it's got no basis from my perspective. But if you think there's a different methodology that works to the same or works in the same kind of a way to justify beliefs, that's what I'm asking about. So I think novel prediction is the only tool that makes something rational or reliable to believe. And so obviously if you had novel predictions, I'd believe it. But since you're saying that tool doesn't work for this case, what's the other tool? Because to me, it seems like the other tool you're arguing for here is we can't explain it with this tool, therefore I'm right, which is argument from ignorance. I don't understand that.
What's the other tools? The other tools are introspection, by which you become aware of conscious entities of yourself. It's logical inference, by which you build rational arguments that would explain an emergentist thesis. That's not a predictability question. That's basic, building a rational, logical argument from non-conscious entities into conscious entities, right? So that's not really in the realm of predictability. I mean, if anything, that's like a retrograde. We're going back in evolutionary history and saying, well, how exactly did this magical emergence actually work? And that's sort of the burden that's being thrown on the physicalist. You have to explain that. If you can't explain it, you can't just say, well, somehow it happens, I don't really know how. That doesn't work. You have to give a plausible explanation in rational terms about how that works. If you can't, then you have no standing for your physicalist theory. I mean, that's as simple as I can put it, I think.
It's the first order level knowledge trying to say it's better than the second order level of knowledge.
Right. Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. This is philosophy 101 here.
Yes, definitely. And we're going to come back with that in a minute here. Yeah, introspection. Well, of course, we're dealing with many levels of explanations here. But yeah, I get what you're saying there, Benjamin. But yeah, blessings. Thank you for being here. And thank you to Cecil for being out here, Lizard Tree, Anna. Thank you so much for joining the panel. And yeah, it wasn't too bad. It's just like a little bit cut out, in and out. I'm sure you'll figure it out. But yeah, blessings. We'll take a little musical break here. We'll continue on with our ideas there. Then we'll move to maybe the manifesto and maybe some readings, and then I'll go ahead and cut the show out. I'm only gonna do about 7 hours here, and then I'll play some of the previous shows that we did, panel material that you guys have not seen because I did not publish it on the channel as of yet. But I did have some of the interviews I did published on the channel here, but yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. I did lots of surface level explanations of our theories. People ask lots of good questions. Base Oracle asked some good questions, and obviously our friend NPC the game, he asked some very excellent questions. But yeah, yeah, of course, it's a blessing to have you here. Thank you so much. You're in for sure, all you guys. Yeah, here's some music by Idea. One of the greatest rappers to ever live. You know what I mean? But yeah,
Rest in peace.
rest in peace. Exactly. And we'll listen to a beat. And yeah.
Blue slowly gurgles purple, then purples turn to red. My throat is an inferno and a whirlpool is my head. I can hardly catch my breath, get my ass some rest. Any last request I ask in jest, I'm like, yeah, cash my checks. Put all my shit on 4-track, record my last cassette. About to die soon in a typhoon of unmasked flesh. Open wounds, oh who was I kidding? Death ain't even a thought in a bubble. I'm just caught in a blood-filled puddle, drowning, puzzled. Trouble sounding, subtle apprehension surrounding what'll come from the fountain. I taste iron, feel coagulation, I see it crying. The smell is almost fragrant, aching ears from hearing it ooze through me. It makes my tears even somewhat soothing. I don't want to go to the circus, I heard the clouds right there, but I might dare myself to go just so I can have nightmares. Peaceful sleep is quite rare, wake up in a puddle it's wet, curl on my head, try to calm down and struggle to rest. There's only a few things in the universe that scare my dick lit. Silverfish, zebras, relationship commitment. I remember bringing metal detectors to the seashore. Mom thought I was hunting for treasure. Nah, I was scanning for C4. Look under the toilet seat before I could take a good shit. Checking for Ebola, hidden cameras, wood ticks. I know I'm a good kid. Why'd I just watch Fright Night? Now I need a nightlight. The bed bugs might bite. Too scared to watch Freddy sequels, even if it's the 45th. I'd rather have an orgy with scorpions and Porky Pig. It'll be a glorious morning when I can see how brave felt. Realize there's nothing to fear but fear itself. Face, forward, stand, torture. As
As an individual, I became the system's target. Now I close my eyes and dream of a governor's pardon. I don't wanna die, I lied when they said criminals hardened. I hope they're proud clouds in my carcass. Sometimes you gotta lose your head to find out where your heart is. 23 years since me and freedom departed. We tolerate a methodical cultural cleansing by the imperials, promoting Holocaust and spiritual carnage. The cat to pull the lever considers himself an artist. I can't blame my crew, the department, and even the sergeant. 6 hours, 6 minutes, and 6 seconds till my last meal. The disintegration of my existence already started. Beats sweat evolve in my head as my hands tremble. My cheeks become a creek from the water of my windows. And I'm not telling you this cause I think you're gonna care. I'm saying it for the simple fact that I'm scared.
Face forward, 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 the darkness you can never forward, face forward, the darkness you can never forward, face forward, face forward, darkness you can never forward, face forward, face forward, darkness you can never forward, face forward, the darkness you can never forward, face forward.
The methodology you just offered is one, an argument from ignorance, two, a I forget what it's called now, but those seem to be the three fundamental fallacies that are used in pretty much every pseudoscience in all of humanity. It's like Christians use the same thing. We have logical arguments, we have introspection, and we have if you can't explain it, God did it. Those are the three things that justify God belief in the case of pretty much everything. And the same thing with say homeopathy, astrology. If you can't explain it, introspection. I know this.
I know what you're saying, right? I know what you're saying, right? Exactly. If you can't explain it, well, it must be true, right? But I mean,
just clarify. I wanted to clarify 1 sec. So the argument here is that the methodologies that you've offered are methodologies that we know are unreliable, given my method, that these three methods of determining truth, introspection, logical argumentation, and if you can't explain it, I'm right. Those three methods seem to be awfully wrong all the time, anywhere we apply them in reality. I don't see that these are reliable ways to try to establish whether or not anything is fundamental or anything is true, because when these methods are applied towards the things that we can test, they fail consistently. And so why would we trust these methods over the novel testable predictions method? Even if it doesn't give an answer in this case, it still seems like we probably shouldn't trust the methods that you're providing.
All the competing theories that you might want to throw out there, astrology and biorhythms and even God, right? These have plausible counter arguments. So if you want to say, well, God is out there and he's actively intervening in the physical laws of nature, and we can say, well, look, we don't see evidence of that because we have a complete physical explanation. We have no need for the God hypothesis, and you can argue from that from a physical standpoint. If you want to say, well, look, God is a moral being, he's all good, he creates a moral universe, then you say, but then you have the problem of evil. Well, so why does evil exist, right? This is a strong counter argument for the existence of a moral God. So we have rational counter arguments that say, if there's a God, we're not saying there's no God. There could be a God, and he just does nothing, and he sits up there in the clouds, and he does zilch. He's just sitting there watching the show. Okay, that's okay with me. He doesn't mess with the universe. He doesn't play with people's lives. He doesn't cause murderers to cause crime. Okay, because all those things don't make any sense, right? He doesn't. So that's what we can give a counter argument against a lot of these forms of theology and pseudoscience, if you will, because there are actual arguments against their existence. So it's not a comparable case to say, well, a panpsychist view is some kind of voodoo magical theological thing that's just boom, a new form of theology.
Oh, right. That's not the claim I'm making. That's I want to be clear. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying specifically that the methods you're providing, the methods of introspection, logical argumentation, and if you can't explain it, I'm right. Those methods, we know point to answers, which you're right, have lots of alternative counter arguments that disprove them. But the point is that these three methods that you're providing, you're saying these work as long as there's no counter arguments, or as long as there's no defeaters, or something along those lines. And to me, that seems problematic because the question is whether or not these three methods can indicate true things more often than false things. And to do that, we can just ignore all of the counter arguments. We can ignore all of the counter data and say, if we're just using these methods, will these three methods be able to indicate true things more than false things? And the answer seems to be no, because when we use these methods, they will point to things that do have lots of counterarguments, that do have lots of defeating data. And so these methods that you provided don't seem to be able to indicate true things more than false things. Therefore, we should never trust these three methods, regardless of considering any counterarguments that may or may not exist, because these three things can't identify correct data independent of whether or not there's counterarguments.
Okay, so again, I think it's a little bit of a self-serving argument, right? Because you're using the rules that apply for objective empirical physical reality, and we're trying to.
I think it's even worse than that, because I think you would have to assume some sort of logical or rational, consistency in order to create a successful theory, right? A successful, justification, or even a successful non-explanation that explains away, why, these methods are unreliable, right? So, I don't really get how he's going to get himself off the ground with that one.
It seems like he's arguing himself into a loop because, I mean, if you take it with the issue of consciousness, you're using your consciousness to study consciousness. So, like, how are you going to come to any objective observations?
Yeah, 100%.
Using the the testable, provable, predictable.
Yeah, and he stated earlier
predictable
that
anyway.
science is outside of consciousness. So he said that science is outside of our mental process of discovery somehow, like it's external to it itself. When that seems
Are you guys differentiating between cognition and consciousness?
well, they're two different things. Yes. It's
Yeah,
like
you are differentiating.
it's like the difference between brain and mind. But yeah, thank you for joining the conversation, Benjamin.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Apply those in a non-empirical, non-objective situation. And you could say, well, look, that holds for gods, and it holds for spirits, and it holds for souls, and it holds for minds, because all those things seem to be non-physical things. And I guess that is one point of commonality. Yeah, okay, if you're dealing with anything that's claimed to be non-physical, then you're going to have problems applying physicalist conceptions and physicalist arguments to non-physical things.
Exactly.
Okay? Mean that they're true. It doesn't mean that they're not true. It just means that those tools and those conceptual approaches probably will not work when you apply them to non-physical things, right?
Well, I don't think that was my argument here. So my argument here is that ignoring the physicalist conception, this is just saying that you've posited a new methodology, and we want to know, does this methodology that you've posited work? So it has nothing to do with physicalism here. We're saying that you've posited this methodology of internal introspection, arguments, and if you can't explain it physically, that's evidence of my position. Now, we want to know, do these three things constitute a rational justification to believe true facts? And when we apply these things, it seems like a lot of people apply the exact same three principles to a lot of different things. And it seems like they can use these as justifications to try to believe God, astrology, homeopathy, UFOs, et cetera, et cetera. And we know many of those are false. And so it seems like these methods that you've applied are broken compasses. They don't rationally lead us to mostly true things. These things can lead us to lots of false things, and it seems to be predominantly false things. And now you're saying that yours don't have counter arguments. Those all have counter arguments or whatever. Now that to me seems to be irrelevant, because we're trying to figure out, do these three things point to true things more than false things? And so whether or not a false thing has counter arguments doesn't seem to matter, because we want to know if these three methodologies you provided can rationally indicate truth more than falsehood. And it seems that
bullshit prove that your theories aren't based on introspection, logical consistency, and rational justification. What theory doesn't have those three requirements, right? That they seem pretty simple and intact. So I don't really understand what he's getting at. Unless he's going to claim, and make a basically a frivolous, assumption that science is somehow outside of all of those, right? So how would you attain it? That kind of knowledge, right? Would be then the final question, right?
So the background I'm doing in cognitive psychology. Oh, sorry. You can keep going.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, well, just because of the background that I'm doing in cognitive psychology, I can recognize they're kind of stuck in their own cognition on how to interpret truth and proving truth. Because I've seen this argument over and over again, the argument between like the internalization and externalization of reality versus the introspection, extrospection argument of reality. And they're both like viable, relevant ways to get to something.
Yeah, and then it fundamentally points to what Reddington was saying, that perhaps, it could be that, it's a problem of, that we're too close to consciousness to study it. And then there's also a idea that might be, well, we're not actually separate from nature, and maybe nature is conscious, right, in some way, as possibly, somebody like Dr. Scribina or myself have come to believe, that essentially, there has to be some sort of, you walk outside, you look at the different patterns that emerge, and there's actually no way possible that there's not something that's going on that's keeping nature intact. You look at human society and you see the difference between our way of doing things and what's happening out there. And you see that.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's exactly the same thing as Gödel's incompleteness theorem. When we run into the same problem in physics, where it's like, okay, we're measuring reality with reality. So how, there's no way to measure reality from outside of reality.
Yeah, that's actually.
So we run into like the observer problem and all that stuff.
Measuring, yeah.
Yeah, and it goes to, the tools we're using to measure as well. It's not just reality itself, but it's also, we're using tools in order to measure. So it's the mind plus the tools we're using. So
yeah.
He's actually wrong on many different levels. It's actually worse than we're assuming. That we're actually not just using our mind. We're then adding an external filter to our mind, and then we're assuming that we're seeing things more clearly through that external filter. But now we've added 2 layers instead of 1. We're still not seeing anything clearly. So that's the problem.
Yeah, you're like shooting electrons at something to see what happens. But when you shoot electrons at something, obviously they're going to hit it and it's going to affect it. And you're not going to get a real picture of it, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and then science is constantly updating itself. It's constantly changing its story. You can't be neutral on a moving train. And it's just that, if you're looking at this, reality through an incomplete filter, then obviously it's not a standard that exists outside of your own mind. How could it be? Right? I mean, that's totally irrational to assume that.
We probably shouldn't trust the 3 principles that you've provided as a means to indicate truth, independent of physicalism. Physicalism doesn't matter here. The point is that the methods you provided don't seem to be a rational indication of truth. because they can work equally as well for alternative hypotheses.
Yeah, but I mean, at some point you're stuck expanding beyond traditional physicalist arguments. I mean, there's lots of stories in history where philosophical or scientific insights that were true came to people in dreams, right?
Sure.
Or just some kind of hunch or intuition, right?
Yep.
And you could say, well, look, dreams are 90% crazy and stupid stuff, but once in a while, some guy forms a dream and he gets a picture of a benzene ring, and it turns out to be true, right? Or some guy gets an intuition, some brilliant guy, Newton or somebody gets an intuition about something about gravity, and it turns out to be true. So, okay, yeah, sometimes these things which are physicalist kind of things about hunches and intuitions and dreams and whatever else you might want to throw in that kind of very fuzzy ballpark. Sometimes those things are right, and some of our greatest scientific insights have come from those things.
Sure.
So in a sense, those things are neutral, right? I mean, a lot of times they give rise to nonsense, but sometimes they give to brilliant, truths that we accept about the world today.
Wait, I don't think that's neutral. So like, there's that phrase.
Sometimes they fail, sometimes they don't. I mean,
well, it's like occasionally even a blind squirrel will find a nut occasionally. Like the fact that a dream, like Ramanujan was a great example. He said that he got visions from the gods that gave him answers to the most complicated mathematical problems of the time that nobody could solve. He solved them. They were correct. Phenomenal example of exactly what you're saying. And I think that, yes, that is a very interesting case that needs to be taken account of, but that isn't evidence that therefore the methodology of appealing to the gods is good, because the other 7 billion or so religious people have not gotten that experience. And so the success rate of this methodology is 1 in 7 billion. This is not a great method that we should be using reliably. Can it work in one case? Absolutely. But it seems to work at the same rate as chance, which would prove that this is not a reliable methodology. And so it seems that if you're arguing that the same rationale should apply to your methods, that it can occasionally work in these very minute cases and fail in the majority of cases, therefore we should trust it. It seems like the opposite is the case. If it may work in 1 or 2 cases, but fails 90-something% of the time, we probably shouldn't trust it.
But the point is we're stuck, right? So if you're dealing with non-physical entities, your physicalist conceptions, by definition, are insufficient. So yeah, we might really wish we had better, more solid approaches than we do. Rational arguments, logical inferences, the kind of things I've been talking about that panpsychists for centuries have used in their favor. And it's been some of the brightest people, by the way, in all of history. We didn't really go into that, right? But some of literally the most brilliant philosophers in history, they were panpsychists, and they had different reasons for thinking that. It's interesting to read the book, and you kind of see what they were thinking. So these guys who were like way smarter than you and me and the next 100 people combined, they had some kind of, I don't know what you want to call it, intuition or a feeling, or a logical inference. Sometimes they build actual arguments that something like panpsychism was true. So you might say, well, I wish we had sort of more calculable, concrete, predictive, analytic methods. But like I say, those things are sort of born in a physicalist conception. They work well in a physicalist universe, and they don't work well or arguably at all in non-physicalist entities. So we might wish we had something better. I'm not saying we rely on intuition and dreams. Those are just kind of some examples I was throwing out for discussion. But we do have logical arguments, rational arguments that we can construct based on empirical evidence of our own experientiality, our own conscious states, which is the ultimate starting point for all these discussions. So it is, in a sense, partly empirically based. It is a rational argument, and it's a question of not that I'm true, I'm right, and you're wrong, or this is true and this is false. It's a question of gradation of plausibility, which is what I was saying all along. It's a question of plausibility. What is the most plausible based on what we know today, based on the arguments that we can construct? I mean, a lot of it is that's how it's going to work in a non-physicalist universe. And today we have certain theories that are more plausible than others. And tomorrow or 10 years from now, maybe things change because we get some brilliant guy who comes along and he's got some new, even better, more plausible arguments or new ways to think about non-physical entities that will shed some new light. And we accept those things as being correct or true, maybe until the next brilliant guy comes along, and then we change it again. I mean, that's how the progression knowledge goes. It's not just progression of science; it's progression of ontological, philosophical knowledge about what counts as reality in the universe that we're in. So you have to we have to live with and work with these sort of less predictive, less mechanistic, less analytical positions and arguments to define what is most plausible at a given point in time. And I think maybe that's the best way to state it. Then, you can use those same kind of arguments for crazy things, but well, okay. I mean, that's just the nature of how things work, right? It's like Aristotle working, 2,000 years ago, and everything was philosophy because he didn't have any real scientific tools at his disposal. And over time, the realm of, science expanded, the realm of philosophy sort of contracted down to certain things that are dealt with philosophically only, right? And so that's, I mean, you could say, well, I wish that wasn't true, or, maybe that'll change, and it probably will change. But for now, what we have to accept is true and valid and most plausible. Again, that's really the key point. I think that's what we're stuck with. We're stuck using these tools, and we have to do the best that we can with the tools that we have.
Yep. So I would agree with that. I would just think that the tools that you're using have proven to be unreliable, and so we shouldn't trust them in this case. But I do want to go to the second question I had, which is why would positing that consciousness is fundamental be more plausible than saying it's strongly emergent? Because to me it seems, and I'm against strong emergence. I don't like strong emergence. To me it does seem like magic. But to say that it's fundamental, why would that be more or less rational than saying it's strongly emergent? What would be the epistemic difference in those two claims?
Because it doesn't involve magic. There's no miracles. It's a brute quantity like spin and charge and mass and space and time.
Well, why saying it's a brute quantity fundamental in reality any more plausible than saying it magically popped into existence at time t?
That's inherently a more rational position. I mean, unless you're saying, well, God came up with a list of 6 things that he wanted at the Big Bang, and boom, 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 and consciousness. I guess you could kind of say that. But I mean, in a sense, we're stuck with fundamental entities. It's less crazy. Maybe there needs to be an argument. Maybe somebody needs to publish an article on that one. For in philosophers of mind, it's intrinsically less crazy to posit fundamental entities than it is to posit magical, miraculous emergence of things.
Right, I'm familiar with that, but my question is why? Because I don't understand why.
Well, when you allow miracles, then you can do anything. Then you can wave your hand and say, well, boom, this is that, and this is that. And there's invisible unicorns, and there's gods and goddesses.
So he agrees it's magical, right? And he says, but he says, why is somebody positing entities through rational justification, which nobody's even doing that. They're just saying that there's a rational order of justification that seems much more fundamental, right? In positing any sort of understanding of how we derive consciousness, that seems a lot better than what's magical, what's clearly magical. So he's again trying to obfuscate the what's already been established here, right? Which is that emergence is magical, right? So emergence at time t is just as magical as any other form of emergence.
And then you can do anything if you allow miracles and magical mysteries to be part of your ontology. That's when you open the can of worms to all those things that you don't like, all those pseudoscience things.
But why can't you do that?
That's not allowed. That's not rational. It's more rational to posit something which you know is real to be fundamentally real. That's more plausible and more rational than to allow magical, miraculous mysteries to occur at some point in evolution, right?
What's exactly the difference? Like if I want.
Yeah, I think he's got to put down his video game controller for this one. But yeah,
I don't understand why you're trying to force it to be one or the other. Why can't it just be a combination of both? Like, why can't it have an emergent side and a fundamental side to consciousness?
Because the relation posits a possible third entity.
Well, consciousness would be that third entity, and then an emergence.
Right.
The emergence.
So see, you're already saying there's 3 now.
No, well, consciousness as we know it. Because we don't see consciousness express itself through a rock as much as we see it express itself through a human. And so there has to be some kind of physical structure that aids it to some degree. You disagree? Did I cut out?
No, you're good.
Well, I mean, in the sense that, you know, can there be a golem? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but again, like
Wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, you did cut out that time.
Oh, okay, yeah, well, like with a golem, physical structure is housing the consciousness. Like consciousness does have a house.
Yeah. So, see, there is then those three entities, right? And then you can just as easily, well, really the problem exists not only in how do they correspond to each other. So there's not only a combinatory problem, right? There's a problem in how they correspond and relate to one another. And then there's a problem in the idea of well, if there's three, the relation between the three and the combination between them could posit a fourth one.
Like another emergence, yeah. The fourth one would be emergent.
So yeah, so you're going into almost like an infinite regress of emergent properties, possibly, right?
Yeah.
It could be something along the same lines of the problem of physicalism in the first place, of breaking it down into more fundamental entities, where then you say, well, the smallest one is the most fundamental. It's like, well, how do you know it's the smallest? It's like, well, we don't know.
That's pretty much this guy's position.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm kind of restating what he presented here.
Yeah. It just looks like that there is something emergent because there's a difference between us and a rock. So there is some emergent thing. And you don't have to call it consciousness, but it's something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe matter is the emergent property from consciousness. That makes more sense.
Isn't that like something like Tom Campbell would probably say something like that? If I remember what Tom Campbell says.
Yeah, maybe.
So then how would reproduction play into that theory? Okay, let's say matter is coming out of consciousness. How would reproduction play into that theory? How does matter manifest itself as more consciousness? How does consciousness create a new, you know what I mean?
Well, no, it would
why can't you?
well, it would be that all life, precludes consciousness, right? So yeah. So yeah, and that's really part of what Dr. Scarbino says, anyways. That there's different types of conscious experience, obviously on different levels, but it seems like all life is has a sort of consciousness, and it's not a form that's reducible or an intermediate form of consciousness. It seems like everything that is conscious is sort of conscious in the same way, right?
So basically, it becomes how did life emerge? But maybe I'm conflating.
Yeah, I mean, and this is why we went through the evolution theory so long, because all these issues are interrelated. The consciousness with the evolution, with the life. I mean, it's how did life emerge from dead matter is just as much of an emergent problem as consciousness emerging right from matter, right? So and in a lot of senses, it's really the same problem, and that's why Plantinga, as we talked about, he has to deal in this idea of the philosophy of mind, right? And of course, he's using dualism as an answer to the question, but it's not a new ontology. As he said, even it goes back to like Aquinas and Augustine and all these guys. So and even some of the rabbis would say, so
I mean, okay. I also see him using experience a lot, but experience is it's a cognitive thing. It's like it's not a conscious thing. But there's two sides of it. In cognition, there's like an intellectual side and an experiential side. The intellectual side is detached from experience. Yeah, so I would have a hard time pointing at consciousness being an experience.
Well, I don't know. I think that experience may be part of consciousness and also activity itself. It could be that movement and form are part of consciousness, right? Because as it seems, right, why should anything have intelligibility whatsoever?
Like the experience of a fly is different than the experience of a human. And that just comes down to the hardware, not the consciousness.
Well, I think you're confusing consciousness with intelligence.
Well, I mean, you can have an intelligent human in the bottle fly. Let's just say that was possible. The experience would be different. Like the experience of Helen Keller is different than your experience. The hardware.
Yes, but that brings us back to the problem is that we don't know what physical correlates from the hardware create the conscious experience.
Well, you linked it again there, like conscious experience. You're implying that consciousness is experience.
Well, in the sense that
I don't know that.
In the sense that consciousness is subjective, right?
What if it wasn't subjective?
How would that be?
I mean, I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying, like, we don't.
Yeah,
I'm not assuming that it is subjective.
Yeah, if it wasn't subjective, then it would be an objective, part of, essentially it would be, more fundamental than, not less.
Right.
So yes, I think you're moving in the wrong direction there then, right?
No, I'm not trying to move in any direction. I'm just fleshing out. I don't have a direction in mind.
Well, I was thinking that you were claiming that it was coming from a physical.
Well, I don't know, and I don't know if it's like like it could be a marriage of the two. Like our experience could be a marriage between the physical hardware and our consciousness, and that creates experience, right?
But you're saying experience is not part of consciousness.
Well, experience is part of cognition, and is cognition emergent from consciousness? Like, is cognition that third child, right? The child of consciousness and physical body creates cognition. You know what I'm saying? And that's where experience lies.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. Okay. Okay, I'm getting how you're mapping these things. For sure. Yeah, but then that goes to what about imagination, right?
Imagination is part of like the detached side of experience. It's the intellect.
The intellect is experience too?
No, the intellect is detached from experience, but it's still part of cognition.
Okay, so intellect is so there's two parts of consciousness. There's intellect and experience.
2 parts of cognition, yeah.
Oh, 2 parts of cognition. Okay. So,
right.
But cognition itself is part of consciousness and body. You said.
Right. Like maybe cognition emerges from consciousness, or it's independent of consciousness. Who knows?
Well, it goes back to just that consciousness is still the source of pretty much everything there, right?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. It's not falsifying that.
Right. So.
Right.
Want to deposit, say, if allowing strong emergence or whatever allows me to posit anything I potentially want, how is that different from saying I just posit whatever I want as a fundamental as opposed to it being strongly emergent?
Because things that are evidently non-emergent don't seem to be plausibly emergent at some random point in evolutionary time. I mean, it goes back to, like, quantum fields or space and time. It doesn't seem plausible to say, there was a non-spatial universe and then suddenly one day the universe, boom, woke up and it was spatial, or boom, it woke up and it was temporal. I mean, or there was no quantum fields for the first billion years of evolution and then suddenly, boom, there was quantum fields. Like, well, why would you say that? There's no reason to do that. It's completely arbitrary. You're picking some arbitrary point in evolutionary time to say, before this date, there was not quantity X, and after that there was quantity X, and I don't know why or how, but I just like that date. I like a billion years, ago, and I picked that date. I mean, that's just completely arbitrary. There's no basis for that whatsoever. It's much more plausible to say there were quantum fields at the beginning. There was space and time at the beginning. And then, maybe we don't know why those were there, but it's more plausible to say they were there at the beginning, then there was nothing, boom, and then this fundamental entity just shows up.
I'm still not understanding why exactly. I don't see the difference between the claims that it magically popped into existence at t equals 0 versus, or it's always existed at t equals 0 versus magically popped at t equals 2. I don't understand why it would be more plausible to say it's always existed forever than it popped into existence at some time. I don't, because either way you're positing some ontology that must exist in reality, and one, you're just saying it's always existed, and two, you're saying,
yo, shout out to Lindsay's aunt. Because that's a crazy dream for sure. He said, aunt who is dead showed me that there is even life in a simple dirt clod. So a panpsychist dream. Interesting. And that's a hilarious. I don't know what Lex is talking about with this, but yeah, this is so funny to me. But yeah. Yeah, define consciousness. Right.
saying it popped into existence from nothing, and they both seem to be equally as arbitrary, because brute facts are pretty much arbitrary. They have no.
That's the thing about it, is that I know that Dr. Scribina has a definition. I don't know what the T-Jump guy's definition of consciousness is. It seems like he's combining the two theories we talked about earlier that don't seem to go very well together: naturalism and evolution, right? So see, he's already running into problems there.
Explanation by definition, and so if you're going to posit that an object exists as a brute fact in reality, like consciousness or whatever, I don't see that as any different than saying it popped into existence as a brute fact strongly emergent at time t.
Well, you're right. Both views are axiomatic. It's a presumption of a kind, right? So you're arguing about the basis of these axioms, right? Which is a more plausible one to presume. And I mean, I hear what you're saying. To me, it doesn't really make any sense to say, miracle emergence is more plausible than something being a fundamental entity. I don't know anybody.
I agree. So I'm saying they're the same. I'm saying those two, to me, seem the same.
So you're saying it's a toss-up. So it's a toss-up between emergence and panpsychism. They're on equal.
Strong emergence. So I think Strong
Okay,
emergence, the thing popping into existence from nothing, is epistemically the same as claiming something is fundamental. I think both of those entail the same kinds of ontological commitments, and so epistemically are about the same.
So,
Now,
so I think we're making progress. So now you're saying panpsychism is equally plausible to the non-panpsychist.
strong emergence.
Is that what I'm saying?
Uh-oh.
Saying? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
so,
but
so I think we made progress because you were up here before at the beginning, and now I think at least you're on equal footing, right?
well, as I
It's like you're backpedaling, right? Essentially, that's what it was, right? He said, yeah, fundamental entities. Which then, if you don't believe in any fundamental entities, which I think he admitted that he believes in a few during the course of this, and then he's denying that he believes in them, of course. Then he's alleging that everything is pure emergence. So it's emergence all the way down. Turtles all the way down. Which is wild.
I did mention before, I'm against strong emergence because I do think it's like magic. So I think both the position of strong emergence and the position of panpsychism are both terrible positions that we should not hold either one of them. I think weak emergence makes perfect sense. I think that's a good starting point, even if we can't explain it. But strong.
So what are you, like a philosophical window shopper? Like it's just like take a shit or get off the pot here. You know what I mean, right? Like, what are you going with?
Emergence, yeah, I think strong emergence is terrible, and I think panpsychism is probably pretty terrible too, because we're positing ontological entities seems like a kind of position that we don't have any kind of rational methodology to make justified as of yet.
And you're putting no weight in the fact that literally dozens of the most brilliant philosophers in history found intuitive plausibility in panpsychism.
No.
Carries no weight.
Absolutely zero, and that carries negative weight. I feel like
just want to make that clear. Let's just make that clear. So we're smarter than Plato and Socrates and Schopenhauer and Spinoza and Leibniz, all those guys who are panpsychists. We're smarter than all those guys because their intuition was they were just really off in left field in those cases.
I would say that humans are dumb. That would be my position. So even if we're not as smart as those people, the methodology they were using of intuition is a bad human methodology that no one should use ever under any circumstances. And so the fact that they used it would not make it any more plausible than the fact that you or I used it, because that methodology is terrible. And so even if
they were too stupid to know that, because they put these things in writing. So they were too stupid to know that they shouldn't have relied on their own intuition. In fact, they did more than intuition.
So he's relying on his presumption that most humans are stupid. So he's essentially just going with some nihilistic nonsense at the very end of this to justify his lack of an opinion, and then, which is laughably insane, and then essentially what it boils down to is that, I guess if your opinion is that most people are stupid, then my opinion is that you're a dumb fuck. You know what I mean, right? So yeah, if the shoe fits, go ahead and wear it. Right?
They actually built arguments in some cases, but you're saying no, they were too stupid to even know that they were wrong, and therefore, well, those guys have no credibility. So okay, I mean.
Well, I think it's more like I have intuitions as well, and I like my intuitions. Like I have intuitions about objective morality, but I know intuitions are not a reliable source of data. And so even though I accept for true and will make arguments for objective morality, because I think I intuitively think it's true, I know that it's not a plausible methodology to establish the objective truth of the facts, and we would need some other thing to do that later in future to make it plausible. And I think they would agree with that their intuitions are not good enough to establish.
So he just basically admitted that he argues for things because he intuitively it appeals to him, right? There's no grander level of justification that he seeks for them, which is pretty bad. Those are career-ending statements, but I guess dummies online will still give him money.
It's a starting point. You got to build from there and see if you can construct a rational story about why that might be true. Yeah, exactly. That's what we see. In fact, many cases.
Yeah. Well, so Cool. Yeah, that was it for the primary questions I had. We have been going for about, I think, an hour and a half. Hour and a half. I'll check real quick. Yeah, we've been going for about an hour and a half. It was a great conversation. Really appreciate it. We do have a few questions from the audience.
Okay.
Efont says, I know this guy. He wrote a book about the philosophical problem of technology.
Yep.
What was that about?
That's a whole nother can of worms. We can talk about that in another show if you like. Yeah, I wrote a book called Metaphysics of Technology, which was a serious critique, a philosophical critique of technology. Metaphysics of Technology is published by Routledge in 2015. So, which actually has a kind of a funny connection to panpsychism. There's kind of an interesting ontology of technology, which, yeah, maybe we could talk about like that, like I say, in the future. So there is a kind of connection there, but yeah, just a different area of interest for me, I guess. So.
Stefan Burtis asks, does he have a premise conclusion argument? I think he wants a syllogism.
Syllogism here. Yeah, I mean the
well, just to summarize, if I had to explain metaphysics of technology to a retard, I'd basically say, well, it's about the process of creativity and how it's essentially mystical, right? It deals with the notion of causality, the philosophy of mind, and how, the creative act is basically bringing something into existence, right, out of, what seems to be immaterial, but I don't think it is immaterial, really. But yeah, let's go on to this. Maybe unseen. To me, there's a difference between seen and unseen, not material and immaterial. And things are part of a manifestation of, mostly consciousness, right, and not, diminutions of some transcendental, right? But yeah, let's go on with this.
The emergence, the anti-emergence argument can be put in syllogistic form. I guess I would say I generally don't try to spend a lot of time constructing analytic arguments. I don't find a lot of use in those, but some people do. I would refer you to Galen Strawson. Strawson wrote a very insightful piece called Realistic Monism, published in 2006, in which he basically constructs a syllogistic argument for panpsychism based on non-emergence. So I would refer any viewers to Strawson's work.
Efont asks, what is Dr. Scarbina's actual definition of consciousness?
So that's another question of dispute, right? How we're defining this kind of consciousness. I try to put it personally in very general terms as kind of a subjectivity, as a kind of awareness. I mean, we use terms like qualia and so forth, the subjective feel of certain sensory impressions. So I think because we have a hard time quantifying it and we have a hard time objectifying it, it can sound pretty fuzzy. So I generally don't even really like to talk about consciousness at all, because to me that sounds like too much like conscious awareness that humans have, and I want to talk about.
Yeah, I want to address this here. Yeah, we're all somebody's idea of dumb, but the only intelligent people are those who are aware of their own ignorance. And also intelligence and honesty are not the same thing. There's people who are highly intelligent who are extremely dishonest people, right? And they'll use their intelligence, to contrive all high forms of deceit, for themselves and others. So, I think that there's honestly a link between, somebody who doesn't engage in conversations really that they don't have the intelligence to engage in. They'll avoid them. So smart people look smart. There's people who look smart by what you're saying, because they refuse to engage in subjects that they're not, well versed in. But yeah, nobody's aware of everything. But at the same time, intelligence, is largely subjective because it has to do with how much you're aware of what you don't know. Those people who are extremely aware of what they don't know are extremely intelligent because they avoid those things that are questionable to their understanding. Therefore they usually avoid lots of danger, right? But yeah, knowledge is dangerous. Every time you open up knowledge, the bonfire of enlightenment unveils the surface area of ignorance. And then you have to take a risk betting on what you know to find out what you don't know. And each time the risk is higher.
Experientiality or mind in a more general form. So I try to avoid human specific conceptions like consciousness or cognition or these sort of higher level qualities that I think humans are generally considered to have. So I try to think about more fundamental things like desire or sensations or awareness. I try to speak more in those terms rather than strictly consciousness per se.
I like the I forgot his name. The guy's What It's Like to Be a Bat. That's
Nagel, Thomas Nagel. Yeah,
right, what it's like to be something. What it's like is
what's it like? Right. There's this sense of it's like to be something, and right, he uses the fact that the bat can echolocate, and we can say, well, look, the bat has some kind of crazy mental states that we can't even conceive of, but we know that they're there. Because we're not bats, and bats do those kind of things. So you could say, well, look, there are some sort of interesting mental states out there that we can't relate to. We can't relate to simple organisms. We can't relate to inorganic organisms, but we can plausibly posit that there are mental states there, just that ones that we can't personally relate to because we aren't those kind of entities.
Gotcha. Next question is from the ungoogleable man. Is this guy a theist?
Theist? No. I mean, I don't consider myself an atheist. I like to think maybe there's gods and goddesses out there somewhere, sort of helping us out maybe behind the scenes, but no. So I mean, practically speaking, I guess functionally, I'm kind of an atheist in a sense. Certainly, there's no active God, there's no moral God, there's no absolutely no basis for that. So I'm basically a dual aspect monist, which kind of says, look, there's two aspects to reality. There's a physicalist aspect, there's a mental aspect. Those are dual parallel aspects of reality. Doesn't really allow a lot of room for theism in there. So I don't tend to spend a lot of time on that one, right? Unless I'm debunking Christianity, which is another thing I like to do, but that's a separate topic.
Me as well. That is mostly what I do on my channel. But that does sound a lot like dualism. You're saying there's two different things.
Well, there's a difference between dualism and dual aspectism, right? So dual aspectism is one thing which has two aspects, two dimensions, two sides, right? The typical story is like a coin. You got one coin, you have two sides of the coin, right? It's one thing, it's one coin, but it has two aspects to it. So I think maybe I've sort of argued that's maybe the most plausible kind of way to think about it. It's kind of a monistic view, which has these physical and mental aspects to them. So
what would be the monism in this case? Because like I'm a monist, obviously I'm a physical materialist. I think everything's energy.
Yeah.
But to me, it sounds like you're saying that there's matter and energy plus this other thing called consciousness. But if you're saying that they're two aspects of the same thing, that there must be some more fundamental thing that makes them both.
Yeah. So what is that one thing, right? Right. Yeah. I mean, I think it kind of exceeds our normal level, our normal vocabulary, right? It's not strictly physical because it has a mental aspect. It's not strictly mental because it has a physical aspect. I mean, you're sort of grasping at straws. Like how can you describe this thing? Schopenhauer, for example, was a famous dual aspect monist, and he said the will, that one thing, that one entity was the will. And the will solidifies itself and it becomes physical things. And the will is also a mental thing. It's kind of a will. It's a psychic thing as well. So, I mean, Spinoza had sort of his, he called it God or nature. His monist thing was kind of a panpsychist system, God or nature. He said, you can call it God, you can call it nature. It's a one monist entity. So,
Yeah, Spinoza uses a sort of will too. And I think if you don't have will, then you have force or emergence, something like that. That kind of sounds like will. It's an aggregation of various, formalities and states of being, that then sort of coalesce into, in terms of this, it sort of seems like an emanation, right? To a certain extent, the original sort of idea of this was the idea of emanationism. That matter emanates from some sort of super material, super mathematical, really form. Which is really how Plato had it going. That he thought that there was highly advanced forms that contained all possibilities of matter within them, right? And that's where, in the supersymmetry and the simulation theory stuff that they're coming out with, they sort of say the same thing now. But yeah, it's a very, very old concept. But yeah, I'm sorry, what was that, Benjamin?
Oh yeah, I was agreeing with that. From what I've seen in Nietzsche, he's talking about wills in plural forms. I don't know where he's getting that one.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. In Nietzsche, there's this sort of concept that he extrapolates that the will, because he was influenced by Schopenhauer. So it's sometimes hard to tell. Yeah, so it's hard to tell if he thinks that this will is actually some sort of supernatural thing,
But like he talks about different wills, like the will to power, the will to truth, the will to survive, all that stuff.
Yeah, so yeah, one way that one could sort of think of the will is more of the intuitive sort of what's second nature to you, that's before intelligence, maybe like intuition, and especially like the Eastern sense, where intuition is sort of superior to logic, in many ways. So because it what
Well, that's what I like about Nietzsche, because the young chemist does the same thing. Whereas, like we have a complex cognitive framework, and every part of our faculties has a will to power. So, like our intuition has a will to power, and it's competing with all of the other wills to power. And so sometimes the intuition wins out, and that becomes the dominating faculty, I guess.
Yeah, you have these two like interrelated forces, which is intuition and then also instinct.
Right.
That are both and how how somebody like Machiavelli describes them is that it's like fortune and virtue. That everybody's born with an innate disposition, or an innate temperance to grow and achieve things, but also, one has a sort of internal constitution as well that's based on what was handed down from nature.
Instinct, yeah.
So a lot of it has to do with learning. I think that instinct is, in a way, it's memory, but that memory doesn't have learning attached to it, and then intuition seems to be something that so it's something that's somehow learned and known, but without any memory attached to it.
Right. But like even when looking at instinct, you've got the instinct to eat and you've got the instinct to have sex, right? These are all instincts that we have, but each of them has a will to power. Like if you're really hungry, you're not going to be thinking of sex. The will to power is going to be more on the food side.
Yeah, and that goes to imagination and experience. As I say sometimes, that the more you imagine something, the less you can experience it, and the more you have experienced something, the less you can imagine it. Because it's so solidified.
you got these.
Sorry, did I cut out?
This monist entity.
Yeah, you're a little choppy there, Benjamin.
I was just agreeing with you that, like, yeah, the instinct, the experience, and the intuition both have will to power as well. But, like, one has to dominate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to tell which one, dominates. And that goes to, well, then they're on equal footing. And that goes to, well, how do we know that and which one's fun? It could be that one's fundamental, right?
Or, yeah, they are on equal footing. I mean, like, that was Nietzsche's argument, at least, was that, like, everything has a willpower. Nothing dominates the other unless it has a higher willpower in that moment.
Well, yes, but there's also a life denying sort of quality to things as well. So he also factors that one in as well.
Okay. What do you mean by that one? The life denying one?
Well, that goes more to Schopenhauer's philosophy, because Schopenhauer was a pessimist, and he argued that the will to life should be denied.
Right.
Right, like as in a radical sort of Buddhist philosophy, right? So Nietzsche went radically opposed to Schopenhauer and his ideas. That's where he kind of coined this idea that, he took the idea from Schopenhauer that everything has a will to life, but he argued against the idea that this is negative. That this should be denied. He said no, it should be exemplified and
Right.
enforced.
Well, that's what
right?
Things are the will of life. They're just different parts of life.
What, the life denying and the life affirming?
Oh no, the will to life as instinct. So when he's talking about denying the will to life, he's talking about overriding your instincts, being stronger than your instincts. And yeah, Nietzsche is not being a pessimist on instincts. He's not saying they're all bad.
Yeah, exactly, right.
Entity, this dual aspect entity, you can kind of refer to it from the mental side, you can refer to it from the physical side. There's different ways. I guess I don't have any particular preferred way to talk about that. Maybe that's something that needs to be elaborated in the future.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're saying that matter is fundamentally made of consciousness in some way, so it's kind of like an idealist position.
Well, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's like just the two sides, like two sides of a coin. I kind of see them as fundamentally equal. Maybe kind of a mirror image. I mean, I sort of like this idea of like looking into a mirror, where you have it's not like you have the object and the image. It's like two images. You have the physical image and you have the mental image, and those things mirror each other. And that's a very old idea. It goes back to Spinoza, at least. And to me, that seemed like a fairly satisfying kind of picture, that you can associate every physical entity or event with a mental entity or event, and there's kind of a parallel structure there. So, I mean, I've argued for something like that as a plausible kind of view.
All right. Bjorn asks, would it actually change David's worldview if science eventually got a good understanding of consciousness?
So if there was a good scientific physicalist explanation of consciousness, we reduced consciousness to plausibly physical entities, I guess in principle, I'm open to that idea, right? I mean, who knows what's going to come up down the road? We have to be open to all those things. We need to be open to explanations for dark matter and dark energy and, and mental entities as well. So I guess in principle, I'm open to them. I'm not going to be an absolutist in any sense. I'm not going to claim I have absolute knowledge about these things. And yeah, sure, if we come up with some sort of, brilliant new consumption that conceivably, I guess, I could count myself a physicalist someday. If we have a kind of a nice way to reduce mental entities to physical things, then yeah, I would be on board.
Cool. All right. let's see. I think that was it for the comments. Let's check one more time. Yep, that looks like it. So thanks again for coming on. Really appreciate it. It was a great conversation. Do you want to give any links or references where people can find out more about your work?
You can go to davidscarbina.com. Excuse me, losing my voice here. But no, that's pretty much it for today.
Cool. Thanks again. Really appreciate it. And hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
If you're a web designer, here are 4 Wix Studio features you gotta know.
Yeah, he absolutely never talks more than an hour. I can already see him like, what the fuck am I? Like when he went into questions, he's like, oh, hell no. Yeah. There you have it. T-Jump straight up ice.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Do you watch these, by the way, before you show them here, or you watch them as you present them?
Well, this one, since it's Dr. Scrabino, I've seen it before. But
okay,
the
yeah.
ones earlier, the ones we showed earlier, and most often it's not something I've seen before.
Okay.
Yeah, like the Plantinga one, that was something that was sent to me by Pill Eater. And then some of the stuff gets sent to me by Neurojack and some other people. And there's other debates that we watched for the first time that just happened recently. So yeah, there has been a lot of stuff that we've done. I generally don't prepare for these shows. A lot of them are just sort of a continuation of whatever we talked about last time. And then sometimes I have like a special topic, which then I just kind of go off the cuff on those topics, because I have a lot of videos that I've seen on those topics. I just kind of randomly grab one of them, sometimes, or I've just look at some of the new videos by some of the people I already know. So yeah.
I'm also curious, like, what is your
Yeah, you cut out bad there, my friend. You're gonna have to repeat that one.
Oh, I was wondering, what is your biggest resistance to science in general? Did I cut out again?
Well, I don't think it's actually a resistance to science, actually, but a resistance to the historical progression, that led to the scientific worldview, and how we're almost in a sort of post-scientific worldview now, but people don't really realize it, right?
Right.
Yeah, so one of my fundamental critiques is about science and history. Right, I think science can be subjected to history. Right, that is one of the most that's the first one there.
Okay.
And I could move on from there. I actually have a good thing I wrote on this, but yeah, give me a second and I'll break that out. And we're gonna take a little musical break while I do that. Thank you so much for joining us, friends.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Just so there's not dead silence here. I think my book is on the other side of the room here. Or yeah, blessings. Thank you guys for joining us. All right. Okay, so two
Hey, you
short
find it?
paragraphs. I'm sorry. What was that, my friend?
I was just saying, you find it. I'm gonna jump over to my computer.
For sure. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it going on. Got it going on. But yeah, let me know when you're ready. But yeah, we have this whole thing. Some other issues here too in terms of Kaczynski. So we'll move on to that and close off this show with that. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. I've been enjoying this time talking to some of the people that came through here. For this sort of regular experience that we have. And yeah, it's become a pretty good tradition here. You know, whether or not we have many others watching here. Well, the number of people in the audience has changed since we, came up on the scene. You know, we had about this many people when we started, and we still gave relevant presentations to our topic. Some of our first presentations are just as good as, what we're presenting here now, even though there was not too many people, engage with our content. So yeah, we've been saying the same thing since day one. You know, we haven't changed up regardless of who's been in our midst, right? We presented an honest critique of how we feel. We haven't kowtowed to those internet philosophers and YouTube celebrities, we've kind of done our own things. Even though we've hosted them, we've been honest with them. Many of them have not contacted us again. You go and figure out why. The reason is because we gained the legitimacy to have a conversation with them. Okay. And once they saw what we're about, they refused to engage with the content or the questions here, or maybe they're just busy, right? But so far, it's an open platform, but, you know, uh, we've had many conversations with many of the names, big and small. And yeah, I have to say that I'm not really impressed with too much of what a lot of people out there have purported to know. Right? I've taken a lot of my own teachers to task, and I've taken myself to task. So it is what it is. Right? But my friend asked me a problem of science, and since he's now on his office PC, let's see what it is. Yeah, but yeah, I said, why do you not have rights? It is because your rights were exchanged for rights, quote unquote, RIGHTS, and equality under the law. We believe history is superior to science and that philosophers should distinguish themselves from the cold, patient truth of scientists. That's basically a paraphrase of something Nietzsche said, right? By the way, isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
And then it says history is superior to science because science and philosophy themselves have a history. Science is a methodology that is determined in part by past research and in part by cultural disposition by those called scientists. Granted, as such, it must function under the bounds of social agreement and is imprecise as any other tool. Since in the modern world, social organization is itself determined by technological advance, and the forms of social organization are themselves technocratic means, science is determined on the one end by historical processes and on the other end by advancements in technology, which is the goal of science and not science itself. Hence, the notion that technology is created by the scientific enterprise is false. Science does not create technology, but it is technology that creates science, both via knowledge of the past and the drive for technological advance which exists in the future. Primary to technology is man's creation of symbols and the architectonic arts of history, religion, and philosophy. And then in another place, a false dialectic exists in the modern age between religion and science. Um, as the modern world itself is a dialectic between science and art. Oh wait. Whoops. Did you miss? Did you miss what I just said?
No, I heard everything. I'm good.
Yeah.
For some reason, StreamYard kicked me out or something.
Yeah, wild. This is what it is.
Yeah.
You hear it? They, quote unquote. It's crazy. People say who's they. So Sophia goes in the chat. She's like, it's the dark powers in higher places. You know, like like it's so easy. Like, yeah, she's absolutely right. Like, people ask dumb questions all the time. And it's like, look, use your brain. You really think that there's nobody out there, right? Evil intentions, in high order of business and establishment. Come on, dude. You know, let's wake up. It's too late for that shit. There's fucking Disney movies made about shit like that. Let's get real. You know. But anyways, a false dialectic exists in the modern age between religion and science. Another fairy tale, right? As a modern is itself a dialectic between science and art. Oh man, he disappeared again.
Yep.
What the fuck? Yo.
Strange,
Okay.
strange things afoot.
Here we go. All right.
I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, let me start
Something's
that
messed
again. Okay, let me start that again. Let me enlighten you, Benjamin, about what may be afoot here with a image that I have. Dun dun dun. All right, folks, let's continue on with this. A false dialectic exists in the modern age between religion and science, as the modern is itself a dialectic between science and art. This dialectic okay, that's too much. Yo, he did that on purpose, yo. You can't convince me that he didn't do that on purpose. I'm about to kick him from
Stop
the
hitting yourself. Stop hitting
I'm
yourself.
about to ban him from the StreamYards. This is too much. I'm just messing. But yeah, it's just it's the Office PC. It's got
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Oh, whoa.
There we go.
Or maybe it's your twin.
The ghosts are multiplying.
We got doppelganger Benjamin out here. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, a false dialectic exists in the modern age between religion and science, as the modern itself is a dialectic between science and art. This dialectic can be summed up in 7 points. 7 easy points for y'all. Support for which can be found throughout this work. Yeah, it's like
Yeah, I'm still here
Oh.
now. It's just I don't know why my Office PC keeps kicking me out, but I'm here on the phone.
No, it's all good. The 7 main points where science and religion form a false dialectic are as follows. 1. Science does not mean free inquiry, but is ordered and structured with rules and experts and a hierarchical organization similar to religious orders. 2. Science arbitrarily chooses where to direct its focus, does not exist in a vacuum of objective analysis, but is really driven by human concerns. 3. Science
Like
and
those.
magic are similar. Huh?
I like the first two. Those are good. Yeah. The hierarchy in science, and then the selectiveness of science.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, 3. Science and magic are similar. A, in their manipulation of nature, and B, in posing a similar dialectic to one form between science and religion.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I don't
that
know
is
if that's a
where-
problem. I don't disagree with that. I don't know why do you think that one's a problem?
Well, there's a relation between science and occultism in that way.
Yeah, I mean, like occultism is all about the hidden sides of things, I guess, and science is trying to
Yeah.
explain that.
Yeah. Yeah, therefore it's not different from religion, because religion says magic is trying to do the same thing. Right? So these are
Okay.
dialectics these are false dialectics between science and religion.
So right. So from the eyes of religion, there's no difference between science and magic.
Yeah, in a sense, yeah.
From the religious perspective is this one, yeah.
Yeah, I provided 2 brief ways in which that is.
Yep.
A, in their manipulation of nature, B, in posing a similar dialectic to the one form between science and religion. But yeah. But yeah. So essentially, science and magic, they both deny religion, right? So that's also interesting, right? But yeah, anyways. I could have put that as C. But yeah, I guess I wasn't. Yeah, but yeah.
I don't know if they inherently deny it, but there is a tendency in them to, like, the center of mass denies it, but I don't think like the philosophy itself denies it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4. Science ascribes a pseudo eschatology to the progress of human knowledge.
Okay, you're gonna have to break that one down.
Well, I have in many different sort of presentations I've given is sort of the idea of the myth of progress, right?
Right.
So that goes to many different ideas. Many people believe in the progress of civilization. Well, and now we can attribute that to many different factors, but a lot of people attribute it to science and technology, right?
Yeah. Also, everyone has a different idea of what progress constitutes, right? Like from a
Yeah.
Christian worldview, is how much of the world is Christian. That's progress.
Well, it's funny you say that because a lot of them realize that science and technology have been used to spread Christian teaching, right? Essentially.
Right.
Right. So
Right.
so some of them even posit that, hey, just as the church fathers argued that the Greek philosophy and the moral ideas of Plato were like a preparation in the world, for the Christian teaching because it agreed with it so much, right? So they
Just
said, oh,
coincidentally, right? One wasn't born out of the other. It was just a
well,
coincidence. They agree.
they didn't say that it was a coincidence. They said maybe God put it there,
Right. But I mean,
and
like
then
it was an
yeah,
evolution. Like one was born out of the other.
yeah, and then a lot of I've heard lots of Christian priests argue about the progress of Western civilization being linked to Christianity.
Right. Yeah. So
So
that was my point. Is like progress is in the eye of the beholder. It's a subjective thing to dictate what progress is.
oh yeah, yeah. That's another
Yeah.
reason why it's a myth, and that's another reason why it's linked to religious eschatology because that's also in the eye of the beholder a lot of times, isn't it? There's lots of people creating self-fulfilling prophecies through that, right?
Right.
So that's another way in which it becomes or it sort of falls into magical and or religious thinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
5, science is not antithetical to the practice of religion. A, religious people have made scientific discoveries that are important in scale and are not wholly divorced from their religious motivations. B, certain types of religion have an affinity for the scientific method.
Yeah.
6, innovation can be used by anyone that does not necessarily lead to improvement, as the belief in progress suggests that moral and ethical considerations must be made in interpreting the relevant methodology that is necessary to proceed given a scientific or religious endeavor or any endeavor at that rate.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's a lot of what your show is about. Is that point where like you don't even have a choice. You have to use the tools of science today.
Well, I think science, as I described earlier, is distinct from technology, right? So
Right.
not
Yeah. Yeah.
necessarily, right? But yeah.
But yeah, you have to
Uh,
use the tools of technology today. Yeah.
right. But yeah, if we had the tools of science at our grasp, then we would develop different technologies. The science is almost an arcane pursuit that's guided by the rule of experts, right? So there's a lot of
Yeah.
gatekeeping going on.
There definitely is a lot of gatekeeping in science for sure.
And
And I think there's a
yeah,
counter movement to that now. Like science is a little bit under attack now in the I don't know the public narrative, the public discourse because of that reason.
yeah, and that's why my point number 1 is so strong. That the hierarchical order of it sort of gives it away. Just like that's how the religion was challenged, right? They
Yeah.
attacked the hierarchical structure. That's that's
And
the
I
same
mean
thing
like
that's been happening to science. Yeah.
someone like Einstein came in and he was against this hierarchical structure and everyone came against him, and just by being right he overpowered them, but not everyone's at the level of Einstein that they can do that.
Yeah, and it's interesting that he had that thing that where he said imagination is greater than knowledge.
Right.
But yeah, yeah. One has to rely on. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. 7. one has to rely on instinct to a certain extent. And this goes back to what I was talking about instinct and memory and learning and intuition, right? 7, one has to rely on instinct to a certain extent. A, decisions made only on the basis of science never yield complete results. B, waiting for results to come in often takes too long. C, a world ruled by scientists is highly ordered but very selfish. That
Yeah,
concludes.
yeah, that's good. I mean, to some degree, science brought in a way of operating that, I don't know, that contributes to other fields as well that isn't just science, like to some degree.
Yeah, yeah, but I attempted to provide 2 points of analysis there, about science and its relation to history. How history is, in a sense, how science is subject to history, and it's subject to the other architectonic arts,
Yeah.
right, such as
Well, yeah, and
philosophy.
subject to hierarchies and subject, like you brought in all that stuff. It's subject to a lot of
Yeah,
things.
yeah, and then it's not exactly, antithetical to religion. So there's this false dialectic between, the scientific and the religious, which leads us to this idea of the secular, which
Right.
so many ideas we presented during the course of this show implode that concept, right? So,
Okay,
I
so what
won't belabor that.
specifically here is, yeah, so what specifically here is just the scientific way of thinking and not the hierarchy and not the history and all that kind of stuff. Like something about the scientific way of thinking that's independent of time, that has stayed consistent, I guess, in science, and it's independent of hierarchies.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, science is based on very rudimentary principles, is it not? Just as philosophy is, right?
Right. Right,
Like
but like that was
philosophy is,
something that did come in new. Like that, there is a new aspect to science in history that is
yeah,
just a way of thinking.
yeah, like for example, I've been through this, how, Plato said it's all math, it's math all the way down, right? And science says,
Right.
no, it's not that. You have to look at nature, you have to study it. Math is just a tool to study
Right.
nature, right? So it's nature over math, right? And it's
Right. Yep.
experience over, ideas, essentially, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So what I got down to is science is all about. It's really the fundamental of science is an externalization process. It's all about
Yeah.
testing ideas.
Yeah, and
It's all about
everybody,
what you can test and
yeah,
predict.
yeah, and everybody uses it all the time. We use science when we want to, like, improve the way we, catch fish to get, we get like a longer stick or whatever. There's like a caveman using science. You know what I mean, right?
Right.
Or whatever. You know what I mean, right? Like it's just it's a natural tool that you use. It's a way of thinking, in other words, right? Just like
And then you
philosophy
go
is.
right.
Philosophy is a way of thinking, right?
Yeah. Well, what I was trying to do is I was trying to differentiate between like the externalization and the internalization of it. So like we're trying to internalize science right now. We're trying to understand it, pull it apart, figure it out. But science itself is not an internalization process. It's an externalization process where you're trying to test things out and predict things, and that's how you know this information is correct. So, yeah, like philosophy for like the longest time wasn't really an externalization process. It wasn't testing its ideas. It was just internalizing the ideas.
Well, no, it's not. It's not about internal to really external so much as it is that that one is based on the notion, right? That there is truth, right? Right. Science doesn't need the notion of truth, right?
It doesn't know.
Yeah. So that's exactly the point. Science is just a method to collect data, right? But often the method overrides the actual, pursuit. And that's where
Yeah.
technology comes in, right? Because the it could be said that, you know science, as I said earlier, is not only the goal of technology, but it's also the thing that's leading it along. So it's got this very interesting relationship with it, right?
Yeah.
Whereas,
originally, science, the job of science was falsifying it. So it's not truth; it's falsification. It's figuring out what's false. And I think that's why it was so groundbreaking and shaking up the world at the time, because a lot of the things we took as true, science
that's a
disproved
modern
them.
interpretation. It's a modern interpretation. That about
Sure.
falsifiability. It comes from Popper. That he's
Well, in terms of the way of thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
Right from
Yeah,
Popper.
this is post these ideas of like the incompleteness theorem and those other stuff that you were talking about, right? So,
Right.
He's kind of deriving it from this cultural milieu and this scientific milieu that, he's already a part of, and that, but, ultimately, when Aristotle was talking about science, right? He's just looking at nature and he's saying, look, what it is that there's no transcendental forms, that basically are up there deciding how we use our rationality to look at nature. No, we look at nature and then we arrive at fundamental principles. Nature probably follows these principles.
Right. So I'm attributing the beginning of science to Galileo, not to Aristotle.
Yeah, I think Galileo is a little late for
A little
that.
late.
I think I would just put it in correspondence theory. That
Well, because
whatever we have
Aristotle
inside has to
Aristotle had the whole thing, like he internalized that something light falls slower than something heavy. And that was like in philosophy for the longest time. And then when Galileo came and actually tested that, and the church like persecuted him for it because he showed empirically that no, they fall at the same speed, at the same acceleration rate.
Yeah, but did you know?
Right.
Did you know that Aristotle conducted his own experiments?
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, he did.
So then why would he make assertions like that he didn't test?
He tested them. He just came out with the wrong results. He used he had very rudimentary tools, right? He provided his analysis for the things that he saw and observed, right?
Right.
And he thought that nature was following these fundamental principles, which Galileo refuses to believe.
Well, Galileo falsified whatever Aristotle had, and the church held Aristotle to like the highest truth.
Well,
at the time.
know. I don't know if he falsified all of it. He falsified his
No, he just
understanding of
falsified
science.
this one thing. He just falsified this one thing, but through
he
the
falsified
way the way he falsified it for me was the birth of science.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think science is just the experimentation, just the factor, that you use to experiment and observe nature. It's the observation of nature that is a critical thing, not the falsification, right, of previously existing. Aristotle already believed that you could do that, right?
Yeah. But like there were gatekeepers at the time of Galileo, and that's kind of what he was fighting against.
Oh yeah, there was gatekeepers at the time of Aristotle.
Right.
Trying to kick him out of Athens, and whatnot. Aristotle had to go work for Philip of Macedon, and then when he conquered Athens, they came and put a statue of Aristotle there. But that's neither here nor there. But yeah, I think the critical work is the rhetoric of Aristotle. He talks about different ideas, epistemology, the use of science, the tools we use to study nature, how it relates to logic and rhetoric, and all of these types of different arts or tools that we have in the bag, based on language and understanding and correspondence with the things around us, that they're actually different ways we use to study thoughts and nature and the environment and all these types of things. So he coined several terms. He basically coined the terminology of a lot of scientific disciplines like biology and all these types of things, right? So yeah, he thought, well, you could study biology on its own merit, and use that as so he had different journals and stuff where he would look at different life forms and you know talk about how this one behaved and how this one was different from this other one. And so you had like, what he would engage in is essentially scientific research. And many of the Greeks
Right.
did that, right? Right.
Right.
There
So I
was
would argue
like,
that that's not science. That's like what Darwin was doing too. What Darwin was doing wasn't science. He was theorizing based, like he wasn't experimenting. He wasn't predicting things. He was just internalizing the world and trying to make sense of it, which is good. It's
no,
just not the
Darwin.
same thing
No,
as science.
Darwin was doing. He was collecting data.
Collecting
And
data, right?
so you don't think that that's science?
No, that's not science.
You don't think
Sci-
collecting data, examining the difference between the data and forming a hypothesis through observations in nature, you don't consider that science? Because
that's
that's literally all I
all that
require.
is. Right. So all that is an internalization process. None of that is the scientific method. The scientific method is about testing your hypothesis. It's
That's
all
what I
about
just said.
externalizing the information.
That's what I just said.
Darwin didn't externalize any of his information. He never tested it. All he did was internalize it. All he did was process it, collect data, form a hypothesis.
I thought
Like
that's what you just
testing.
said.
What do you mean?
Wait, hold on. I'm so confused. What do you define as a scientific method?
Scientific method is testing your hypothesis.
Right. So you're saying that that's what Darwin did, right? That is what he
No,
did.
Darwin didn't do that. Darwin didn't test anything.
Well, he looked at the finches. He compared the data he had.
Right.
Right. So
but did he make
what
a
do you consider-
prediction? And did he make a prediction? And he never saw the prediction play out.
Yeah, his prediction is that they changed over time.
But like, so he didn't. Okay.
So how is he not a scientist?
How did he go about testing that though? Like, I don't see how he did that. I'm not saying he's not a scientist. I'm saying what he did wasn't the scientific method.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not to your satisfaction, but I think to most people, I think it would pass mustard in terms of, just a rudimentary. He was going off of principles that Galileo had already established and all these types of things, about physical properties and nature and these types of things, so
Right, but Galileo actually dropped two things and he saw what happened. Darwin never did that. Like, he never had an actual experiment. Which is fine. Like, he did contribute to science. I'm not saying he's not a scientist. I'm just that he didn't use the scientific method.
Well, yes, you can't. And that's the thing is that although Galileo dropped two things, he didn't prove gravity. It's still a theory, just as Darwin's evolution is just a theory. In order to prove that it exists, you would have to go back millions and millions and millions of years, observe change over millions of years. So, okay, I don't think he heard me, but yeah.
No, I heard you.
Oh, okay.
I'm just jumping in on this to show something. I don't know if you're into this, but bring it up.
Well, let's check it out. As long as it's not porn, I don't mind.
No, it's not porn. Okay, so here's where I've defined internalizing and externalizing. So what I'm referring to as science and the scientific method is this externalizing side. It's applying, projecting, results focused, extrapolation. And then what I see philosophy as is more the internalizing side, like the dissecting, interpreting, cause focus, interpolation. And these I got out of just the Jungian cognitive functions, and
That's
seeing,
interesting. Yes.
yeah. And then here I have the experience and intellect. Just because we were talking about that. Anyway, so what I was seeing Darwin is doing is more this process. And then Galileo is doing more this process, externalizing.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because you know, Galileo makes this distinction between qualitative and quantitative. You know that I don't think that Jung would make that leap. You know.
Quantitative and qualitative. Yeah. But I mean, you can internalize quantitative and you can externalize quantitative. Like the collecting of data is internalizing quantitative. And then predicting results. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to tell where the line is there. You know. But yeah, I mean definitely it's interesting. You know. But yeah, what's interesting about it is that you know I guess Jung believed in these concepts like the universal mind, you know, in the super sensible realm of, you know, Plato, and obviously Galileo would happily reject those concepts, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was just looking at this in terms of human cognition and breaking down the information elements in Jungian cognition. And then I noticed that this externalizing, internalizing thing is really what the scientific debate is. And obviously, you need both of them, like, because you want to interpret your results after you've externalized them and try to figure out what went wrong and then make a new prediction. But it's like the play between these two is really what the scientific method is trying to get to. And then here, which was interesting because it's the same domain, the introspection that he was talking about earlier. I should have it here. Oh, I have it down here. Yeah, here, introspection. Anyways, yeah, that's also he's right, because what they were arguing about was this externalizing, internalizing side, and the other guy couldn't see that there was another aspect. You could do the introspection to get to the same results. I have it sort of here. Zoom out. Here. So here you got the internalizing and externalizing, and he was talking about the introspection, which is also relevant. Anyways, I thought I would share that. Sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and so yeah, lots of different theories of mind is what we're noticing. and we've almost unraveled like 6 different ones today. So yeah, we're just stacking them up today, and it just goes to the deeper, that there's a rabbit hole of the philosophy of mind. Once you go down it, you get to the finer edges of what this sort of realm or what we experience or what our purpose really is. Like one of those shows I was trying to open up, Closer to Truth. It says God, consciousness, cosmos. That's the 3 things it has. So it's interesting. That fundamental questions require fundamental answers, right? As I say. So it goes down to um the deepest questions we have. That's why I've been ringing this this sort of rod or whatever, this fucking my bailiwick recently has been fucking about this shit about the relation between God, humanity, nature, and technology, right? So 4 things that if you mix them up, for example, God is equal to nature, nature is equal to uh, technology, technology is equal to God, God is equal to man. You can have many different iterations of these concepts, that posit several different worldviews, some of which that we've seen today, right? So it all goes to, whatever that's amounting to. If anybody would like to hop on the panel, we don't have much more time, so I would implore you to do it now rather than later, because we will be closing this up um, in about an hour and a half or less than that, if I could manage. And because I have been on the internet almost every night. Tuesday I was on the internet. Wednesday I was on the internet. Thursday night I was doing an interview. Friday night I was doing an interview. So I am tired of being on the internet. I'm happy to take this time off, until
Too much
Wednesday.
technology, bro.
Yeah, too much technology, and yeah, until Wednesday. I think I'm losing my mind here. But yeah, I'm happy to provide some extra material because this upcoming week I will be planning to move to bitch ass Ohio, as I've been saying. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, it's going to be definitely an adventure in terms of life in general. But yeah, it's also just something where I wanted to make some extra tapes and material just in case I had to take time off. So I don't know that if there's that many people watching now. Most of the people that watch will probably miss this announcement. Doesn't really matter,
Yeah.
you know.
Good luck on the move, man. That's big. Detroit to Ohio.
Yeah, but it's not that far at all. So
Right.
but yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, we'll figure out what's gonna happen in that arena. But yeah, everything else seems um like it was just a tiring time going in, putting in all of that time talking, especially since like a sore throat and all of that type of thing. But yeah, blessings. And yeah, we'll provide some other material here for you guys. Maybe an hour more of this, and then we'll go ahead and conclude our findings here and move to some other stuff that we've derived on the other channels here, especially London Man's channel, where we've been doing some presentations on Friday, and Talcott's channel where we do presentations on Tuesday. But yeah, the Thursday and the Friday interviews are still on the channel. So if you guys missed those, go ahead and check those out. One of them has a lot of time of me talking about my different views. The other one provides some of the more fundamental motives for the different views that we cover. That would be the one with base Oracle. He kind of went over, he wanted to know more, why I'm getting into these different topics. He's more about motivations. And then in terms of NPC, the game, that interview we talked about how, the essentially, technological world relates to those ideas that I was talking about earlier about magic and the occult. Let me play a little clip of that. Actually, I have a little clip of that. Let me play that real quick. And yeah, we'll be back in 5 minutes here. But yeah, I'm gonna play this clip that we did yesterday because this is a very excellent sort of clip here that goes along with some of the things I was just now explaining. And it's not that long. And it'll help to show you guys what the NPC the game interview was about. Because a lot of people saw that. That one has quite a few views here. But yeah, I would appreciate if you haven't seen it, that you go and watch that one, because I think that one, we had a really good discussion there. Yeah, what is the occult to you? So let's go to this here.
I'll watch it on YouTube. Thanks for having me on the panel, man. I got to get some work done.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, you are at your office, so yes. Thank you for being here, brother. Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
All right. Later, brother.
Easy.
Bye, Reddington.
See you.
Yeah, for sure.
No more ghosts.
Yeah, no more ghosts in the machine. And yeah, let's check this out, guys.
First of all, what do you think a cult is? The definition of it.
Well, to me, I believe that the occult is fundamentally an attempt to reach a sort of understanding of psychology and science through methodologies of religion. It's an attempt to really apply the techniques of science to those of religious, or spiritual, growth. But it's an attempt to reach transcendence, or overcoming oneself or nature, instead of an attempt to reach purity, sanctity, or righteousness. At the bottom, really, it's an attempt to basically apply the methodology of science to religion itself. And there you could see why it's become so popular, because in our world, there's a concerted sort of suspicion about both science and religion at this point, right?
Right. Definitely. It's like, who do we trust? Who do we trust? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And what do you think came first, the chicken or the egg, in terms of this? That's a question I hear a lot in your broadcast. Like, when we come around that, we're knocking these questions around, and it's like, what came first, a cult or the cult or science itself?
Well, I believe that the occult is really the last in line of a series of experimentations. The first being the combination of art and religion, which is basically paganism, right? Expanded beyond that, it's an attempt to find through when these religious laws or arts are then subjected to I guess reason or rationality, right? They become philosophy, right? So there's a god of the philosophers, right? The first
Right.
philosophers, they were against religion, right?
Mhm.
Like Plato was against Homer, right?
Mhm.
Essentially, he was trying to reach a step beyond Homer, to find that reason is actually transcendental. And the way they did this was by ascribing laws to nature. And they said these laws could only be discerned through human reason. And this is when essentially you have the idea that you don't actually need human reason in order to get to the laws either. All you have to do is just observe nature, right? So then what happens is that philosophy soon degrades into science, right?
Mhm.
So it goes religion degrades into philosophy, philosophy degrades into science. Then the attempt to reverse this process, apply science to philosophy, and then philosophy to religion. That's where it
Reverse.
goes, you know?
Wow, that's reverse engineering. I mean, usually we only
Oh
hear
yeah.
that in terms of like alien technology that we took back, and then trying to figure out what happened. But that's a really nice way of looking at it, right there. Because like these philosophical concepts, they do seem to challenge traditional scientific thinking too. When we're reverse engineering them right now, and so do you think that the mysteries and esoteric knowledges of the occult stimulate intellectual curiosity during this reverse engineering?
Well, yes, I think that insofar as what I often say is that the occultists are, they're bad theologists, they're second-rate philosophers, but they're right about science, right? So,
Right, right.
right. So ultimately,
They got one part
you
right.
have right. They got one part right, which is
Yeah,
that scientists are dolts, which
yeah.
but everything so in other words, they're not brute material. They haven't fallen to brute materialism, which, as I tried to explain on my show, that's really the people who created science don't believe in it themselves. It's like the lesser gods they give to the people.
Right.
Yo, what's what's next? What's next? What's next? What's next? What's next? What's next? What's up? What's up?
That was abrupt.
Yeah. Shout out to my friend for that. That was a brilliant little clip there. And yeah, I should start making little clips of myself like that. Because not all of this show is technically, hard explanation. Some of it is talking to the various people, chit chat, and current events and those things. We could eventually we'll go ahead and siphon that out and provide clips as the one you have just seen, because that is a brilliant idea. Thank you so much. But yeah. Let's move to the manifesto for a little while here. And let me find my spot where we were. A little bit going to, we'll go back to 50, where he talks about conservatives. And of course, before that, he's already accused the leftists of a lot, but he also includes the conservatives. And we talked about those ideas that have to deal with the evolution, macroevolution, which we've sort of tried our best to cover those ideas and see where we're at with those. But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed or been engaged in the ideas about evolution, and also those concepts about feminism. We've looked at modern philosophy as well as ancient philosophy, as well as theological problems in the past. So yeah, thank you for being here. Whoops, I thought that was playing. Sorry, guys.
Are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. 48. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power mowers, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. 49. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature, rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. 50. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. 51.
Yeah, so the link between leftism and technological progress is in a sense quite obvious, because without secular humanism there would be no technological progress, right? So in a sense, leftism is a natural coupling with the idea of technological progress, right? As we talked about earlier, the myth of progress and all these ideas, right? But then, there's this whole other aspect of it where the conservatism, right? It totally loves liberal ideas, right? Like capitalism, right? Technology, right? It actually holds these up as standards of the progress, right? Okay. Of civilization in general. So, the whining about the decay of traditional values then seems to be contradictory at the very least, right? And I apologize about the choppiness of what I'm saying, is because I'm eating something. But yeah, blessings.
The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating themselves from their communities.
So yeah, the point of what I was saying was that the left-right paradigm, Kaczynski is sort of exposing that that's not a viable, that neither leftism or you know that includes environmentalism and anti-colonialism that's seen as the harbinger of modern leftist critiques of politics and society. And then you have the conservative critiques about traditional, right? It's the technology and the progress that they seem to champion that's actually causing the decay of traditional values. And their whole philosophy is a cope to deal with this fact. But anyways,
Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community. Because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. 52. Suppose that a public official or a corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only those small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. 53. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems. But we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. 54. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. 55. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belong to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. 56. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. 57. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas the 19th century frontiersman had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself, by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire county might have only a couple of hundred inhabitants, and was a far more isolated and autonomous.
Yeah, and this fundamentally is a distinction between the optimism of scientists and the nihilism of those who experience the technological milieu, right? Even the scientists don't know where technology is headed, right? They have a suspicion about the technological, right? They sometimes ascribe all sorts of magical properties to the technological. There's mainstream scientists who have said that technology and humans will evolve together, right? There's mainstream philosophers who have held to some sort of, transhumanist viewpoint, right? And we've talked about what this suggests. The concept of transhumanism figures heavily into our critique so far about evolution and the telos in nature, right? And what that whole idea suggests, right? That nature is guiding evolution, right? And then what does that suggest about technology itself, right? But yeah, that idea also has to do about several other factors, right? And views of, looking at the world, right? And obviously there's a sense in which, change is imposed on us, right? Rather than discovery, right? Technological change has a higher factor in terms of you have to adapt to technological change, right? But scientific discovery, right? That's something that you really have to find the capacity for, right? Science is seen as a hobby in the technological age, right? But yeah.
Entity than a modern county is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as.
Oh yeah, another thing that Alul says is interesting. He says that technology is the ideal of science. So I always thought that was an interesting statement. But yeah, Alul has all of these interesting distinctions between science and technology. That how one process of technology is guiding the process of science, right? And it goes the same with culture and economics, right? It's technology that's guiding economics. It's technology that's guiding culture, and it's technology that's, guiding our process of scientific discovery.
As a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate it satisfied the pioneers' need for the power process. 58. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. 59. We divide human drives into 3 groups. 1. Those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2. Those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3. Those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventually defeatism, depression, etc. 60. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. 61. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case, you have hardly any autonomy in work, so that the need for the power process is not well served. 62. Social needs, such as sex, love, and status, often remain in group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. 63. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process largely through pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. 64. It seems that, for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of these social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be fully satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. 65. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee and, as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small business today operates on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative, because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. 66. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. 67. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in the pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into group 3. The drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and usually we do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hyman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis, New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards at a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, on how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is, Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government, economists, or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. 68.
Okay, we'll begin here next time with 68. But yeah, that goes to one of the last paragraphs we looked at last time anyways. But yeah. Yeah, essentially, these ideas that also I developed in the different presentations I gave in the last couple of days, which I will explain in several short videos now that I found on the internet that succinctly make the point about surrogate activities, artificial needs, the rule of experts, the sense of powerlessness, existentialism that Kaczynski argues is a result of modern society, right? There's also monoculture based off of international trade, right? The interconnectedness of people due to communication technology, which was not as advanced at the time of Dr. Kaczynski as it is now. Nevertheless, he predicted the rise of things like mass surveillance, right? So, there's lots of just interesting issues. Rupert Sheldrake has an interesting experiment where he talks about how some of the ideas in science are about observer and observed, and he has an interesting way of talking about it where he says that people can tell when they're being stared at, and he did an experiment where he sits behind like a screen and he tells people to mark down on a piece of paper when their back is turned, that when they think that somebody's staring at them, and they usually get it right. Right at the moment when somebody looks at you, you're almost certain that they're looking at you. And how does this relate to technology when we're being watched? And does it change our behavior? Who knows? It's interesting, right? And maybe people who are watching us and and trying to read our thoughts and looking at that, maybe it's affecting them back. Who's to say? But yeah. So I say you could piggyback thoughts on their emotions and how they're looking at you. But yeah.
It is necessary to show that as the consumption of man and mankind becomes more and more an issue of economics and the machinery of interests and services becomes more intricately integrated, a counter-movement is inevitable that aims to bring to light a stronger species, a higher type that arises and preserves itself under different conditions from those of the average man. On that first road, which can now be completely surveyed, arise adaptation, leveling, modesty in the instincts, satisfaction in the dwarfing of mankind. But once we possess that common economic management of the earth that will soon be inevitable, mankind will be able to find its best meaning as a machine in the service of this economy. As a tremendous clockwork, composed of ever smaller, ever more subtly adapted cogs, as an ever-growing superfluity of all dominating and commanding individuals, as a whole of tremendous force, whose individual factors represent however minimal forces, minimal values. In opposition to this dwarfing and adaptation of man to a specialized utility, a reverse movement is needed, the production of a synthetic, summarizing and justifying man for whose existence this transformation of mankind into a machine is a precondition. As a base on which he can invent his higher form of being. He needs the opposition of the masses, of those who are leveled, a feeling of distance from them. He stands on them. He lives off them.
there's some words from Nietzsche about it, and I've read some of his other words, in terms of what he's got to say about that. But yeah, let's go to
the technological
some of the ideas of Alul. Here, this is very interesting. What Alul has to say,
system
and this is just a sample of his thoughts. But yeah,
by Jacques Ellul.
and of course, Alul influenced Kaczynski to an extreme degree, right? We've talked about that in the past, and we're going to get into the work by Alul, the Technological Society, and his work on propaganda after we're done looking at some of the works of Dr. Kaczynski. But yeah, and that's how we'll spend some of this time where we don't get any guests here. Of course, we have tons of commentary and ideas that we could offer based on these concepts.
1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a program society. In this case.
Okay, so he's already hit on some main points just in these 3 minutes. Technology is the means of socialization. It's the objective form of power in our age. It's guided and controlled by a rule of experts. These are major factors. This is what the argument, that is critical of the technological system is composed of, right? But yeah, let's hear another minute of this, and then I got to really shut this down because, we went hard for sure. We went hard with Base Oracle yesterday. Make sure you guys check out that interview. Blessings. Yeah. Yeah, let's get into a minute more of this, and then I'll show you guys some other things. Thank you.
I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of three features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3.
Okay. So 1 is the rule of experts. 2 is the or the sort of collapse of the sort of Marxist idea of labor within the capitalist system, right? With business being based on organization, right? And structure. So you have this idea of the rule of experts. You have the idea of, the destruction of labor, right? And all of these concepts, it's interesting that Marx said very little about both the decentralizing on the international scale, mode of technology, and the centralizing mode in terms of the nation state, right? It centralizes power on the national level, decentralizes power on the international level, right? So it has disastrous implications for our political relations worldwide. But anyways,
spare time activities. All three characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies.
Yeah, this is so fundamental in understanding that, the reason why Marxist theory has failed is because it fails to address the problem of technology in our industrial age. But yeah, uh, it's also true that advertising was created as a result of mass production, right? Look at the famous documentary, Century of the Self, right? Where he talks about public relations and propaganda and advertising being created at the same time by Edward Bernays, right? Anyways, let's take a look at this here. This is a crazy video, very short video that sort of spells it out very clearly. And then I really do have to leave, folks. Sorry. What's being served up for dinner? Well, we're using the tools, right, to serve ourselves up, right? This is what the cow is doing, right? It's using the saw to cut its own bones. And what's being served up for dinner is beef. So let's check this out.
Become what we behold. The shape of our tools. And thereafter,
That does remind me, Arthur C. Clarke in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe. Near the end of the book, they're all waiting for the universe to end. There was the restaurant where the cow was walking around, offering parts of its body to the patrons.
Interesting. Yeah, that is an
If I remember
excellent.
the book correctly, I think that's how.
Yeah, that's excellent. Uh, tale of science fiction for sure, especially about what it's talking about, the nature of reality, and the as John C. Lilly put it, the Earth Coincidence Control Office. These carefully guided coincidences that seem to be, counted as scientific discoveries, but they're just sort of ways of explaining things that are quite mysterious. And the rats in the walls, sort of Lovecraftian dark mystery behind it all, but in the sense of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it sort of reverses it and turns it into a funny, sort of comical. It takes like the Lovecraftian mythos and puts like a smiley face on it, which is funny.
For sure.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us here on the Machine Lives. You got anything for them, Reddington, before I go?
No, not really.
For sure. Thank you so much for being here with me, everyone, and for being here with my brother Reddington. And yeah, I appreciate that you guys were here for me today, even though it seems like it was a busy night on the internet for some of you. Nobody had time to watch my little program. That's okay. I'll still come through on Wednesday and Saturday. It'll be a nice time, no matter who's in the audience here, because it's not about an audience, it's about having the conversation in the first place. Obviously, there's people who produce shows for millions of people, and they have very little impact. Yet there's somebody who has a unique insight and it has a very profound impact on them. Obviously, a single person who takes something to heart, a man who is a master of himself, learns how to control himself, is can lead to thousands of men who have no control over themselves. I mean, as I've said earlier, an army led by, an army of lions led by a donkey is going to lose to the army of donkeys led by a lion. So it's all in where you put the key effort, right? Obviously, a blind man's deaf son is a dumb father of a blind child. You know, uh, we're all in visiting in the jungle, you know, and the lion is gonna come home. We're just visiting, and the people that are sitting on the throne, it's gonna be a very bitter day for them once the lion comes back to claim the throne in the jungle where they are strangers. We are all strangers in this world, visitors, right? That's why I'm not sad about going around having to leave. I've always moved. I was born in Pakistan, moved to different places, But yeah, the thing is that we have a limited amount of time here. We have to have clarity to see between the lines. The devil is in the details. The devil works through organization of truth. What is true does not need to be organized, right? It's right there at face value, right? The truth may be hidden in plain sight because it's been reorganized, right? That's the deception, right? As I explained in previous interviews and things that I did. But yeah, I hope you guys will go and check out those interviews I did. And some of my very important ideas that I hold very close to my heart was brought out in those segments. And that's why I'm happy that I published them. Please, there's 170 videos here. So I'll stop talking now. But yeah, thank you for joining me here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And I hope you have the ability to see past your programming and, all these ideas. The first step to seeing past, our programming is to realize that, or realize the methods through which, we have been programmed. But in order to do that, first we must realize and admit that to a certain extent, we have been programmed indeed. So yeah. Yeah, let me you know what? Let me go ahead and refresh my page so I could turn my camera on for a second. Give me a second, guys. Yeah, I don't know why that malfunctions like that by having the StreamYards on. What's very strange about the StreamYards is that it's recording the camera as long as you're in the studio. So the camera light is on, even though it's not showing the uh, recording of your camera on screen, even though you turn your camera off. So I don't know why it still has access to your camera when you turn your camera off. It doesn't need to do that, but it still runs your camera. So I'm pretty sure they're recording you at all times when you're in the studio, which is quite strange.
Most likely.
Yeah. But yeah, anyways, let me open up this video for you guys. We talked about some interesting things on London McLovin. I'll play a few hours of this, and then I'll play the video we did at Jack Talcott, and then I'll go ahead and end this. We'll do like half and half of this and that. Where am I in this video is what I'm trying to find. Okay, here we go. All right, friends. Thank you for joining me. And I'll talk to you guys soon. On Wednesday night. And I may throw some clips together to show you guys in the meantime. I'm trying to produce more material, as you guys see. But yeah, there's also been less engagement, so maybe I'll stop doing that. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, I'll just produce material when I want to, I guess. There's no regard for human life here on The Machine Lies, as you've seen, with the doomer tech. But yeah, blessings to all the people,
million meters per second, or just under 1% of the speed of light.
The back door, give me a sec. There you go. Sat in the machine.
Yo, what's going on, my friend?
How you doing? Welcome.
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm not too bad. Not too bad. Chilling out here with Andy. Kicking back. Was waiting for you. Chilling. Watching something that I put together.
Yeah, my bad on the time. I could never get the time figured out between us. But
Yes, I understand. It happens, bro. It happens. But we're gonna go ahead and finish watching this. Your input's always welcome.
For
Let's
sure.
keep going.
It's moving so quickly that it completes 6.5 quadrillion orbits each and every second. For it is no moon. And this is no solar system.
First, it is well to understand that atoms are not in reality whirling particles of energy. They are simply bubbles in the ether. Also, light rays are merely portions of these bubbles, but in elongations, thus in reality appearing as darting fissures or splits in the ether. There are endless variations of magnetic fields or fluxes in the entire universe from the bubbles.
I'm taking a video of it.
What a trip. I know, right? I so glad I came here. Me too. I wouldn't even. You live here. Oh, yeah. I meant I'm glad you came. Because you found us. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
wouldn't even have done it because my friend couldn't find the glasses. I needed a video.
Atoms, they bounce away in all directions, producing magnetic spheres. From the light rays they proceed away at right angles to the rays, so that magnetic vortices accompany the rays. Cosmic rays produce their own magnetic wakes in their paths. Thus the ether is in constant motion at all times in all places. Atoms, they bounce away in all directions, producing magnetic spheres.
The inside of the cavern is going to be lined with 2 layers of concrete and, crucially, a waterproof layer. That's because this cavern is set to become the largest tank of water in the world. Once fully watertight, 260 million litres of water are going to be pumped into this enormous cavern. That's nearly 4.5 times larger than the world's largest aquarium over at SeaWorld Abu Dhabi. It's going to be flooded from the water table in the mountain and will take about half a year to fill. But as clean as this water is, it undergoes further treatment with UV light and other means to create water so pure it's capable of dissolving metal. Now, the massive tank of water creates the perfect conditions to spot neutrinos in. Time for a bit more science. When neutrinos pass through the tank, occasionally they'll collide with electrons, giving off a weak glow known as Cherenkov radiation. And that is what this whole thing is being constructed to observe. Tiny glimmers of light in a giant cavern full of water. The Hyper Kamiokande isn't complete yet, but to get an idea of how it will look, here's its smaller sibling, the Super Kamiokande, which is less than half the size. Here, the cavern's been drained because engineers are performing maintenance on these photodetectors, the thousands of light sensors that together acts as a giant camera. The ones in Super Kamiokande are so sensitive that a single sensor could detect the light of a torch being used on the moon. Together, they act as a giant camera that picks out the faint traces of Cherenkov radiation created by reacting electrons. 40,000 of these are being manufactured for the Hyper Kamiokande, each one almost twice as sensitive as their predecessors, and specially designed to withstand the enormous weight of 260,000 tons of water.
UFOs have a physical reality or not, they are in any case psychic realities. Even if there's nothing physically tangible about these phenomena, the rumor of the existence of such objects is an incontestable fact. Whether the rumor corresponds to a physical reality or not makes little difference to Jung as a psychologist. For him, the interesting thing is to know why the human mind creates such products, because that throws particular light on the activity of our unconscious. So, what are the psychic aspects of the UFOs?
The flying saucers utilize all these forms of energy. They direct in precise control the conversions of. Thus, their directors can use magnetic and gravitational forces far beyond our wildest imagination. They do not require our Earth's fields. Indeed, Earth's field and ether slipstream are in their way. Outer space the flying disks flow and seem to dance in gracious beauty. Many of the flying saucers that we have seen in our skies are actually crystal disks, grown in chemical baths. Like the stem and capillaries of a leaf or flower, all the functioning systems are grown into it. Usually, however, we see it only as a fuzzy halo fringe around the object. The crystal property of the flying disks refines all the electromagnetic and corpuscular energies into varying frequencies and wavelengths. Among the etheric beings, however, it is possible to create a saucer of any degree of materiality merely from a projected thought form which attracts material substance to it. Since, however, the majority of sources thus far cited have been of the crystal disk type, we shall confine explanations to these alone. Although the thought form projections behave in a very similar manner.
What as a rule is seen as a body of round shape, disc-like or spherical, glowing or shining fiery in different colors, or more seldom a cigar-shaped or cylindrical figure of various sizes. The round bodies in particular are figures such as the unconscious produces in dreams, visions, etc. Jung writes, in this case, they are to be regarded as symbols representing, in visual form, some thought that was not thought consciously, but is merely potentially present in the unconscious in invisible form, and attains visibility only through the process of becoming conscious. The visible form, however, expresses the meaning of the unconscious content only approximately. In practice, the meaning has to be completed by amplificatory interpretation. The figures in visionary rumors can be subjected to the same principle of dream interpretation, namely by means of amplification, that is, using mythological, historical, and cultural parallels in order to amplify the symbols present in the unconscious. UFOs express the symbol of totality, represented by the mandala. Insofar as the mandala encompasses, protects, and defends the psychic totality against outside influences, and seeks to unite the inner opposites, it is at the same time a distinct individuation symbol. The soul too is supposed to have the form of a sphere, on the analogy of Plato's world soul. This symbol leads us to the heavenly spheres, to Plato's supracelestial place, where the ideas of all things are stored up. The alchemists called it a rotundum, which expresses the totality of the individual. Jung defines it as the archetype of the self, that is, the totality composed of the conscious and the unconscious. Jung, in fact, had a dream of a UFO which he associates with the problem of the self. He writes, in one dream, which I had in October 1958, I caught sight from my house of two lens-shaped, metallically gleaming discs. They were two UFOs. Then another body came flying directly toward me. It was a perfectly circular lens. At a distance of 400 to 500 yards, it stood still for a moment and then flew off. Immediately afterward, another came speeding through the air, a lens with a metallic extension which led to a box, a magic lantern. At a distance of 60 or 70 yards, it stood still in the air, pointing straight at me. I awoke with a feeling of astonishment. Still half in the dream, the thought passed through my head. We always think that the UFOs are projections of ours. Now it turns out that we are their projections. I am projected by the magic lantern as C.G. Jung, but who manipulates the apparatus? Jung compares this dream to another similar one in which he entered a chapel and saw a yogi in lotus posture in deep meditation. When he looked at him closely, he realized that he had his face. He became frightened and awoke with the thought, aha, so he is the one who's meditating me. He has a dream and I am it.
Manifestation that they seen in the sky. Petroglyphs all around the world are showing this manifestation. It appears as a torus field, explained as the sun of the once great god, now releasing tremendous energy that jolted the entire formation of the solar system. The primeval mound is the birthplace of the squatter man. Shiva lingas are reenacting the pillar that became broken. Pouring milk is a symbol of the auroras. Ganesha, Shiva, Vishnu manifests from the pillar. The tree of life becomes Ganesha. Shiva's deadly dance. They remember the age of Shiva as a deadly event. Earthlings were being obliterated by this plasmatic instability. Auroras coming down the pillar from the spiral. The pillar with the spiral can be seen in the geoglyphs of the Casely area. David Talbot points this feature out in the Saturn myth, but it seems no one has a clue that these connections exist.
Yo.
Yo.
Yeah, I just want to say, shout out to Run to Christ. That's from Run to Christ video. You know that gentleman that was speaking there. You know,
Yes.
I've been watching this channel for a minute. That guy has some good shit for sure. Yeah.
Thank you, because I
Yeah.
actually forgot his name. So thank you for bringing it to my attention. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, let me see if I can find his channel. I'll throw it in the back here. But yeah, he's got some great stuff. Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Sa, 世を信じてついてくるがよい。見よ、砂漠の怒りの力を。世を信じよ。
Shiva's deadly dance. They remember the age of Shiva as a deadly event. Shiva's deadly dance. They remember the age of Shiva as a deadly event.
Shiva, Shiva.
Earthlings were being obliterated by this plasmatic instability.
In 1907, at China's Mogu Caves, known as the Caves of the Thousand Buddhas, which forms a system of 500 temples, thousands and thousands of ancient documents were being examined here by Orel Stein when this large diagram was discovered, rolled up and sealed in a pottery jar. This is a Buddhist diagram of Mount Meru, and so-called experts say it dates to the 2nd century, and that this reflects a sacred site of a stairway which connected the heavens above with the earth below. Wait till you hear this. This ancient image has been compared by experts to be a blueprint for a particle beam accelerator in modern times. The most significant comparison being that of a cyclotron, which is an atom smasher used in the development of atomic weapons. Cyclotron, which is an atom smasher used in the development of atomic weapons.
This is what the YAG laser looks like in the doctor's office. It's a microscope with an eyepiece that both the doctor and the patient look into. The YAG laser works by directing laser energy into the posterior capsule where the atoms are stripped of their electrons, creating a plasma wave that disintegrates the posterior capsule pacification. The YAG laser works by directing laser energy into the posterior capsule where the atoms are stripped of their electrons, creating a plasma wave that disintegrates the posterior capsule pacification.
That's what I got up to so far. Oh. What happened there?
Yeah,
there you go.
lots of interesting stuff there. You know, especially in terms of the Big Bang. You know, they got the Big Bang and the neutrinos, right? Nobody knows if that really happened, right? The Big Bang, just a theory, right?
Yep.
So you know, that's their alternate explanation, is that they have these neutrinos that from the beginning of the universe, right? And then And then the whole understanding of atoms, might be fictional. Atoms were basically made up, a made up thing that came from Buddhism and in ancient Greece, right, where they came up with the concept of atomism, that there's an uncuttable substance, and for years they've been trying to smash the particles and find this substance, and they can't find anything. So the existence of atoms is really pure theoretical, right? And then once you do have particles, right, their movement is not explained. Like, for example, if you separate a photon into two parts and move one in direction, even if it's in a different room, the other one will change directions. So, they don't understand light, and the only way they could really make sense of it is through these other concepts that he brought in, like these Jungian concepts of the universal mind. He used a term from Neoplatonism called the world soul, where they got the three hypostases, which is really where they get the Trinity from. It's from these the concept of these three hypostases, right, that exist in heaven.
Yeah, that's interesting. Especially, how they, when they, how you'd mentioned when they would be contained together, but they would move in a different direction. Yeah, I like that. Because even with the theories of atoms, really, isn't everything, when you break it down by atom, is that what they mean? Everything to, individually, we're made up of atoms, right? Is that what they say?
Yeah, I guess they would try to talk about particles, and that goes to an idea that they were trying to disprove. Basically, Parmenides said that there's no such thing as matter, right? That everything's just basically, that matter is just based on perception, right? But the truth is one, right? It's undivided. Nature is one, so there's no such thing as change, right? And then the people who disagreed with him said, I'm sorry, yeah, but yeah, I'm hearing voices out here, folks. Yeah, blessings. But yeah, the thing is that in terms of Democritus was his name, Democritus and Leucippus. He believed, similar to the Buddhists, that things could be cut into parts, and that those parts would lead you to uncuttables, right? So they believe that things don't, that actual completed structures, that nothing is whole, nothing actually is one. Everything can be cut into parts, and those parts are impermanent. So Democritus and the Buddhists, they basically summarized existence in terms of atoms and the void. They said there's nothing but atoms and the void. They said, well, how does shit change? Like atoms don't really, so people had different explanations. For Democritus, he said that the atoms, they don't have any origin point, right? So so basically people like Aristotle said he's a dumb fuck, right? Because he said, how could that be? That atoms just come to be out of nothing, right? Because that was Parmenides' whole line. He said, from nothing, nothing comes, right? And the Buddhists, they wanted to explain away the self. So they tried to explain away the identity of the self through the personhood and all that type of stuff. So they said, well, the person is just parts of different materials, and those parts are impermanent. So it's just based on impermanence and change. So the whole thing is that's why Plato had to bring in this concept of the universal mind, because how to add where do atoms come from and why do they change, right? So he basically said that that they form but that they're formulated through the mind. But yeah, sorry, London, you were gonna cut in.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say thank you, by the way. I was just gonna say, even when I think about, the atoms and how people explain it, and what I played earlier, right, when they were speaking about atoms being bubbles, right? So when I think about, you know, the creation story and what was here first, the waters was here first, right? So I feel like what could have caused bubbles in the water? You know, if we're talking about the creation story, you know, we're talking about the egg, or, you know, atoms make up, you know, what's really going on. But what if we're enclosed in the atoms, like as the nucleus, as the
Yeah, it's
nucleus?
funny because the bubble itself is a metaphor for impermanence. You know,
Okay.
when I say like the bubble is gonna burst, you know, right? Like
Mhm.
it's a thin shell, you know, right? It's made of something else, you know. So it's, you know, like the bubble, the situation of a bubble is really external to itself, you know, because it exists within impermanence. You know, as one poet said, you know, he said all of life is panika bulbula. You know, it's a famous Punjabi line, and they say all of life is but a bubble of water.
Mm.
You know, that like if
Okay.
there was no bubbles in the water, there'd be no life. You know what I mean?
Life, exactly, exactly. And within the eye, right, there's waters, you know, and wherever there's waters, there's bubbles. Wherever there's bubble, there's life. So, but I mean, all right, what could have caused bubbles though? I mean, because bubbles don't just appear, do they? Depending how we're talking, if we're talking technology or if we're talking light and heat, could that possibly stir up a bubble?
I think what it is that, you know, it goes back to whether or not you could get to some type of evolution theory, you know, so whether or not, and I talked about this on my last two shows. Really, I gave a in-depth presentation about the theory of evolution, you know, how you know, whether it's true or not, or whether it could really be explained that lesser structures actually on their own, right, manifest into more complex structures over time, right? So so you're looking at random change over time that causes small simple structures to change into unified complex structures, right? And what would cause that change? Well, some people have posited that, you know, it's got to be something in nature, it's got to be an intelligence in nature that's causing it to happen, you know, because otherwise it can't be explained. Like, why would bubbles or acid just show up in a
Mm.
pond? Like, from what? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because what you need is you need acid and nucleotides and shit, you
Mm-hmm.
know, to form. And those nucleotides and DNAs and shit, they basically look like complex machines.
That's
You
it.
know, like so much so that they're basically have the same exact structure as self-replicating machines. You know, which scientists are still trying to figure out how to create, right? Because what you need is you need to put intelligence in the machine before it could create another version of itself, before it could program its own programming.
Mm. I mean, even by you know, their definition as well, right? The atom would just be another word for an egg, right? Because it holds the nucleus in it, right? So when we're thinking of egg, right, we go back to what we've been looking at over here. Egg and eye is synonymous, right? Now, when they show us the world, right, it's the globe. Globe and eye is synonymous, right? So when we start going to pictures like stuff like this, we start saying, all right, cool. It's the eye, right? And then when we start looking at pictures of the old realm, they start giving us stuff like this, right? This is a picture of the old realm. This is us. You got Atomus here, right? Atomus, right? This is meant to be the world. This is here where we are. And you've got Chaos Infinite. We've been looking at the terrains. They've been speaking about the chaos terrains, right? The red part, I'm thinking if we're speaking about the chaos terrains, could the red parts be the iris, right? Which would be Mars, the red planet. Right, so you got like Earth, then you got this Cholera, probably with the waters, the white part, and the vitreous. And you move out. But as you see here, this is like a representation of how an atom is, right? But they got it just like the world. And that was the egg. The atom is the egg. And the eye is the egg. Could they be showing us something here? Take a look at this.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
funny because in the in the whole night journey, it said that that the prophet, when he ascended up to heaven, he broke through the third sky. And then they got like basically you got the galaxy, and then you got the shit around the galaxy, and then you got the Oort cloud. So there's a whole comet clouds surrounding that shit called the Oort cloud.
Oort cloud.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever heard of that, but yeah, I was
No,
watching
but
Cosmos one day with the Neil deGrasse Tyson fellow. And it was like, and he's talking about Oort cloud and like a whole comet field that's past the galaxy. Right?
because look,
And
even
I was
when
like, yo,
that's crazy. Because hold on, where's this coming from? Is it? Right, since you mentioned the clouds, right? I'm just sticking to the topic of the egg, the eye, the atom, and now you've mentioned clouds, right? So let's get rid of this. Come over here. This is another picture of the realm, right? But you see the clouds. And it's, of course, it's got the Draco, it's got the parasite. But this is like the egg, the eye, the clouds again. So that's interesting you mentioned that past the clouds, right? Scarring, like scarred up, the eyes scarred up. This could be like the great rifts in the sky and shit. Yeah, that's that shit. The egg. There's your little atoms, there's your little bubbles coming out of the big one. Right? It's the egg. That's what they're showing you. No, it's been popped open. Two halves, right? A whole Earth is an egg. Right? That's the theory in 1697. Right? 1697.
yeah, and then you already know about the Orphic egg with the snake wrapped around it.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes, sir.
and I'm sure you'll be knowing about the Hundun.
No, I don't know that one.
Yeah, Hundun from Taoism. It's like an egg. It's like a flying egg.
Flying egg, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's like yeah, it's literally like an egg with wings that literally gives birth to everything. It's called like the primordial egg of chaos. That just gives birth to everything. It's called Hun Dun,
I've
and
never heard of that one.
yeah,
And done. Okay.
yeah,
Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
yeah, Hun Dun. It says here Hun Dun, a legendary uh faceless being in Chinese mythology, the primordial and central chaos, comparable with the world egg. It even says comparable with the world egg. Oh shit, I gotta share this now because it
Yeah,
just
please, please,
yeah,
please.
because it
Nice.
just said straight up. It just said what I wanted it to say. Yeah.
The world egg. The vessel. Look, showing you the eye. God damn. See if we got something. Hmm. Yeah, they ain't playing anymore. It's there in plain sight, man. I know exactly what I'm looking at. You got your black sun, that's the lens. It looks like the sun rays. Yeah, that's that shit. But there's your egg. Boom. That's your egg right there. Eggs on toast, right there. Crazy. Okay. It really is an egg with 6 legs, yeah? Okay, and 4 wings. Oh shit. Yeah, that's the one right there. Yeah, there he is. There he is right there. See, look, this is what I was saying earlier, right? About no, throw that snake back up there. Yeah, thank you. We was talking about multiverse, right? I brought this to the table, through my research, it looks like we're living on the eye of something, right? Or in the eye, whatever way you want to look at it. But also, this serpent thing that you're seeing, that is also within the eye. It's the parasite, right? But could we be living in this thing's eye, right? The parasite's eye. Now that would bring more definition to a multiverse. Living inside something that's living inside something, right? Because this thing always seems to be around when it comes to the egg or the eye, and a lot of old scriptures and folklore spoke about the great serpent was a part of the world, right? And not only a part of the world, we were inside of the serpent or the dragon, so that's another, direction that I was going with the multiverse. We're living inside something that's living inside of something. Oh, that's interesting. When I see the snake, I also look at the snake of living inside of the eye of the snake.
Yeah, and I think the myth on the Islamic side is that God, the first thing God made was a pen, and then He told the pen to write, and it said the pen wrote everything from the beginning to the end, like what would happen, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, you got like 7 aspects of creation. You got, the pen. you know, you got the tablet, you know, you got the writing, you got the words, you know, you got the manifestation of the words, right? And then you have time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that would explain like the different sort of dimensions, if you will, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they all have to do with the virtual space, you know, what we perceive. You know? Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, like it also says in the Tao, it says it's kind of like trolling everyone because it says it says that man follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and then it says the Tao follows what is natural.
The downfall is what is natural. Okay.
Yeah. So
But
it's like a big troll. You know?
what is the okay? With that being said, now what is the do you know the Tao's definition of natural?
Yeah, see, that's the mystery right there, right?
Okay.
Like, oh shit.
Hey, I thought you was gonna bless me and say, yeah, of course, London. I'm
Oh, I
not.
could. Oh, I could. Yeah, I got my little. You know, I could do my little thug dizzle, but I don't think it'll measure up to the real thing. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wild.
Yeah, I'll be explaining stuff, but yeah,
Hmm.
you know, that to me, like some things is like better off left alone. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
It's
sir.
like, you know,
I feel
I don't
you.
even want that type of knowledge.
Yeah, I feel you. Interesting. You know what? As well, I wanted to maybe have a discussion within the, the Hollow Earth and the Hitler type shit with the UFOs, because I just touched on, the atoms and the UFOs.
Oh yeah.
The UFOs being somewhat of a crystal type material, they were saying, right? These phenomenals, are crystals, they were saying in that little scripture that I showed you guys earlier. So that's something I want to get into, the hit the side of stuff, the UFOs plus the Hollow Earth shit.
Oh yeah, I got that up for you. But yeah, you know, I was gonna talk about how there's in relation to what I was just saying, you
Hmm.
know, there's a whole quote by Ibn Abbas, one of the dudes who was interpreting the Quran, because there's a verse in there that says there's 7 earths, 7 races of man, 7 skies, and 7 heavens. And so they asked him, like, what does this verse mean? You know what I mean, right? Like, what is this verse actually referring to, right? And he said,
Hmm.
if I told you the meaning of this verse, I swear you would leave your religion. I'm not going to tell you.
Okay.
So like basically saying like there's types of knowledge that'll fuck you. Like, like, you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And it's like you know, it almost sounds like Lovecraft, right? Like some
Lovecraft.
HP Lovecraft shit.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild.
But yeah,
Mm.
esoteric Hitlerism. I got that up for you guys.
Oh, good stuff.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
I got a tons of notes too for you guys.
Hey, good stuff.
Yeah, I wanted to bring out a text here, transhumanism, you know, and talk about some of the issues there, because they're talking about the Scythians, right? And the Khazars, right? And it says the Scythians were originators of haplogroup RM17, known as R1A1, a unique for its diversity and distribution. It is found in disparate pockets of concentration in Poland, northern
Mm.
India, and the Altai Mountains of northwestern Mongolia. You know, particularly high concentrations are found among the Pashtuns of Afghanistan, who claim to descend both from Alexander the Great as well as the lost tribes of Israel. So in Afghanistan, right, it's weird because you got people who don't look like Indians, right?
Yeah.
And they basically got red hair, you know, green eyes, you know, like I got red hair in my beard and I have green eyes, right? For some
But you
reason,
don't
you know,
have that red. their red's different to your red that you might have, right?
No, it's a little similar. It's because I'm from northern Pakistan, so I share some of the genes there, with the Afghani
Okay.
people, right? So I think my grandmother had some Afghani ancestry or something like that, or something like that. But yeah, it's funny that, basically this thing saying is we got the same genes as people from Poland. Is this the Scythians or the Khazars are the ones that basically started this thing, right? And it goes from the Shambhala myth, right? With Buddhism, right? It says Blavatsky, left for Bombay in 1882. They founded headquarters of the Theosophical Society in Idar in the southern suburbs of Madras, which still exists today. Once in India, Blavatsky became inspired to see the East rather than Egypt as a source of ancient wisdom. Right, this is where they got the swastika from, right?
Okay.
But the real appeal of Buddhism to the occultists like Blavatsky was not the Enlightenment teachings of the Buddha himself, but the magical and occult trends found in the more eclectic brand of Buddhism of Tibet. And then it goes on to say Xinjiang, or the Altai Mountains. The Altai Mountains are reputed source of early form of spirit or divine communication known as shamanism, regarded among occultists as the Oriental Kabbalah, a supposed remnant of the migrations of Aryan survivors of Atlantis, which they claim were were those people, the Scythians, right?
Scythians. Okay.
Yeah, and so basically they came through from Shambhala in the Xinjiang mountains, they said, right? So they're the lost survivors of Atlantis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it says in 1408, the Holy Roman Empire, Sigismund, founded the Order of the Dragon, right? And it says, oh yeah, here's an interesting thing. Crowley actually said before Hitler was, I am.
Before Hitler was, I am.
Yep.
What do you
That's a
mean by
real
that?
quote. That's a real quote by Crowley. He's referencing the Gospel of John, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the Jews asked Jesus, right, how he's able to do all the things he does and why he's claiming authority, right, on God and stuff like that, right? And he says, before Abraham was, I am. And the Jews pick up rocks to stone him, right? So Crowley said, before Hitler was, I am.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah, comparing himself to basically God, right? And
Yeah.
comparing Hitler to Abraham.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some wild shit.
Yeah. Father
But
Abraham. That's crazy. Hey.
he's saying that the occult is pulling the strings of Adolf. You know what
But I've not. I've got. Hold on, there's a plane going by. 1 second. I can't even hear myself. Okay. Do you know what I got from that as well? What was pretty interesting when you said they got their Black Sun occult teaching when they went to Egypt. Is that what you said as well?
Yes.
Yeah. See, I mean, that's crazy because when I see the Black Sun now, I definitely see the eye. I know what they're showing me. And the Egyptians, they're heavy on the eye symbol. So I know exactly what they're showing me now. Yeah, that's interesting. That is the original source. Because look, the Egyptians, right? They're known for the sun and the eyes and the pyramid, right? Now, like I've been saying, with the capstone missing, that's known as the truncated pyramid, right? Our eye socket is known as the truncated pyramid, right? So that's one. And I think it's missing for a reason. Maybe, it's supposed to be missing, so it's showing you the eye, right? But with that now, they show you the sun, right? And the eye in most of their artwork. But when they show us the sun with the colors, right? And now we go back to Hitler and those guys. They're showing us the black sun, right? I remember what God give himself was showing us and saying, and he was talking about, you know, the real color of the light is black. It projects light. It projects black, but when it gets to us, it's a white light, right? So maybe that's what they know. You know, the original light is black, but when it projects and comes back to us, it's white. So I thought that was quite interesting. But they call it the black sun.
Yeah, the black sun, and people think they're talking about Saturn, right? Somebody pointed out that they have a storm going on Saturn, on the top of Saturn, that looked like a hexagram. It's not a cube. You know, so somebody was saying, "What's all this cube stuff? What about the hexagram storm on top of the fucking Saturn?" You know what I mean? But yeah, you know, that's definitely not about Saturn. The black sun is the sun inside of the Earth, right? That's what it's actually referring to. You know, and it's also referring to Mercury, right? You know, and not Saturn, right? Because Mercury is the one that's hidden by the sun. You know.
You know, it's funny you mentioned Mercury, right? Because they've been showing me these images of Mercury, right? Now there's a particular crater that they go to, and they seem to be going to this crater every time they go to bloody Mercury, right? But it's, I need to show you guys anyway. But yeah, it's something about Mercury, and when they spoke about Mercury, also in the readings that we went over, they was just saying Mercury is just what exists in the craters, right? It's like a liquid form that makes the craters shine. It wasn't really a place; it was just a substance in the craters. In each crater, it was saying.
Yeah, because that's funny because there's the element named Mercury too,
Facts. Hmm.
right? So in terms of that Mercury, it was one of the major things in um you know the alchemical process. You know, it's described as the green lion eating the sun.
Okay.
You know, it's the use of mercury in alchemy. You know, you guys can look it up. Even Newton writes about it. The green lion eating the sun. I mean,
The green light in the sun. Okay, that's interesting. I've never heard that one before. I never heard that one. What's this? Okay. And sent me this. Who's that? That looks like Pan. I'm not sure who this woman is. Mithraea or something. Yeah, there was something I wanted to. Um,
yeah, it
yeah,
says
because
it's a
look, even
metaphor. It says here it's a metaphor for aqua regia, the green lion consuming the sun, or gold.
Aqua Regia.
Yeah, and it says
That sounds.
aqua regia is hydrochloric acid, right?
Yeah, see that Aqua Regia. Even just you've got water. It sounds like it's saying water. Then region. That's what it sounds like it's saying. Water region. That's interesting. So water world they speak of. Let's have a quick look at this.
What Admiral Byrd
Oops, wrong one. Where's it gone? Let this advert go. I hate these bloody adverts. Adverts after adverts. Bear with me. I wanted to stick on the topic with Hitler for a second, right? Let's get into something real quick. I want to go to the toilet as well, so quickly throw this on. Right, Hitler's monsters.
Oh yeah,
Right.
I've seen this.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen this already. Yeah, with the I mean, what he's talking about, Hellboy and the Winter Soldier and all that stuff. Yeah.
Is it any good or not? I ain't seen
Oh
it.
yeah. He's talking about all the things I'm presenting here, Shambhala and cryptozoology and all that stuff. So
Oh shit.
yeah,
All
for
right.
sure.
Say no more. You know the routine. Pause when you want to say something to me, bro. I'm just quickly going to the toilet, so I'll be back in 2 secs.
For sure. No worries.
Eric Kurlander. He's a professor of history at Stetson University in Florida, and he teaches modern German, European, and world history. Good evening. Welcome to the International Spy Museum. I'm Amanda Olke, Adult Education Director here. I'm very excited to have a program on Hitler's monsters. That sounds bad, but it's true because we have a terrific speaker, Eric Kurlander. He's a professor of history at Stetson University in Florida, and he teaches modern German, European, and world history. Hitler's Monsters is his latest book. It's his 5th book. He's also the author of Living with Hitler, which sounds like a nightmare. Lots of good Halloween jokes with this one. I was intrigued looking around at Eric online. There are lots of interesting, I don't know if you know how much you're tweeted about. No. People are constantly referencing your articles. So it's pretty fascinating and a very positive, like, this is the guy who knows what's going on. So now we're going to know all about Nazism and the occult. Thank you, Eric.
All right. Thank you very much, Amanda, for inviting me, to Shauna as well, and Alden Farrow, the publicist at Yale who set this up. It's a great pleasure to be here. It's my first time in the Spy Museum, which I just saw today for the first time, and it's fantastic. I don't know how many of you have seen the exhibits, but there's even a link to what I'm going to be presenting that I didn't know was going to be there in the James Bond exhibit. So I'll mention that later. Oh, you took mine. Did you? Yeah.
That was a brush pass that shouldn't have happened.
Oh, look, you're very good with intelligence. And so, yeah, and I'm very happy to see a few of my former students in the audience who have obviously done very well and are now living in DC doing various things. So thanks for coming to my former Stetson colleagues.
Wow, I just built the most amazing workflow on Monday.com.
You build your own workflow? Why? There are
As you see, this is a title, and I'd like to start, and I'm going to proceed this way tonight with a little bit from the book, and then talk through some of the context, and then read some other passages rather than give a formal talk. So I'm going to start with the first paragraph of the book. So early in the blockbuster movie Captain America: The First Avenger, which many of you have probably seen, a Nazi officer enters a small Norwegian town in search of an ancient relic, the Tesseract. And you can see the Tesseract in a couple iterations up there. The Tesseract promises its owner infinite power. It's a cosmic artifact of sorts. We soon find out that the officer, Johannes Schmidt, has imbibed the prototype of a super soldier serum developed by a fringe or border scientist, we'll get to that later, named Abraham Erskine. And you see,
By the way,
Erskine there.
I wanted to say that You know how in Doctor Strange he's got the Tibetan guy as a sidekick?
Yeah, yeah.
See, that represents Shambhala, whereas Asgard basically represents Agartha, right?
Mm-hmm.
Within the whole Thor thing. You know, they're showing Thor because it's a symbol of Agartha, just as they're showing Doctor Strange and his Tibetan guys as a symbol of Shambhala.
Yeah, yeah. For there's a lot of gems in that one, bro. A lot of gems. I still need to put it together with that one. I found so many gems in that one there, man. Crazy.
Yeah, the aliens that come to Asgard, they have a damn Jewish star on their uniforms.
Yeah, okay. So did you see the image that I showed you earlier with the Star of David? But it was within it was it was within the atoms and the crystals. Did you see that earlier? You might have not seen it. It was pretty quick actually. But yeah, these are anyway, we'll touch on it after anyway. We'll touch on it after with stars again and the atoms.
In the original 1940 comic book. Intended to give Schmidt superhuman strength and agility, the serum instead, because it's in a prototype form and he shouldn't have taken it, causes a monstrous transformation, driving the Nazi officer mad and turning his head into a ghastly red skull. Hence, the supervillain, one of the first in Marvel comic book history, the Red Skull. Erskine escapes to America, where he perfects his serum, and that happens to the best of us, don't worry. Transfiguring the prototypical 98-pound weakling, there you see him, Steve Rogers, into our hero. Now, Captain America has little time to hone his combat skills before confronting the Red Skull and the insidious occult society known as Hydra, which it turns out pulls the strings behind Hitler and the Third Reich, kind of an analogy to Spectre downstairs in the James Bond exhibit. Now,
Wait,
notice
I think he either mentions it or he doesn't, but Hydra is obviously the Thule Society. In Hellboy, they call the bad guys the Thule Society.
Yeah, you're
It's
right.
fucking crazy. Like,
Yeah.
you know, in the real ass show, they just call them the straight up the Thule Society. Like, it's
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah. Yeah, that's indeed. Hell Hydra.
That's how you know that this is being written by small hats. It's like, whoa. It's like they literally called the
Hell
guy.
yeah.
You know, the bad guys is literally the Thule Society that Hitler was a part of. You know? So it's like, you know, they're playing the same games. It's just another, you know, I mean, what do you call it? Holocaust movie, basically. Right?
Yeah. And what's the guy's name again? The red guy?
Red Skull
Red
or
Skull.
more Hellboy. They both red.
Yeah. That's thinking of Red Skull. I think that Red Skull. Yeah. Hellboy and Red Skull. They're both red facts. Yes. Yes. I wonder, and you know what's crazy? Even when I see red now, like some characters in red, I think about it like being infrared. Infrared type. Interesting.
I wanted to point this out. Baron von Strucker, who's the head of Hydra, and he's in the second Avengers movie, I believe. He's at the beginning of that. That's what it looks like in the Marvel movie. It's very similar to the Wavelsburg, which is Himmler's order castle, where he has Grail ceremonies and a black sun, just to show you the fiction and the history coming together. And that's really the point of starting with Captain America. Captain America contains all the elements of Nazi supernaturalism in popular culture. The connection to occult forces, mad scientists, fantastical weapons, a superhuman master race, a preoccupation with pagan religions, and magical relics supposed to grant the Nazis unlimited power. And of course, the pagan religion stuff comes back with Thor and Loki fighting over the Tesseract, and Thor, the Nordic god, has to take it from his evil brother Loki and bring it to Asgard for protection. Can you all hear me all right? Excellent. So from comic books produced during the Second World War, so while the Nazis are still in power.
Real quick, you know what's crazy as well? How they mentioned how they tied Thor into this, and I tied Thor into the eyes as well, right? Because when we was looking through the eyes, we came across a word. It was like vitreous something else, right? But we brought it backwards, and it gave us. It's basically said God of lightning and all that stuff. Thor. I was like, what the hell? Why would they mention Thor in the eye? Right. And then I started thinking of lightning and sprites and these things. We get lightning and sprites over here, you know. So it's quite interesting how a lot of the Nordic stuff ties into the eye, right? When you, however you want to look at it, you start spelling things backwards or even spelling it correct, but a lot of Nordic stuff hidden within the eye. That's interesting.
Through 21st century video games like Castle Wolfenstein, from classic science fiction and adventure films like Raiders of the Lost Ark, The Boys from Brazil, to contemporary horror movies like Dead Snow or Hellboy, or superhero franchises like The Avengers and Captain America, our popular culture's awash with these images of the Nazi supernatural, right?
And it's not really, you know, hard to understand why that is. You know, you look at America, it was started by the occult, right? And then America, the media is taken over basically by the small hats. And where do most of those small hats come from? They come from World War II, Germany, right?
Yeah.
When they brought them to this country, Operation Paperclip and all that type of stuff. You know, so it's just interesting. A lot of our science and culture and stuff, you know, even the hip hop music, you know, came from, you know, basically, you know, that group, you know.
Yeah. It seems like that. I mean, it's wild. It's wild. Everything comes from that group when I actually think about it. Most things. Or is it really coming from them, or are they just putting their seal of approval on it and it looks like it's coming from them? I don't know.
Yeah, it's you know, it's a little of both, and it's more programming than it is real power, you know.
Got you. Got you. I can rock with that.
We don't have time today, and that's why I decided to kind of focus to talk about the entire history of Hitler and the occult, right? This book has 9 chapters. They all deal with different aspects of what I just kind of laid out there. So what I thought we'd do, and then leave the rest for question and answer, is I'd give you some background on the historical relationship between Nazism, occultism, and what I'm calling border science, or what they called border science. Then, using some context from the book itself, look at 3 case studies from one chapter, chapter 7, of the Third Reich utilizing border science and occultism for the purposes of military intelligence and propaganda. They did actually use it for purposes that this museum would find very interesting, and so I chose those case studies. And then if we have time, I'll bring up a couple other examples. And then we can, in the question and answer, talk about more expansive things. So for example, traditional occultism, kind of these doctrines like theosophy. How many of you have heard of theosophy or anthroposophy, right, or Ariosophy? Those kind of broader occult doctrines I won't talk about much initially, nor will I talk about pagan or folkish religion, though that's a major part of the book. I will focus more on what they called Grenzwissenschaft, or border science. And so that's what I'd like to do. So let's start with the historical relationship between Nazism and the supernatural. Now, depending on what your background is, you may recognize some of these individuals or writers. And I just want to riff off of this quote from Alfred Rosenberg. Alfred Rosenberg was the ideological czar of the Nazi Party. He was the one who wrote long essays and tomes about what Nazi ideology was, what was wrong with the conventional bourgeois world, the church. And until very recently, people would have characterized Rosenberg and many Nazi leaders, and we'll get
By
to
the
that,
way,
as being.
I want to point out that the political ideals of Arthur Rosenberg and also Carl Schmitt, many people might not be aware of this, but they're coming back into fashion, especially on the alt-right. Right, so they routinely mention these guys and talk about them. They also use a lot of Black Sun symbology on the alt-right. We've been covering that sometimes on our show. You know, so it's very interesting that they'll just they're still using these symbols, especially on the alternative right, where they're trying to start provocative groups who like follow European ethnocentrism, and also they try to start anti-Semitic movements that do that. So it's very interesting. Causing division in the country and stuff. Like the EDL is one of those. Like the EDL is a white nationalist organization that talks about anti-Semitism, that takes anti-Semitism viewpoints, but they're Zionists. How can anybody explain that, right?
Oh, they're Zionists.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Because they hate Muslims, right? So it's funny, you know what I mean? Right? So they're like, so they're for Israel, right? But they don't like Jews. So how does that even make sense? You know what I'm saying, right?
What the fuck?
You know what I'm saying? The same thing with Richard Spencer over here. You know what I mean? You guys got that Tommy, whatever his name is, right? And then we got Richard Spencer. It's basically the same program. It's people that are funded by small hats that are going to talking about how Europeans got to take their power back. It's like, what?
Yeah. What power? What power? That's wild. Keep going.
I'm talking about mainstream historians, is very disinterested in the occult, right? And one of the ways I got a contract for the book is after one of the early proposals got a peer review. He said, well, this is all fascinating, but this does nothing, there's no history there. I forwarded this quote from Rosenberg himself, and you can see the quote. The success of National Socialism, the unique appearance of the Führer, has no precedent in German history. The consequence is that many Germans, due to their proclivity for the romantic and the mystical, indeed the occult, came to understand the success of National Socialism in this fashion. And he goes on from there. So what is Rosenberg arguing? The reason we were successful is Germans are fascinated by the occult and they associate us with that. Now we'll go on to say that's not necessarily a good thing, but that's a pretty, if you're looking for an archival source saying there's a story to tell, this is a good one. And he was not alone. So Rosenberg gleaned this. Lothar Eisner, who you see up there, Theodor Adorno, both associated with the Frankfurt School of kind of social, scientific, and cultural criticism in the 1920s. They both argued very openly that Nazism drew on occult thinking, supernatural thinking, esoteric thinking.
By the way, George Mateo, who followed Nietzsche, and he uses the symbolism of the Black Sun in his philosophical works, and he's a nihilist, also a homosexual. So he uses a lot of the Saturn and the mercurial, they call it mercurial hermeneutics. That's
I've
a cult.
never heard of that. Never heard that.
Yeah, it's like hidden in plain sight, mercurial hermeneutics, because Mercury hidden by the sun.
Yeah. Okay. That's, and you know what, that is another, okay, mercurial, because that's another word they was using for what's in the craters. Right, as reflecting mercurial substance in the craters, also known as mercurial, right, reflecting at the planet Mercury. So that's interesting.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to say like ether. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Nice one, Machine.
She was a film critic who looked at, like her colleague Siegfried Krakauer, another Frankfurt School film critic. If you heard of the book From Caligari to Hitler, it's a study of expressionism.
Yes, sir. Nice one, Machine.
She was a film critic who looked at, like her colleague Siegfried Krakauer, another Frankfurt School film critic. If you heard of the book From Caligari to Hitler, it's a study of expressionism. Anyway, kind of film scholars often cite that book. He and Eisner both argue that the expressionist trend in German culture, the kind of fascination with horror and the macabre and authoritarian personalities, paved the way for Hitler. Adorno said occultism, like anti-Semitism, which is based on what seems like a science but's really faith-based, religious, mystical thinking, is exactly what facilitated Nazism. So there's
By the way,
lot of contemporary.
This dude Adorno, he wrote the report on the authoritarian personality that became the MK Ultra study.
The study for MK Ultra.
Yeah. So that's what they mean when the postmodernists were involved in MK Ultra, you know, and all these guys talk about Freudo-Marxists and postmodernists, right? How they involved in taking over people's minds. That's what they're talking about. Right?
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yes, sir. That's right. Yes. Okay.
Intellectuals who made that argument. And then Rudolf von Sobotendorf, who we don't have time to go into today, he argued 1933, the Nazis came from his movement, his occult movement, and the Thule Society, which he co-founded. Some of you might have heard of the Thule Society, the Thule Gesellschaft. We've got Rosenberg, and we've got Rauschny, a guy who wrote a book about interviews he had with Hitler. So there was a very powerful contemporary belief that the Nazis were wrapped up with occult, border science, and pagan religion. And then you get this first generation of what we call historiography, which is the kind of the interpretations that historians make about the past. And some of these are very good scholarly works, like Mosa, Stern, and Goodrich Clark's The Cult Roots of Nazism, which focuses on one secret Aryan cult, really, the Ariosophists, which I'll talk about briefly today. Others, like The Morning of the Magicians, is kind of crypto history, like Trevor Ravencroft's Spear of Destiny. I don't know if you've heard of that as well. But all of a sudden, you get this efflorescence in the 60s and 70s of a belief that Nazism is based in the occult, right? Some of it's good history, some of it's not. But all of a sudden, this contemporary idea, after maybe 15 or 20 years of kind of incubation, becomes a very popular trope. All right. And then, including a colleague of mine from graduate school, some people start researching the occult per se, cultism, esotericism, in the 90s and 2000s, and their arguments are much more skeptical. I would say the general trend in a lot of this work is, first of all, everyone was interested in the occult in the 1890s through 1930s. So that's one of the arguments they make. But just as everyone was interested in it, it was also very modern. Everyone is trying New Age spirituality and thinks that maybe they have ESP and they're going to, parapsychologists to test them and see if they really have it, right? There's still people doing that today. We don't have to get to those analogies yet, but we could later on. And so their argument is, why this obsession with Nazism, they call it, when everyone in Central Europe, and even if you read Anne Harrington and others in France and Britain and America, were going to their spiritual gurus and trying out new religions. If anything, that just says that there's nothing really uniquely interesting about the relationship between Nazism, occultism, border science, what have you. The problem with this argument, as you'll see in my own book, is it doesn't have to be a direct connection. That is, not everyone who practices some version of occultism, just like not every Christian supports the same religious doctrine or political party, has to support it for it to be influential, right? For that way of thinking doctrines to be influential. So my
gatekeeper.
You did gatekeeper. Gatekeeper, Oh shit.
He just admitted it.
My work, what I'm going to talk about today, accepts their premise that everyone was interested in these border sciences and occult ideas, that they're not quintessentially backwards, but that more than any political party of that era in Germany or elsewhere, the Nazis drew on it, while other parties were skeptical or so. What does that have to do with social and political, issues, right? So that kind of gives you a sense of the context in which we'll be arguing today. All right. Any questions so far? I want to give you a chance to ask questions about, because I just went through a lot of stuff pretty quickly. Okay, we'll save them for the end. Now, a quick case study here before we get to a quick example of Nazi anti-occultism, which is in the 5th chapter of my book, before we get to the military intelligence and espionage. So one thing that people often bring up is when the Nazis came to power, they attacked occultism. They attacked border scientists. Okay, and I want to talk about what that means, what the differences between border science and occultism. You all understand occult as being into witchcraft and secret forces and clairvoyance, dowsing, divining, right, with a divining rod. What scientific occultists called radiesthesia. So I differentiate in the book between occult doctrines like theosophy, Ariosophy, anthroposophy, right, which are holistic views of the world that incorporate astrology and parapsychology, but also have kind of origin myths, right? Like there were 7 root races at some point. Madame Blavatsky started this with the Theosophists. And different races had different powers or skills or histories. And then there was some kind of miscegenation or a flood or an ice age. And
What did Madame Blavatsky create that 7 race theory? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, it's basically a theory. Anthropogenesis, I think, is something like that. But yeah, she kind of created a lot of these racial theories, and this is where occultism started to borrow things from Darwinism, is what I was talking about, right? So the occultists were themselves mixing themselves with science. See, it's the occultists who brought the modern view of science. They put that out there for the people as lesser gods. That's why I say there's a little bit of gatekeeping going on by what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Because he doesn't want to say, well, French science is the occult. Right? I mean, it basically is. I mean, French science and occultism, there's no difference between the two. But you know what I mean?
Interesting.
The greatest race kind of started to die out, except maybe some of their high priests made it to Tibet. This is more the religious aspect of the book. But my argument is that is quintessentially occultism in this area. Occultism is kind of an overarching doctrine. Border science are practices by people who sometimes are occultists, but sometimes they're just Nazis, right? Or your local doctor who's
look at that. We've been through this. The Nazis were occultists, Jack. So what are you talking about? They're just a breakaway sect of occultism. See, that's why that video is so important, because it shows you that the Nazis were themselves basically Freemasons, but they just were going against the Freemasons. They were a breakaway sect within Freemasonry, right? Going against the original Freemasons, right? So that's just because that's going on doesn't mean that they're not occultists and they're quote unquote fringe scientists, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Indeed. I agree with that.
These are scientific.
Well, why did they want to have a breakaway and create their own society? Do you know the reason?
That goes with the idea that the Eastern occultism and how they felt that it was older than Moses, right, and older than Egypt, right? So it goes with Blavatsky's theories about where the Aryans came from and actually the origins of occultism, right? See, now they didn't trust the small hats because the small hats came out of Egypt and they themselves started Freemasonry, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, right? Because Freemasonry has too much to do with Kabbalah and Plato, so they wanted to reject all that and go more into neo-paganism and the Eastern occult.
Mm. Okay, got you.
And also, the Theosophical Society was ran by women. You know, the Freemasons, they didn't allow women into their ranks of leadership. You know, so it's basically a way to get Freemasonry for women, and the whole idea of the covens and all that ideas. It really needed the 1800s and the theory of evolution and also feminist theory to take hold. You know,
Mm-hmm.
to where like in the 1900s now, you know, you have a lot of occult that's controlled by women. You know?
Oh yeah. There's some movements out there owned by these females, definitely. Interesting. Let's keep going. Shout out to the Guando chat room.
Practices that mainstream science and medicine don't accept, which is why the term border science comes around in the 20s and 30s. Grenzwissenschaft, it has multiple meanings, and it's not the same thing as a cult. The Grenzwissenschaften are practices that are on the borders of what's accepted by mainstream science, so that's number one in terms of border. They investigate border phenomena, right? So ESP, talking to the dead, things that are on the border of what can actually be known. In that sense, they're border sciences, right? Clairvoyance, astrology. And they use the term because they mean interdisciplinarity as well. You cross the borders from one scientific practice to another. So border scientists like to claim that they're not tied to one materialist view or, you know, a very rigid view of what physics is or chemistry is. They're willing to use all doctrines or all practices to come to the truth in some organic way. Why is that important? Because very often the Nazis, as you'll see here, will pursue occultists as individuals who claim to be the head of a sect like anthroposophy or Freemasons, but they don't attack the scientific occultism or the border sciences they practice. Does that make sense? And I think that's a really important distinction that no historians have yet made, because what bothers Nazis is sectarianism, that you're not following the Third Reich, the ideology, that Hitler isn't your end all and be all. But when it comes to the epistemology, the sources of knowledge, the approaches to knowledge, they don't mind stuff that we would consider a cult, provided it's framed as a border science. So to give you an example of that, which is a big deal in the field, maybe you haven't heard of this, Rudolf Hess was a deputy Führer, right? He was technically in the party, the second ranking guy. He really wasn't. Even before 33, Himmler and Goering and others had displaced him. But in theory, he's the guy who would replace Hitler if Hitler got killed, and everyone was trying to kill him, right? He got assassinated. There were like 10 assassination plots that they uncovered or something. Wow. Hess, like Himmler, like many of the people we'll talk about today, was very interested in border science and occultism, and had been practicing it pretty openly. He started a New Age hospital for homeopathic and border scientific practices in 1934. He would have conferences where he would promote that kind of stuff. Even Hitler sent a letter of congratulations in 1935 to one of the big astrological congresses. So a lot of Nazi leaders dabbled or were immersed in this, but Hess was one of the more prominent ones. And in 1941, May of 1941, as many of you might know, he got frustrated. I mean, it's complex what his motivations were, but he was clearly frustrated with being marginalized. And he was frustrated that Hitler was about to open a second front in the Soviet Union, which he saw as disastrous. He was right. And so he thought he would go fly, because he was a decent pilot. He would go fly to Britain on his own and negotiate peace on behalf of Hitler and Third Reich. So I think on May 8th, 1941, he takes off. Now, there is some evidence he did consult with his astrologer, as he and Himmler would do for everything, right, before he left. And then he crash landed, got captured. The British said, come on, this guy's nuts, and just want to do a psychological evaluation. They didn't want to negotiate with him. This was a scandal, obviously, in the middle of the war. Hitler was livid. He said, what's wrong with this guy? How could he do it? And then Bormann and Heydrich come in, and Rosenberg, and say, well, it's because of his occultism, right? He was obsessed with occult gurus, and that's why he did it. So Hitler says, okay, finally, it's been 8 years. We've used kid gloves until now, but it's time to go after these people, okay? Which is typical of Hitler. Like, he gets focused on something briefly and then loses focus. And for about a month, there was something called the Hesse Action. You see the wreckage of the plane. You see the order from Heydrich saying that we've got to pursue this, all these occultists. He lists all of them. But it only lasts a few weeks. And I think that's really important. The only reason it only lasts a few weeks, and I'll get to that here, is because what has often been castigated as pseudoscience in the Third Reich might be characterized as a genuine openness to the very boundaries of the knowable, to border science and so-called scientific occultism. That's one of the premises I want to make before we look at our case studies, that the Nazis may have gone after sectarians, but they liked the practices that those sectarians saw as important, the border science. Now, there were limits, of course. Anyone professing a direct connection to the divine or supernatural might raise the state's hackles, particularly if such individuals appeared likely to contravene the state's political or ideological goals.
By the way,
embarrasses the Third Reich.
He, Hitler not only did Aleister Crowley refer to himself continuously as Hitler's guru, right? But it's also a notable fact that these ideas here, at the Second World War or whatever, oh shit, I just forgot what I was gonna say. But yeah, I guess just play the video. I'll remember it.
Say no more. I got you.
They blame astrologers. They go arrest some astrologers. So, or anthroposophists who wanted to have their own institutes. They might go after them. At the same time, however, the occult could help justify dubious scientific practices, even as it acted as a wellspring of new thinking and experimentation. And the Second World War saw an efflorescence of such thinking, okay? So that's the context before we get to military intelligence. Now, in March 1940, Hans Bender, who had become Germany's leading parapsychologist, and there you see a picture of him with Uri Geller from the 70s. He's an older gentleman on the top. But in his 30s, he had become the leading parapsychologist, scientific parapsychologist in Germany. He wrote a pessimistic letter in March of 1940 to Karl Kraft. Karl Kraft is down there. He was a famous Swiss astrologer. Some of you may have heard of him. We'll get to him later. Since 1937, they had both witnessed growing restrictions against occultism.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Escalate.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about Rudolf Steiner and how Adolf had considered him the most dangerous man in Germany.
Why is that?
Because he was like one of the biggest leaders of the occult within Germany, right? He was with the Theosophical Society and all of these organizations, right? And he was a 33-degree Freemason. He was basically the head of the Freemasonry in Germany, so he saw him as his enemy. So it's interesting. All of these people like Blavatsky and also Crowley, going around and essentially being the gurus of somebody like that, right? And then him, going against other occultists like that, and also the small hats, which were basically ahead of the occult, right?
Yeah.
Repression.
Good stuff.
Hans Bender feared. would be exacerbated by the outbreak of the war, because they could see that now that the war had broken out, they were, the euthanasia program, they were going after gypsies, the policies against the Jews were getting worse. So he's worried that since they're anti-sectarian, they're going to confuse occultism with real scientific, border scientific occultism that he practices, and it's going to get worse for us. Okay? And Croft wrote him back immediately and said, about the prospects of border sciences in our generation, I put the quote up there. Can you read these quotes from that far away? Excellent. He said, I'm not as pessimistic as you, especially in government circles, he insisted. They are seeking people who have something to say in terms of border scientific research. And he used the term Grenzwissenschaft. Now, Croft knew what he was talking about. By March 1940, Croft was working closely with Goebbels in the propaganda ministry and the Reich intelligence services to produce propaganda and wage psychological warfare against the Allies. Many of Croft's fellow experts in astrology and divining, dowsing, radiesthesia that I mentioned earlier, would be recruited as well. You see Wilhelm Wolff, Ludwig Straniak, Gerda Walter. These are some of the figures who would get recruited. Bender's own border scientific research began to receive official sponsorship only during the war. So before the war, he was kind of tolerated. During the war, Himmler and indirectly Hitler start giving money to his university institute, this parapsychologist. For just as the conflict released bottled up economic energies, it also led to a greater Nazi willingness to experiment and exploit border science in the interests of foreign policy, propaganda, and military science. Okay, and that's where our case studies come in. For example, Nostradamus and astrology. Now, before September 1939, as I suggested, the Third Reich had been ambivalent about sponsoring astrology in any official capacity. So Himmler and Hess had intervened to make sure that astrology per se, the practice of scientific astrology, was not banned. But astrologers and people who belonged to astrological societies had been reined in, okay? As had the Catholic Church, the Protestants, Jehovah's Witnesses, even radical pan-German nationalists who hadn't joined the Nazi Party were reined in. Basically, anyone who wasn't in the Nazi Party. That's important to point out. But with the outbreak of the war, any lingering reservations about enlisting border science for the benefit of the regime dissipated. Only 4 days into the war, Rosenberg, remember Rosenberg, the one critical of occultism? Rosenberg's attack dog in occult matters, a guy named Kurt Kissauer, produced a policy paper, okay? This is a high-ranking official with a policy paper entitled, quote, Astrology as a Means to Influence Public Opinion, unquote. The report indicated that the British had used fake horoscopes to good effect in Germany. Okay, and the SS noted the same thing independently of Rosenberg's office, that Germans really did seem susceptible to this kind of propaganda. If Germans were susceptible to occult thinking, why not employ similar astrological propaganda against the Allies? That was the point of Kissauer's policy paper. Well, while he's thinking about this and while Himmler's collecting all this astrological stuff, Goebbels, of all people, on October 30th, 1939, so 8 weeks into the war, reported on a ministerial conference during which he announced in his Reich propaganda ministry that he was examining astrological writing to, quote, determine himself whether there were any inherent dangers, unquote. 2 weeks later, he brought a letter from Karl Kraft himself, okay, to Hitler. He'd gotten a letter, or the intelligence service had gotten a letter from Kraft on 2 November. And he brought this letter to a lunch meeting with Hitler. The letter had predicted that Johann Georg Elser would attempt to assassinate Hitler shortly thereafter. And there was a guy who tried to kill him when he returned to the Burger Boy Keller in Munich to give a speech. There was a bomb under there and he barely escaped. So here Croft, this astrologer, just sent a letter predicting an assassination attempt. So Goebbels brings us to lunch with Hitler. He says, isn't this fascinating? And Hitler said he was fascinated as well and asked Goebbels to explain the details. How did you get this? Who's this Croft guy? Himmler, who was also at lunch and was soliciting astrological materials for his own occult library, okay, took great interest in the conversation and agreed that the letter and its prediction were genuine. So you've got Hitler, Himmler, and Goebbels at lunch saying, you know what, astrology may just work. If we had followed his advice, we would have, you never would have been in there. Goebbels was clearly encouraged by Hitler and Himmler's response. As he reported in his diary 2 days later, quote, I broached the idea of Nostradamus to my colleagues in the propaganda ministry for the first time. The whole world is full of mystical superstition. Why shouldn't we exploit that in order to undermine the enemy front? So the question here is, does Goebbels really believe it, or does he see it as a way of manipulating the public? That's a question that I deal with in the book, and I could kind of by case study show you where I think different Nazis stand. But what's fascinating is the war breaks out, and all of a sudden you've got these high-ranking Nazis saying, hey, maybe we should work with this astrological stuff. Now, in my chapter, I go through in detail month by month how Goebbels first has his diplomats in the propaganda ministry try to work with Nostradamus's quatrains. They don't know anything about astrology, so their propaganda is kind of crappy, right? So then Goebbels says, well, why don't I just hire this Croft guy? Which isn't hard to do because the SS and the SD, the intelligence service, have been monitoring him for a while. Not only because he's an occultist, but because he's been trying to convince diplomats to listen to him because he knows what's going to happen in the war and in the future. Like there was a Romanian diplomat, Virgil Talea. The whole affair, basically, he tries to tell him what to tell the British, and the SS is getting frustrated, but they don't arrest him. Point is, he's on the regime's radar already before he sends the letter. So Goebbels like, why don't you come work for me? That's why Croft's so excited a few weeks later and writes Bender, I'm getting paid to read Nostradamus quatrains and tell them what's going to happen. This is fantastic. But it's not just Croft. Goebbels had gone to this guy named Kritzinger, Hans Kritzinger, who was a ballistics expert, but also a dowsing expert. Because he was a dowsing expert, he was an astrology expert, because these aren't real sciences. You can be an expert on everything, right? And Kritzinger's the guy who said, Croft's really good. You should get him. He's a really good scientific astrologer. Well, Goebbels goes back to him and says, do you want to work for me? He's like, well, I'm really busy doing dowsing stuff, but maybe you can hire this guy named Georg Lucht, who's also a great astrologer. So by February, he's got Croft, Lucht, and all his kind of leading propaganda guys looking over Nostradamus, finding reasons why Belgium and the Netherlands should capitulate, predictably, right? And Norway. Why? Because they invade Norway in April and Belgium, the Netherlands in May. They're literally, you can piece together how Goebbels, the lead propagandist, is using Nostradamus to come up with propaganda for why Allied countries should capitulate and why German soldiers should be confident that they're going to win. Okay, I'm not going to recount all of that here. It's fascinating, other than to say that this really happened. Okay, I want to move on to our second case study, which is I'll give you the context here. The two case studies which are related. So, waging war with border science. On 12 September 1943, the SS captain Otto Skorzeny, who's downstairs in the James Bond exhibit, the historian for the Spy Museum has argued that Skorzeny's the model possibly for Blofeld or for one of the other Bond villains with a scar. You'll see him in a minute. So this special forces captain, the SS Otto Skorzeny, conducted a daring raid on the Campo Imperatore Hotel in Italy's Gran Sasso Mountains. His mission was to liberate Il Duce, Benito Mussolini, whom the Italian people had deposed and arrested in the wake of the Allied landings in Sicily a couple weeks earlier.
Now, for weeks, the Italians had been moving Mussolini from one obscure site to another. The goal was to prevent just this kind of rescue operation. It would have been a real propaganda coup if the Axis had gotten Mussolini back and could set up a puppet state, right, in northern Italy. But somehow Scorzeni found the dictator's location, and in a matter of hours, his airborne troops swooped in their DFS-230 gliders and defeated Mussolini's captors without firing a shot. And I'll show you the picture of what we're going to get to that in a minute. Here's
Mussolini.
the operation I'm talking about. Okay, you'll see how they're linked, both of these. Whisked off to Vienna, Mussolini was named leader of the new Italian Social Republic, a German-dominated rump state desperate to hold off the Allied advance. But in the midst of Germany's last offensive in the east, Operation Citadel, the disaster at Kursk, all the other things going around, obviously the Sicily invasion, this might have been the greatest and last major military operation that you could deem successful and a great kind of propaganda coup at the same time. We found Mussolini, rescued him, there's hope, right, for the Axis, right? So Operation Oak constituted one of the Third Reich's last great public relation victories. Nevertheless, the most remarkable aspect of the raid was not Operation Oak, which is a technical term for rescuing Mussolini. It was Operation Mars, the intelligence operation that ostensibly located Mussolini in the first place.
Operation Mars, did he say? What do you mean by that? I wonder if he means Mars meaning waters or Mars like a physical place. Interesting.
Evidence suggests that the information on Mussolini's whereabouts was pieced together by conventional intelligence operations. We'll get to that in a minute. And breaking of Allied radio codes. But Himmler and Schellenberg, who had replaced Heydrich as head of the SD, insisted they garnered this information from an expert team of occultists assembled in a villa under SS administration. Now, Operation Mars wasn't the only time that astrologers, clairvoyants, or diviners would be recruited to help the regime. As you can see here, for 4 years after the Hess action, the SS employed border scientists in military technology and research, seeking ways to improve morale, extract intelligence, and exert mind control. Even the German Navy joined in, assembling a group of diviners and astrologers to locate Allied battleships. So I want to talk about that first, and then we'll get to Operation Mars.
Woo!
Now, after something called world ice theory, which I don't have time to get into today, we can talk about it in the question and answer. The area of border science is probably most valuable in the Third Reich, or most popular, wasn't astrology. It was radiesthesia, it was divining or dowsing, whether with a stick or a piece of iron on a string, right? That was seen as the most reliable border science. Many Nazi leaders, notably Himmler and Hess, believed in the existence of cosmic forces or so-called Earth rays, Erdstrahlen, radiation, that could be detected and harnessed with the proper training. Even Hitler had ordered one of Germany's most famous diviners to check the Reich Chancellery for malignant forms of death rays that were under the earth, and we're going to somehow give him cancer. Hess famously used to sleep with magnets below and above his bed to fend off these terrible death rays. Goebbels also hired dowsers like Kritzinger, I mentioned him a few minutes ago, to assist with Nostradamus propaganda.
Death rays, though. What did he mean by? He's not talking about technology. He sounds like he's talking about something else. Interesting. Okay.
But
yeah,
the
it's like
strange
the Vril basically use electromagnetic technology from under the earth to aim it into humans and stuff. So there's dark forces that exist under the earth, that races that have advanced technology that could possibly use these types of machines, right, in order to psychically control humans.
That's wild, because look, even they said harness, right? They said to harness the energy. Do you know what that
Right.
sounds like to me, my brother? That sounds like a fucking Dyson sphere.
Right, right. It's like also like how they say like harvesting like negative energy, like energy vampires and shit. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And also they had another version of this with the orgone rays. You know,
Orgon rays. What's that one? The orgon rays.
Wilhelm Reich, he came up with this thing called orgone rays. You know, where he's kind of using the whole concept of the Kundalini and the sexual energy. You know, that whole concept goes with this too. You know, that you have sexual power and that's your creative force. You know, the whole idea comes from Eastern mysticism, right?
Sexual power. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, latent energies, mental forces, forces that capitalize on your sexual life-giving energy and all that type of stuff. So yeah, they have all of these ideas, that actually come from the occultism, right?
Yeah, that's interesting. I like that. Let's keep going.
Experiment in radiesthesia was probably the one initiated not by the Nazi Party, which shows you how widespread it is, but the Navy itself. So one of the big myths that's been punctured the last 30 years in all sorts of ways is that the military was somehow insulated, like the church, from all this crazy stuff. Well, we now know that leaders of the church, especially Protestants, and leaders of the military were almost as immersed in whether it's race science or border science in this stuff as the Nazis were. Right? And this is an example of that. There's not a clear line between the sober, technologically adept and conservative military and the crazy Nazis. There's really a spectrum there that they're all on. So by the summer of 1942, the British had begun to turn the tide in the Battle of the Atlantic. As many of you know, the battle between the U-boats who were trying to sink as many convoys as possible to prevent supplies getting to Europe and North Africa, and then using radar, sonar, destroyers, and other things to find the U-boats, right? Now, the success of the British and the Americans by late 42 had nothing to do with dowsing. Okay, to locate enemy submarines, the British employed quite natural scientific methods, namely radar and sonar. They were aided in these efforts by sophisticated code breaking and the extensive use of American convoys. But German Navy officials were confused. They weren't sure how they were eluding them or finding submarines. And one of the most confused about the shift in the Battle of the Atlantic was a U-boat captain named Hans Roeder. And there you see him, Captain Hans Roeder. He's not some guy writing comic books in his spare time, Captain America and whatnot, and sending weird screeds to the government. He is a Navy captain, right? A science expert in the Navy Patent Office, and an amateur pendulum dowser, right? Because who isn't in Germany at this time? So Roeder was convinced the British were employing dowsing, divining, as a means to locate German ships. As a countermeasure, Roeder suggested that the Navy begin employing border scientific methods. So we're really behind, we haven't yet weaponized this stuff. Were Roeder operating in the Royal Navy, his suggestion to set up an officially sponsored pendulum institute would likely have been dismissed as outrageous. And we know the British and Americans had some fringe things going on, but they never got any money, and it was kind of a joke. And all the efforts were focused on conventional things and massive undertakings like the search for an atomic bomb, right? And yet Roeder was operating in the Third Reich, where many ranking party officials and military men were open to border scientific doctrines. And I could go through a lot of examples of things the Navy and Army and Air Force have been experimenting in. I have other examples in the book. But let's just say that given this context, it comes as no surprise that in September 1942, Roeder received approval from the Navy Intelligence Service, so this is official, for his Pendulum Institute. Its purpose was, quote, to pinpoint the position of enemy convoys at sea by means of pendulums and other supernatural devices so that the German submarine flotillas could be certain of sinking them, unquote. As Rear Admiral Gerhard Wagner, chief of the Navy's operational department, admitted, Roeder the quote pendulum user was well known to all of us. From the point of view of those days, his work was not that unusual. After all, one was constantly thinking about new techniques, and if someone came and claimed to be able to achieve something by way of a certain method, no matter how crazy, he doesn't say that, it was a matter of course that it was given the opportunity. That's a very official way of saying, yeah, we had no problem with it back then. We understand it sounds nuts today. Now that he had gained official approval and financing, Roeder set out convening, and this is a quote from a witness, a strange band of psychics, pendulum users, tattva researchers, astrologers, astronomers, ballisticians, and mathematicians. These individuals included the Luftwaffe astronomer/astrologer Wilhelm Hartmann, Wilhelm Wulff, who was freed from a concentration camp to become Himmler's personal astrologer, and Straniak, Ludwig Straniak. I showed him,
Okay.
he's up there. He was the most famous.
He freed to what? He freed a Jew from a camp to be his personal astrologer. Was it? Okay. Astrologist. Okay. Interesting.
Famous scientific dowser in Germany. He wrote all these books about secret powers that you could find with these dowsing rods. He was the first dowser to claim he could teach lay people how to employ a pendulum to locate large metal objects hundreds of miles away. Sounds a lot like enemy ships, right? I wonder why he said he could do that during World War II. Roeder also tapped the prominent astrologers Kritzinger and Kraft. They're still around. The latter recruited directly from prison. I'm not going to get into why Kraft went to prison, but it had nothing to do with occultism. Basically, he was totally rejecting the Nostradamus orders he was being given, and he went rogue and said, you know, all these things were going to happen that Goebbels didn't like. But anyway, they take him out of prison, throw him in this institute. Gerda Walter, a parapsychologist who had weaved in and out of Heydrich's crosshairs for years. Gerda Walter used to claim that she would talk to Ernst Röhm, the dead head of the SA. At night, he would come to her and they would have these nice conversations about why Hitler killed him. They recruit her to help out, okay? The leaders of the German Society for Scientific Occultism that had been banned, they decide to bring the two guys in, Fritz Kvada and Konrad Schupa. So they're brought in despite the Hess action I mentioned. This is a year after they supposedly were going to wipe out occultism. Now, I'm not going to get into all the details again of this institute, except to say that it lasted for a period of months, did absolutely nothing productive, and no one paid any kind of cost for that because it was seen, oh, well, maybe we were faulty in some measurements, but it was a worthwhile operation. In fact, all the occultists, and this is a last case study, that were operating in that realm end up working for the SS a year later to find Mussolini, and that's what I want to close with. So according to a number of Navy officers, the Institute produced no meaningful results. Nevertheless, the Institute indicates the Third Reich, fueled by wartime necessity, had moved into a new, more open phase of border scientific experimentation. The search for Benito Mussolini is emblematic of these continuing efforts. The inspiration for Operation Mars likely grew out of the Pendulum Institute. So very few historians even recognize these things were going on, much less see how they're linked. But it's clear that the Pendulum Institute brought the SS into closer contact with a number of prominent border scientists, including Wilhelm Wulff. Himmler's masseur and confidant Felix Kirsten claims to have facilitated Wulff's rise by soliciting a horoscope of Hitler, which was forwarded to Arthur Nebe, who was head of the criminal police under the SS. And he thought, well, this is a really good horoscope. So he forwarded that on potentially to Himmler. It's equally likely that Wulff's yeoman work for the Pendulum Institute, Wulff claims that he was able to find these ships, you know, unlike other people, brought him to the attention of Nebe, Schellenberg, and eventually Himmler. Whatever the reason, on 28 July 1943, almost a year to the date after the Pendulum Institute opened, Himmler ordered the Gestapo to bring Wulff to Berlin. There he met Nebe, who instructed him as to the particulars of his mission. Mussolini had been kidnapped, and Himmler wanted Wulff to locate Il Duce by astrological means. Now, Wolf was only the first of many occultists contacted. A few days after Wolf's interview with Neba, so they're giving them interviews to see if they're serious, right? The seer, the clairvoyant Kurt Munk, was taken out of Sachsenhausen concentration camp, where he ended up after the Hess action, to Berlin, where he was asked to locate Mussolini. So he corroborates this. He's like, they just took me out of the camp and put me in Berlin. This is great. Over the next few days, nearly 40 more representatives of the occult sciences were assembled in a comfortable villa in Wannsee, probably Neba's International Criminal Police headquarters. They didn't know anything about the way that the SS worked, but it seems to be where they were assembled. Upon arrival, many of them demanded and were given copious amounts of food, alcohol, and cigarettes. Schellenberg would in fact complain that, quote, these seances cost us much money, as these scientists need good food, drink, and tobacco to be effective. Schellenberg's SS colleague, a guy named Wilhelm Hotel, was more sympathetic to their seemingly Epicurean requests. No wonder that the poor devils, having lived on starvation rations in the concentration camps for years, exploited the opportunity to enjoy honeypots, cigarettes, and alcohol. Like, come on, you know, it's tough in those concentration camps. Why don't we give them the good life for a while? All this food and drink did nothing to dull their preternatural senses. Wolf argued that his own calculations, which took most of August and early September, because he was serious, right, were instrumental in locating Mussolini. So too did Munk, who claimed that the SS produced an ersatz pendulum and a map of Italy on which Munk identified a dead spot in the Abruzzo Mountains. So they're all claiming they found him, right, after the war. Most documentation indicates that it was the conventional intelligence of the ST and the SS, assisted by the captain of a German seaplane squadron, that pieced together Mussolini's location. Years later, so after this has all been deemed crazy, this is very important historically. By the 50s and 60s, a lot of the Nazis and Germans and Navy leaders saying, oh yeah, we didn't really believe that, right? So years later, Hotel himself would admit that it was probably conventional intelligence that located Il Duce. The whole operation, he suggested in a memoir, had been organized to placate Himmler, who of course had committed suicide, right? Whose belief in the occult sciences were well known. However, contemporary accounts by Hotel and others tell a different story. So it's interesting to note that Hotel's earliest memoir of the experience, written before the negative post-war connotation associated with the Nazi occult, claimed that the astrologers and dowsers had indeed been successful. There's a high-ranking SS guy saying, no, it worked. It's clearly the fact that they had occult powers. Equally significant is Schellenberg's account. Now, this is really fascinating because Schellenberg, the guy over there who replaced Heydrich, he famously would have Wolf come down for a drink to his office and say, so what's Himmler asking you to research now in the stars? What have you been telling him? As a way to kind of figure out what Himmler's next plans were. Because, you know, Himmler would listen to his astrologer, which suggests he was a little bit skeptical. But Schellenberg, in his own account, says that the astrologers and diviners somehow located Mussolini despite having, quote, no contact to the outside world, unquote. Scorzeni himself, right, the model for all these Bond villains, supposedly, reported after the war that the SS had relied on, quote, seers and astrologers to glean Mussolini's whereabouts. So at least at the time, they seem to have thought this stuff worked. Such accounts indicate that many Nazis, and not only Himmler, took Operation Mars seriously. So does the fact that Himmler, Neba, and Schellenberg extracted more than 40 occultists from all over Germany, including the concentration camps. You have to understand, during the war, it was very hard to get out of a concentration camp. Usually when you went in, you stayed into the end of the war, you got killed. The fact that they're taking them out is remarkable. But get this,
Yeah, that's crazy. That's the first time I'm hearing that part about it. I thought once you're in, you're in. I never thought you come back out. Other than the scientists. But I mean, all right, the scientists. Oh, that's crazy. You know what? I need to do some research on that. That's the first time I'm hearing about that. That's interesting. Okay, interesting.
moved them to a luxurious villa in Wannsee. Himmler even followed through on his promise to grant occultists, quote, their freedom as well as 100,000 Reichsmarks if they were successful. When Munch, remember that guy who was taken out of Saxony?
So I wonder some of the scientists got freed from the cage. I wonder if that's where some of the scientists come from. There were people in the cage as well. Like the Jew scientists. I wonder if they had like Jew scientists.
They absolutely did. You know, the guy who invented the Zyklon B, who invented it as a pesticide, he was a J. Yeah, he worked for the Nazis.
Mm.
So they had people that were in their ranks that were basically cryptos.
Interesting.
Yeah, happened all the time.
Submitted his petition for release. The camp commander, no doubt nonplussed by the request, like, you want to get out of the concentration camp again, countered
By
with
the way,
sheer position.
That guy's name is Fritz Haber. Just for the people. Yeah, Fritz Haber. He invented Zyklon B, and they used it. It didn't work for on the killing humans, but they noticed it kills a lot of cockroaches and stuff. So they basically used it for pesticides, right?
Mm. Is that stuff still being used today?
Yeah, he basically invented the synthetic nitrogen, the whole process of synthetic, creating artificial nitrogen in the soil.
Damn.
So yeah, he essentially created pesticides. I think they gave him a Nobel Peace Prize for it too, which is funny because he's a Nazi, right?
Okay. So they gave a monster a prize. Interesting. All right, let's keep going.
As camp elder. So you can be a capo. I'm not letting you out of the concentration camp. The astrologer insisted on his full release, citing his work on behalf of, quote, the liberation of Mussolini. After the commander contacted the SS leadership, Munch was freed. So either Himmler or Schellenberg said, yeah, he really did help us. You got to let him out. Wolf, the guy who was also in a concentration camp and was charging thousands of marks. So it was illegal to exploit people with occult means. That was one of the things the Nazis did pursue that was already in the Weimar Republic. If you were basically telling people whatever they wanted to hear to make money off of them, claiming you had magic powers, you could be arrested or fined. Wolf was doing this all the time. That's why he was initially arrested. But after the Pendulum Institute and the Mussolini thing, Wolf received amnesty and followed up with a request, this is fantastic, that the SS return all his books and other occult materials that the Gestapo had confiscated in the Hess action more than 2 years earlier. In late 1943, NEBA ordered the return of all of Wolf's library, and a few months later, Wolf became Himmler's personal astrologer. Okay? So, I don't want to go much further other than to say there's a lot of other examples beyond military intelligence that we just talked about. The use of border.
I hate when they say that, I don't want to go any much further, but we'll go further with it, man. That's what I'm here for. Jeez, man.
Science and racial resettlement and Eastern colonization is something we could talk about in the question and answer. Biodynamic agriculture, which comes out of anthroposophy, and settlement in the East.
That's Steiner's idea right there, but the biodynamic farming.
Okay.
From anthroposophy, that's why Hitler is trying to hunt him down, because he wanted the agricultural science, whereas Hitler was talking about industrial science,
Got you.
He's like, it's like a war of the minds type of thing.
Yeah. Interesting.
Thought I'd throw out there, human experiments in the Holocaust, I argue in the book, are directly linked to this kind of thinking and these doctrines. And then finally, miracle weapons, supernatural partisans, and the collapse of the Third Reich. You literally, and I will end with this, have a point in late 44 and 45 when Hitler, Himmler, and Goebbels are creating a werewolf partisan unit. Okay, They call them werewolves because werewolves on the Folkish right have always been a positive monster. That's Germanic, lives in the woods, is masculine, goes back to Odin and Thor.
Okay.
to fight vampires,
Okay.
the Slavic
By
and
the
Jewish
way,
interlopers from the east.
Okay.
another idea is coming from Vlad Dracul, right? This is why I read
Yeah.
that part about Order of the Dragon and Sigismund, because the Order of the Dragon has a lot to do with the Vril society, right? They use the symbolism of the dragon and the reptilian and the egg a lot, right? And then they also got the whole concept of this idea, you know, that it comes from you know, what do you call it? The whole reptilian shit, man. I'm having a hard time today, but blessings.
The Draco stuff.
Yeah, the Dracos. Oh yeah, that's where I was going with that. The Order of the Dragon ties into Vlad Dracul.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah, I apologize. I've been very low on sleep. I'm sure the people who watch me know that because I've just been on the internet without sleep. But yeah, the thing is that you know, Vlad Dracul, see, that's where Dracula comes from. And if you look at Nosferatu, the movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nosferatu was used in World War II as propaganda film.
Okay.
You know, in World War II, you know,
Yeah.
and the figure of Nosferatu is supposed to represent the Jays.
Mm.
Right. So that's first of all, but also the whole idea of you know, Bram Stoker's Dracula, because Bram Stoker was a member of the OTO. So he was influenced by the same people who influenced Adolf, right? And in his you know, if you look at the movie Bram Stoker Dracula, he's turned into a vampire and a werewolf.
Oh, okay. I know werewolf, vampire. I know werewolf. Okay.
Yeah, see all this shit, people being combined with monkeys, people being combined with wolves, people being combined with sea creatures the way they are in Hellboy, people being combined with demons, people being combined with reptiles. All that shit comes from cryptozoology. See, it's an attempt to attach the fringe science into the occult, right? Combine the Ars Goetia with the theory of evolution and combine it with Blavatsky's whole theory of anthropogenesis, you know?
Interesting.
Yeah,
Combine it
where
with
it's like
the
different
aliens.
races. Yeah, you know, like Asian people came from fish, and then black people came from monkeys, and then white people came from reptiles. It's all stupid shit like that, dude.
Okay. 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 Yeah. Interesting. All right. Keep going. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Even with the Draco side of it, right? I've been coming across these old maps, and some of them they have spellings like kaput, and then when I find out the definition, it means dragon's head or the Draco's head. So it's like, whoa, what are they showing us here? Is it like the reptile, like I was talking about, the multiverse type of level? But it's interesting, man. We've got so much work to do.
And even ethnic Germans fleeing Serbia reported on being attacked by Slavic vampires who were really communist partisans. Okay? I'm not making this up. So even the end of the war can be seen as a fight between, that's why I use the term Twilight, Nazi vampires and Slavic or Jewish, or Nazi werewolves and Slavic or Jewish vampires.
See,
So
that's what I just said. See,
Yeah.
Nosferatu was a Jewish vampire. That's what I just said, straight up.
Yeah. But you know what, as well, I liked when they said the werewolf the vampires almost use that as the Germans fighting, you know, the parasites, quote unquote.
Yeah, or Atlantis versus Shambhala, you know?
Okay, Atlantis versus Shambhala. I've never heard it like that. Okay, interesting. Yeah, okay, it's interesting. Keep going.
Some basic conclusions to get back to a more academic frame of mind. Number one, magic, occultism, and border science were generally taken quite seriously by the leaders of the Third Reich, but especially after 39, which is remarkable.
By the way,
Instead
let me
of
make something very clear for people. What I'm saying is that the Freemasons are controlled by Kabbalists and small hats. They're in a war against Theosophists who are neo-pagans.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's what the whole World War II is about. That's what they don't want you to know that it's actually about, right?
Mm. Do you want to go and do you want to give them a quick little 2 minutes? What you got on that?
Oh yeah, I mean I brought
There
way
you
more
go.
than 2 minutes, but we'll see.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, we'll see how far we get into it. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Occultist language in concentration camps after the 1937 ban on astrology or the 1941 Hess Action, many Nazi leaders hired the Reich's most accurate astrologers, diviners, pendulum dowsers, anthroposophists, and world ice theorists to produce propaganda, provide military intelligence, locate enemy battleships, enhance agricultural production techniques, and instruct German soldiers how to fight without regard for their own safety. Indeed, many Nazi leaders took the opportunity of the more restrictive legal environment after 37, and especially the Hess Action, to enlist out-of-work occultists for their own purposes. So think about this. They make it impossible to practice occultism in the private sector and say, hey, you've got nothing to do, come work for us. Right? Confiscated materials were not destroyed, but made it to Himmler and other leading SS men's personal libraries, or amazingly, were loaned out to Germany's most famous parapsychologist, Hans Bender, remember him, who was encouraged to open his own institute for the study of border science at the new Reich University of Strasbourg. Finally, the selective tolerance of the supernatural might have waxed and waned due to changing circumstances and the omnipresent fear that occultism and border science could, like Christianity, be manipulated to the detriment of the regime. It is sectarian after all, right? But Nazi paranoia regarding alternative ideological loyalties did not preclude utilizing occultism and border science to gain power, shape propaganda and policy, and pursue their dreams of racial utopia and empire. Thank you.
This game, you're not ready for.
50 minutes, so.
That was amazing and scary. And I think we'll have to open a Pendulum Institute here at some point. Anybody have any questions?
Yo, it's gotta you gotta be a crazy gatekeeping operation when the literal name of your organization is spy.
Yeah, I know.
How the fuck? Like, yo, like, so we just not even gonna be funny about this shit anymore, right? This is crazy. Like,
Yeah. And you know what? I was gonna say something about it earlier, but I thought it was a bit too cliche. But yeah, look, right there.
yeah, like you might as
Look.
well wear a "I'm not a Fed" t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? Straight up.
But look what they got as well, right? Look, if you look closely what they're showing you the inverted pyramid between the Y, right? That is casting the two shadows, the two lights, right? The Boan, is it Boan and Jackal, something like that? But they're also showing you the double slit experiment. When you see the two towers, that's what they're really showing you, the double slit experiment.
I was wondering what the connection was with the Holocaust with this.
Right. So that's It's a great question. There's a lot there.
Yeah, see, he couldn't he couldn't say the things we said when we reacted to the fucking video. So so that's why he's dancing around the subject. But yeah, it's funny. She's like, she's like, well, what did that have to do with the Holocaust at all?
Yeah.
It's funny. Yeah. You know, it's like, where does the small hats come into this? It's like he never actually said it. It's hilarious gatekeeping, but yeah.
All three of the strands of my research, the occultism, the pagan religion, and the border science come together in the Holocaust. So on the one hand, you have a eugenical theories that have left the boundaries of mainstream science. So eugenics in the West, it's horrible, and ultimately most of it's pseudoscience, right? It doesn't really work. It's not practicable. But the reason it didn't expand is because mainstream biologists and anthropologists are like, what are you doing with that syphilis experiment? You haven't proved anything. And most of the scientists, and this is, you need this background to understand the difference, right?
Experiment.
Who were practicing eugenics said, you're right. You know, we can't, there's double blind tests. You know, it's too bad we killed all those poor African Americans, but it isn't really working, right? Eugenics doesn't make sense. There were no massive programs of eugenics that lasted. In the Third Reich, they didn't really care whether it was accepted by international peer review. So they would talk in Darwinian and eugenical ways, but they're really getting the ideas from Ariosophy and anthroposophy of root races and Atlantis and world ice theory. The idea that there are superior races and inferior races, that some have monstrous qualities and abilities, others are superhuman. So when you think in those terms, and the Jews are the worst of all races, and you're in a period of dearth and you're fighting against the Jewish Bolshevist menace, all of a sudden eliminating Jews is not a complex eugenical issue of, well, which Jews do we eliminate and are they partially German, becomes they're monsters that have to be gotten rid of. Now, where do we see that reinforced? We see that reinforced in the views of Jews as vampires coming out of folklore. So Hitler, Himmler, Rosenberg, they're all these analogies or just literal like equations of Jews to parasitic monsters or literally vampires who like sleep under the earth and come out at night to attack Aryan women and suck out their life force and corrupt them. This is not just a Nazi thing. I mean, there's examples, even the mainstream film Nosferatu is seen as a caricature of an East European Jewish interloper with superhuman powers over an Aryan. I mean, there's all sorts of cultural studies, interpretations, but I'm arguing that these things reinforce each other. So the folklore and pagan religion and kind of mysticism that informs their anti-Semitism is linked to the eugenics. And then the third thing is this border scientific idea of living space that also has a tradition on the folkish right. The idea that we need blood and soil that's pure, where we can have German peasants, warrior peasants who can fight against the Slavic and Jewish hordes. And when you combine all three in war, and you can start to
By the way,
say, well,
I talked about this about in the 1800s, how Hegel coined the ideas of German nationalism. He also talked about a built-in progress, right? The Hegelian dialectic is about progress, right?
What kind of progress?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Brother London? Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I said, what kind of progress?
Well, see, it's a progress through world history. It's called the world spirit, and it goes through history, and the whole idea of thesis, antithesis, synthesis always leads to a better result, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this this whole process of thesis, antithesis, synthesis is literally the engine of history in Hegel. So it leads to continual progress. See, in Darwinism, there isn't any progress. And then in Blavatsky, you have the racial theories, right? So all these ideas came out in the 1800s. It's not a coincidence, you know, because Darwin was literally got his idea of evolution from Alfred Russel Wallace, who was a 33-degree Freemason, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why all of these ideas come from the occult. You know, it's not just evolution and eugenics and the ideas of Blavatsky, but no, all of these ideas came out in the 1800s, and they came out around the same time. Right?
Hmm. It's just from one big factory, and you got different pushers pushing it at different times.
Yeah, and you also got one place: Germany, Russia, and Bohemia.
Yeah. Hmm. Interesting.
We need to eliminate the
Open panel, by the way, if anyone's guessing what's going on. Open panel.
Jews and secondarily the Slavs to have a
No trolls.
pure German empire. Does that make sense? I give a lot more detail in the book, but all three of those things reinforce each other.
Eric, do you mind doing a quick touch on world ice, if you can do such a thing?
Yeah, so world ice theory was invented by an amateur scientist or kind of popular writer in the 1890s, a guy named Hans Horbiger, an Austrian. And later on, that's a big deal. He, like Hitler, he's this brilliant, non-technically trained specialist who understands things better than mainstream scientists, right? It came to him in a dream. He had a dream that there were giant blocks of ice smashing into each other, you know, out in the cosmos, and that must explain everything. And because he didn't know science, he got an amateur astronomer named Philip Fout to write with him a book called Glacial Cosmogony, which I think came out in 1912. And immediately already, you know, mainstream scientists, geologists, geographers, this is like, one of them famously said, if you just replaced ice with olive oil in the book, it would be no less convincing, right? I mean, it just was meaningless. It was like a religion he had created, that giant blocks of ice smashed into each other and there were moons of ice. And when they hit the earth, they created a flood, and all the frost giants did well for a while, but then they died out and the Aryans, you know, lost their civilization. Atlantis collapsed. Fit in perfectly, by the way.
I've never heard that before. Giant bits of ice moving around. What? Who says that? I've never heard that. That's interesting.
Yeah, some of the thing has to do with the Hyperboreans. You know, this mythical race of beings who lived on the mountain, you know, that didn't need to eat or sleep, and they just lived in the cold. You know, they're super strong, like Titans. You know?
Okay. Hyperborean. I think I have heard that. Yeah, Hyperboreans. Yeah, I have heard that, but I haven't heard the full story about those folks. But I have heard of them. Hyperboreans. Okay.
Folkish occult ideas of the time. And so in the 20s and 30s, right-wing thinkers said, well, this is a great science. This isn't Jewish. You know, there's no Einstein that we've got to worry about, or Freud with world ice theory. And then Hitler and Himmler sponsored it in the Third Reich. And I have a whole part of a chapter that goes into the sponsorship of
also, the whole concept of the Yeti in the Raiders of the Lost Ark or the Indiana Jones film, you know, where they're looking for the Ark of the Covenant, and they're looking for all these artifacts that Hitler was looking for too.
Go on, TT.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
Yo, what's going on?
Big up, big up.
You guys are hitting some heat.
Respect, bro. Yes,
You guys are nailing it, man. Machine Lies, big ups, man. You guys are dropping some stuff, man. Like, I'm down there in the chat, like half blowing up, going, "Oh my god, I got stuff to add to this. Holy shit, these guys are on it."
For sure.
Yeah, that's
you guys
what's
are,
up.
man, for real. Like, London's asking the good questions. Machine, you're fucking filling in the gaps with the deets.
There you go.
Whew.
There you go.
Got me excited. I was like, I got home early for a rare chance. I was like, you know what? This is the perfect opportunity. I need to say hi to brother man.
There you go.
Anyways, as you were.
My man. Much love, TT. Thanks for joining.
Hey, always a pleasure, dude.
There's a belief that the reason they didn't equip properly for Stalingrad is because they thought that Aryans are more immune to winter because of world ice theory, and therefore, you know, the Russians would suffer like they did in World War I because they're inferior and don't have these superpowers, but the Germans will do okay. There's some evidence of that.
Anybody else? Oh, David.
I'm curious what insight you have into German public opinion on some of these issues. You've talked a lot about certain leaders, captains, and others, but what about the people? What sources do we have about what the German people bought into?
Yes, that's a great question. And what's wonderful about I showed you some of those works, more revisionist works from the 90s and 2000s. They lay that groundwork for me. So they show the proliferation of border scientific and astrological and occult thinking from the 1890s on. So their argument is that if you were a bourgeois German or Austrian who hung out in a Vienna or Munich, Vienna cafe, Munich beer hall, you believed in something that I talked about. So their only difference from my argument is that, well, that didn't make you more susceptible to fascism than anyone else. That there's, bless you, that liberalism and socialism and all these other movements are just as attractive to you as someone who believes in world ice theory as fascism would be. I'm arguing that's not the case. Like the empirical research shows that the people who are most invested in this tend to support the fascist parties. But the fact is, everyone, according to them, is interested in it. Now, I show in the book that even Nazis recognize, or Nazi-affiliated scientists who don't like occultism, that the socialists seem immune to it, and the liberals. And they acknowledge that while liberals and socialists called into question all our traditional values, which helped breed fascism, which is good, it's not their fault that we have these crazy ideas like world ice theory. That's the fault of the fascists who seem to kind of support that. So even within the party, there's a recognition that if you were a materialist Marxist or a secular liberal or a very traditional Christian, you didn't find this stuff interesting. Now, my colleagues, revisionist colleagues, would argue, oh no, they were interested too. I don't see as much evidence. If you were an educated liberal or a socialist, you were much less likely to visit an astrologer, or like Ludendorff, think that there's weird conspiracies of people who can manipulate gold and,
By the way,
you're trained to crack.
The founder of Marxism, Karl Marx, right? Not only was his dad a 33-degree Freemason, right? He was also a crypto, right? Living in Germany, and he's in the family of the Rothschilds, right? Marx also wrote satanic and Luciferian poetry. That's why he put the 5-pointed star on the communist symbol to represent Lucifer, right? And also, Hegel was interesting in things like dowsing and animal magnetism. He had books on these subjects. So all the founders of liberal theory were into the occult, right? So I don't know why liberals wouldn't be interested in those things, right? But the founders of liberalism were definitely vastly interested in these subjects.
Yeah, because they had merit. All of a sudden they want to diffuse it and say it's not true, but then they start trying it themselves and then it fucking works. And then what are they left with? Oh shit, this is real. That's why Hitler got so obsessed with occultism, is because the more he went and looked at things, the more he found out it wasn't insane or myth or legend.
Bit like myself.
Right? I think that it's more likely that the things that you postulate that you think to be true are more likely to be true than anything that you hear.
I can dig that.
Because if we're the ones creating the reality here, then we're the ones that should be dictating what's going on. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy if they sit here and tell you, oh, the world's ending, oh, it's all going to come to an end. And then through our own fear and our own manifestation, we create the incident.
Yeah.
So why don't we create the solution? Turn off the fucking TV, turn off the fucking radio. Start thinking for yourself. Spend more than 5 minutes a day having full, succinct thought. That's what I like to get to. Full solutions for people to get to the point where they have the same mind as Rudolf Steiner or Walter Russell or all these other people that can talk with such eloquence and magnificence and blow our minds that the average person nowadays is like, how do I get the Quick Trip without Google?
Yeah,
knowing they've been there 10 times before. We're in a state of idiocracy. You know what I'm saying? And all they were doing with Hitler stuff was just, it's a precedence. They are showing you how easily people are controlled by simple mechanisms. I'm sure Machine Lies is a lot of knowledge on this.
Yeah, you got it. Hey, he telling you about the machine, so he knows. Trust me, machine knows. He's the machine, bro. He knows. Trust me.
Because the machine lies, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Not this
Does it
machine.
not?
Not our machine, but the machine lies.
The machine, which is the whole acronym of the whole phrase machine lies, because the machine itself does lie.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Trust you me, brother. It ain't lost on me.
Oh yeah. Yeah. All you need is coming from within you. You know, it's God given. You know, we are the blueprints of the divine. You know, the machine lies. You know what I'm saying?
The machine lies. We're the real machine.
Exactly.
There is no machine that can compete. You tell me another computer on this planet that can calculate billions of bits of information every second. And that's what our brain does, from our sight, our senses, what we think, what we do, how we feel. You know, there ain't a computer that can touch it. I don't care if it's a goddamn quantum computer. We are out calculating the fucking universe. That's why they have to manipulate us to change the universe, because this AI ain't gonna do shit. Besides maybe take over some fucking nuclear bombs. You know? And the fact that they don't kill us just shows us how strong our spirit is, because it would be too easy just to kill us. But they don't want us on the other side, which is entanglement to your other densities, full power realized. You know what I mean? You want to have a planet that's got fucking a million Gokus that just woke up? Like, fuck you. I'm gonna shoot fire from my hands and fucking fly around and show y'all people this shit ain't real.
There's a million Gokus.
Right? Don't you feel it when Goku explodes with that rage? It's the emotion. It's the emotion that creates the feeling. That feeling goes to our mind. Our mind creates that reality. That's why you watch a movie and you get those hair tingles at the highest moment, is because you know that's how you would feel in those moments. You know? So we need to create those moments, and that creates that feeling, therefore creating that reality.
There
Am
you
I
go.
wrong?
No, I like the way you put that shit. Yes, sir.
It just cycles through my head all day long, and it just common denominator, common denominator, common denominator. And I'm just waiting for somebody to ask me a motherfucking question.
Yeah.
Ask me.
That's it. Oh man. That's what I'm talking about.
Big ups to you guys, though. You guys inspired me.
That's a secret weapon right there, you know, Tony Taylor.
Gotta
Secret
come
weapon.
through, man.
There you go. There you go. 420 if you got that shit.
You just gotta remember, everywhere you go, there you are. And it goes forwards and backwards. I'm starting to believe now that the future is the past and the past is the future, London.
Okay.
Like everything you're trying to figure out and the point you're trying to get to is reworking the past to see your future, because you're talking about your future looking at the past, even though you're looking at the past talking about your future. Did I not just fuck you up? Did I fuck you up?
Yep. You fucked me up.
But it totally feels that way.
Admit it.
That was cold. That was cold.
It totally is.
That was cold.
Everything has the thought of its positive, but the opposite in its action. You're like, what the fuck is going on here?
You know what's crazy, right? Because look, like I've been saying, you find these movies and they got the gems in it. There's a movie that's like that, right? Where they've literally got to go into the past just to set the future straight, you know, from a total annihilation. You know, they got to dig into the past to save the future.
Right.
You know,
The Tomorrow War.
there you go. That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, with Chris Pratt.
Yes, sir.
Hey, photographic memory, man.
Yes, sir. That's the
Yeah,
one.
that one's actually good, but you should look up the one called Tenet. It's got,
Tenet.
I think, Daniel Gibson as the main actor, and holy shit. They talk about going forward through time, but the only way to go forward through time is in reverse action.
Woo, shit. Oh shit. Okay.
So while everybody else is moving forward, you're moving fucking backwards. So you have to learn how to go through reality in reverse. It's fucked up, man. It makes you
Never
think
heard that. I've never heard that one before.
8 times different about how time proceeds.
Do you know what? Hold on, because I saw. Do you know what? A few years back, I saw like a sketch, right? But it wasn't like titled with nothing. And the way how it was playing out, right? It was like these people was actually going about their day, but walking backwards, like going into the house, walking backwards, going up the stairs, walking backwards, and shit like
wow.
that. Yeah, I should have paid more attention to it actually, but damn, that's
It sounds very similar because if time is only apparent in the third dimension, then we are the only ones who are aware of any passing of time. So it could just be an error that we made that we call the future, and the past, the past. What if the past hasn't happened and the future already has?
Yeah, I mean, because look, even I think who was it? I forgot who it was, right? But they were speaking along the lines of the Bible being from the future.
Oh, right. It would have to be determined whether or not that would be the Bible or the Bible of the past, which went through the Nicene Council, which, you know, took out half the books that were 3,000 years old, which manipulated time and all that shit. So you want to talk about a giant fucking spaghetti mess, just say the word Bible. You know, it doesn't have any exact derived point. Some say it's exact, some say it's metaphor, some say it's written by the devil, some say it's got numerology hidden in it. Like, I would like one clear, definitive point to go tell me what the fucking Bible is, please. A million points of speculation, no definition. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's accordings and accordings.
Means you can't go further.
According to this and according to that and according to he said and according to her, you know. It's never
Oh yeah, and half of it's all about family lineage. Why would you have a Bible that half of the words that are in there are talking about family lineage? The fuck do I care if Jephthah came before Happeth and Happeth came before Jed? And I don't care. You're talking about this guy. Tell me about this guy. Why are you telling me about his uncles and his brothers and who came before him?
They're trying to make you fall in love with the main character, right?
Right. Well, I think in the past, people always knew the great men. So if you knew, hey, this is Jared, he's son of Japheth, and you go, oh my God, Japheth? Everyone knows Japheth. For maybe back in the day, that held sway. But now it has no pertinence. It doesn't pertain to anything we talk about nowadays. You don't need to know 18 family lineages about who these fucking people were related to.
Yeah. I agree.
The confusion of the word, London.
That's the shit they teach you in school. Henry VIII, his wives, and you know this person and that person. Right? When the fuck am I gonna ever need to learn this? Only if I go back in time. Only if I go back in time. Then yeah. But were they trying to tell me something? Like I gotta learn this shit just in case I go back in time. Like
right, just in case you want to meet Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah.
We told you about him in school. Like, dude, why the fuck do I need to know about Roman people, dude? Teach me how to balance a fucking checkbook. Teach me how to get a loan. That's powerful shit. You know, teach me how to build my credit.
That's it.
But you want to tell me all about the fucking Indians and a bunch of lying bullshit? Okay, keep talking.
They want to tell me about Jack the Ripper and shit.
Well,
Crazy.
that fucking fake ass shit. Any Jack the Ripper that existed because they let him exist.
That's it.
It's a culling and it creates fear.
Yeah, 100%.
Creates fear. Why would you want to catch mass murderers? You don't. You want to let them go because that lets the public know every person standing next to you could be a serial killer. Have a nice day. Keep your kids close. Don't you? How many people here have young kids that take them to a carnival and not fucking like, hey, don't stray from me? Any one of these people throw you in the back of the minivan and disappear you.
That was wild. Oh shit.
Apologies, gentlemen. I didn't mean to lead on to a tangent, but I have no less ability to lead on to a tangent than I do to breathe.
Oh man, love it. We got a few
It's
more
how I
minutes.
operate.
Let's
Love
keep
you
going.
guys too.
Love you, bro.
Crash with mind waves and all these other things that right-wing thinkers seem to believe. That you can smell a Jew hundreds of meters away because they're from a different race. Yeah. Good question, though.
There's in the book, The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, is a really fascinating account of this man, William Houston Chamberlain, or maybe I got the name. Do you know?
Houston Stewart Chamberlain.
Yeah, right. That he was like the spiritual father of Nazism, and then he was traveling up from Italy, and he had a vision, and he got up the train and just sat and wrote a book, completely possessed, completely channeled the book.
The Foundations of the 19th Century.
Right, and that book actually was the spiritual guide of Hitler and all the people. But you haven't mentioned him. Does he?
Yeah, I mentioned him in the book. So first of all, Chamberlain is emblematic of a whole kind of, and this gets us to some of the pagan religion stuff. So Germans in the post-Romantic era decided, for all sorts of reasons, many Germans and Austrians, that traditional Judeo-Christian identity, Greco-Roman identity, classical, all this heritage that in the Enlightenment many Germans still embrace as a common Western heritage, were really the French and British view of the European world, and that Germans were slightly different. And part of that was a search for a new heritage, which they found in a kind of common Indo-Aryan culture coming out of Northwest India and Persia. And lots of thinkers who weren't racist also were fascinated by what Germans called Indology, the field of studying India and Indo-Aryan science and religion and culture. Chamberlain was one of these folkish thinkers. He's actually British, but he hung out all the time in Germany, learned German, married Wagner's daughter. Hitler loved him, as you pointed out, who lent a kind of scientific sheen to this idea that there are these superior races. You can see how close this is to the occult doctrines at the same time, that came out of an Indo-Aryan civilization. There may have been a flood. So the racist Germans who embraced this idea said it was originally a proto-Nordic people who, after the flood and the collapse of Atlantis or the Thule Society, they went east, and those who were left mated with native Asians, which is why Asian culture is superior to African culture and why Hinduism and Buddhism are awesome religions, and Shinto. The Hindu and Indian theorists on this say, no, it all originated here and then we moved west. Doesn't matter that much. None of it's based in really rigorous science, but it does all link together in this idea of an Indo-Aryan superior race, which is why they all these right-wing groups choose the swastika. People see that as a superficial thing. That's important. Why are they picking an Indo-Aryan fertility symbol? And not just the Nazis, like all the German Order, all these occult groups, because it's such a common belief that that's where the Indo-Aryan race comes from, and religion and culture and certain occult powers, that of course, you're going to put a swastika on your book, on your flag, right? It's the substitute for the cross. And Chamberlain believes in that stuff. So that's why. And there's all sorts of interesting stuff in the Third Reich coming out of that. But Chamberlain's just one of many. Paul de Lagarde, Julius Langben, Theodor Fritsch, Lanz von Liebenfels. We could talk about all these thinkers who make similar arguments.
Right. Well, I know Eric will answer questions while he's signing books if anybody wants to dive deep on any of these endless topics. Thank you so much. Really incredibly fascinating.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank
Oh,
you.
is it over?
Yeah. We watched for an hour, I think it was like an hour and 20 minutes or something like that. It was good stuff, man. That was good stuff.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about the Zyklon B. And you know that was recently found in London, right?
So you broke up there. Say that again, Tom.
There was Zyklon B found in London.
Found in London?
Yeah, so you remember Paul Cook, right?
Yes.
Remember how he kept going to those ancient sites?
Yeah.
Well, he would go there and it looked like there was tons of evidence of vagrancy, you know, newspapers and shit lying around. And all of a sudden he went to these two different places and they had blue shit everywhere. Like there was just nothing but just blue all over these newspapers, all over the walls, and it was just all blue. And then I went and researched Zyklon B, and Zyklon B has it's literally pigmented blue. So they would put Jews in tents and then put this powder in the air that was blue of Zyklon B, and it would kill them.
Wow.
And literally I saw Paul going through these caves and shit, and all these newspapers and everything around it was coated in blue. And he literally had multiple people even in the chat going, dude, that's Zyklon. Don't touch that shit. That will kill you.
Interesting.
You know? So it wasn't just my speculation. There was other people that thought it was the same thing too. You know? So I believe it was a way to hide ancient sites. You put a bunch of poison there, you let a bunch of dumbasses go around, they're going to touch everything. Oh, this is a 1946 newspaper, and it's covered in blue stuff that you're not aware of, and you're breathing it in, you're taking it in, and before you know it, you're dead.
Yeah,
and you ain't telling nobody about where you just went to. I warned him, but you know how he is, man. He don't listen. He don't, man. He's crazy. Sorry, Paul. I know you're not listening, but if you are, good luck, brother. You're in trouble.
No.
In more ways than just Zyklon B. You know what I'm saying?
Shit. Grand old chat room. 313 in the place to be. Lani, what's going on? Good stuff.
Yeah. Big ups to Heidi and Kay and Dean, Gareth. Mark's on point down there, man. I think he's been getting excited about what we're saying, man. Mark's been dropping some shit down there. Have you been watching?
Mark.
Yeah, he seems like a new person.
Mark. Martin, you mean?
Or Martin, yeah. Sorry.
Martin.
Apologies.
Yes. Yeah. Big up Martin Carson. Yes, sir. Big up. Good contribution. I see you putting some good gems down there. Big up.
Who
Even
knows what's
special
kind
K,
going
big up.
down. Machine
what's up,
Lies, I see you there getting high as fuck. Don't say you ain't.
I'm about
That
to
ain't
roll up a
regular
joint,
vape.
bro.
That ain't nicotine.
Yeah, I got the purple.
Purple?
Woo.
I got the purple green. Except it ain't green, it's purple. I got that Pacific purple, you know what I'm saying?
That's what's up.
It is actually.
That's what's up. Hey, so tell me this now, right? I've been seeing. Oh, hold on. Let me get that right there.
Woo! Nah,
Mhm.
mine's more purple, dude. That's pretty purple. Mine's more purple.
That looks tasty, though. I ain't gonna lie. That looks tasty.
I'm rolling it right now. I don't know what it is, but every time my guy has anything purple, I'm like, I don't care what it costs, just give it to me. It's purple.
Hey, machine. I broke off a small nugget. I hope you don't mind. I took a small piece when you had it up to the screen. Nice.
You just nabbed a bit,
Smells
took it
good,
for
smells
yourself.
good. That's it.
I tell
Thought
you
I'd take
what,
it.
you know what you need to do? You need to get some good weed, and now they sell vapes that are mushrooms. Mix a little bit of muscimol and some amanita muscaria with some green. Woo!
Mix
2
that
times
shit.
flying high.
Yeah, I've never tried that before. I got to be honest. Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, because nowadays they can sell it because it's legal because it's muscimol. Muscimol is it's not a dirty synthetic, but it's a regular synthetic of psilocybin, and they add the amanita muscaria into it for certain areas that do sell it, but they are sold at dispensaries now. Mushroom pens, baby.
Hey, do you know what I'm trying to do this year? Maybe my last 420 year.
What's that?
This year may be my last year of 420 year.
Oh, you're gonna give it up?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. Trying to do that.
You trying to stop intaking all the estrogen?
If that's what you want to call it. Yeah.
They're all female plants, man.
Mm-hmm.
Male plant don't get you high. So if we're all smoking female plants, are we not taking in estrogen? Estrogen, by the way, is cancerous to males.
There you go.
Yeah,
Just saying.
I seen mushrooms in the forest that were glowing in the dark. There were orange mushrooms growing growing out green in the dark, and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? I mean, right? So I went home and researched it, and there's actually glow in the fucking dark green mushrooms that actually appear in nature, right? And these motherfuckers have the same chemical in them. They release the same hormone that the lightning bugs release.
What?
It's crazy. Yeah, so they actually release
Lightning.
in animal proteins and shit. So it's wild. Like fungus and plants actually emit like sometimes animal
It's
like
it's
protein.
chemical cytosis or something like that, or photocytosis.
Yeah, it's wild. But also bioluminescence. You know, they call
Yes, bioluminescence.
in
Okay.
plants and bugs and stuff. Yeah, it's wild shit. But yeah,
That's
some of the
what
plants and yeah.
those sea creatures emit as well.
Oh yeah, that's what they found out. They went down 10,000 fucking feet, and they found out that half the shit down here fucking glows
Yeah.
or is fluorescent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one of the main things against the theory of evolution right there, you know.
No, dude, I can beat evolution in 20 seconds.
Uh-oh.
It's called replacement theory. So, in order for something to evolve, what it evolved from has to disappear. If we evolved from monkeys, what the fuck are monkeys still doing here? Was there something else that was in the line that evolved into monkeys that just so happened to be? Bullshit.
That's what Darwin said was brown people.
Oh, that's horse shit.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, he
Brown
said
people are actually the more evolved species.
yeah, that's
They
funny.
are. That's why they have more melanin.
Yeah. Yeah, a case
Dude.
could be made. But also it's interesting that ties into Blavatsky's theories. You know what I mean? So, you know, the dude in the video was acting like there's no tie-in, but there's clearly a huge tie-in there.
It's
I mean,
not
right?
just a theory. Helena Blatsvika, whatever the fuck her name was, literally they were contacting other entities just like Crowley was. They were divining. They just all considered it like, oh, they're doing voodoo and they're doing evil magic. I don't think they were.
Yeah, I agree.
They were connecting because Crowley talks about a fourth density being that he talked to named Lamb.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a demonic force, right?
Oh yeah, I
Well,
heard about.
he's Lamb is a fourth density negative being. So he influenced Crowley with the excitement of egotistical power in the moment, but therefore crippled his soul for many generations. So it gave Crowley power for the now, but it damned his soul.
Yeah, that's kind of the bargain. And you know, he's reading the Ars Goetia and the Lesser Key of Solomon at the Great Pyramid, and over in front of the Great Pyramid, right, he had you know, butt sex with his Jewish boyfriend.
Oh God!
And then he writes in his book, right? He says that Aryan children are the best for the sacrifice because only an Aryan child has a pure spirit. So, so it's like, yeah, we really like Aryans. That's why we got to use them for the sacrifice. It's like, holy shit! It's like, hold up, Aaron,
That's
right?
crazy.
It's like, don't like me too much now, you know.
You may like me, but you won't like me later.
No, it's wild. I mean,
Shit.
the way he says a blue-eyed, blonde-haired Aryan boy is the best sacrifice you could offer the demonic spirits because it's literally a pure spirit. You know, so it's wild. It
Honestly, I think they got that perception of the blonde hair, blue eye from the Palladians. So I believe that the Nazis actually met with the Palladians and gave them technology, but then thought that that was the pure master race, and then started to convolute the idea that they were Palladian. You know what I mean?
It also comes from the
Okay.
idea of the lion, how the lion has blonde hair, right?
Well, those are the Lyrans. Do you know about the star constellation of the alien race of lions called Lyrans?
No, sir. That's a new one for me.
Shit. Okay, so basically, what ended us up in third density to begin with was fourth and fifth density, sixth density beings saw third density reality and wanted to experience it. So they came down here and manifested in forms that they thought would be desirable, which were half animal, half human. Right? But not realizing
right
that
there
connecting
in
with animal spirit would disconnect them with the fourth and fifth density consciousness.
Yeah.
So therefore damning themselves to physicality, which is what started out the Earth School.
Yeah, that's a lot of the stuff that Lans von Liebensfeld, one of those authors that they're talking about, talks about in his Theozoologica, right? He talks about animal beings crossed with humans, and really that most of the animals of the world, you know, they had theorized came from these, you know, sort of lesser density, you know, beings, like these higher density beings manifesting on a lower form. You know what I'm saying?
Right, because
So,
they wanted to experience physicality. So they expressed themselves in the best desirable fashion they knew best, which was half them, half what they saw, which was animals.
yeah, and that's
However, they did not realize this would be a separation of spirit, a
yeah, and that's
separation
why
of consciousness.
right, and that's why when you get to these guys like you know, W.D. Farad, who started the Nation of Islam, right? He was literally talking about how human beings created the animals as genetic experiments, right? So it's human scientists who created the animal life forms, and that's why the animals have the same genes as the humans, right? That's why plants.
I don't believe that though. I think it's like a half and half. You know what I mean? Like I think there was half that was manipulated, half that was naturally here.
Okay.
You know, just like you have plants. So you have hybrids, and then you have your, you know, your what do you call those seeds that are, you know, your heritage seeds that last throughout.
Original.
So you have your original species, and then you have your hybrids.
Mhm.
You know, like mixes, right? Because if you want to look at DNA, believe it or not, we have the closest DNA to fucking pigs. Not frogs, not monkeys, not gorillas, not apes,
Yeah.
pigs.
Mhm. That's wild.
That's all I'm saying. I'm just bringing up the postulation that we are completely manipulated 100% from the start, and
Hey,
nothing about us is original.
hey, Tone, you said something like they came down and saw something what they wanted to be like, right? So what they saw the animals instead of the humans.
Right, because there were no humans. There were, you know, basically monkeys in caves, but the best expression they could see would be the most predominant animal. So they
Okay.
mixed themselves, their bipedal, you know, four limb, stand upright with an animal. And that's what created your Lyran race. That's what created your bird race. That's what created the ant race. Every race was created from that initial separation from spirit. Because that's what they say a lot of the underground people were fucking ants.
Yeah, I've heard something like that.
Highly evolved ants.
And people.
Yep.
Don't know how true it is, but I have heard it. I have heard that.
It doesn't matter, honestly, how true it is. It matters how much you think it to be true. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what's real. Half of what's told to you is fucking fake.
Yeah.
So whatever you can imagine is probably closer to the truth than what you've been told. That's what I love about reality. It's more what I make it to be than what has been told to me. You know? That's inspiring. That lets me know that every day's an adventure and that whatever I make up, I know has already happened, or I wouldn't be able to make it up.
Yeah.
I'll
Possible.
fuck you up all day long. What you got? Throw it at me, London. Machine, go ahead.
No, yeah, you know, imagination is greater than experience for sure. You know, the realm of imagination is greater than experience and knowledge, as you said. You know, so yeah, definitely, I feel
Well,
that, and I think,
knowledge, is it
yeah,
not the ability to manipulate experience?
Yes.
Wisdom is the ability to know the difference between the two. Are you manipulating your experience or are you manipulating what's around you? Is it outside or is it inside? I think it's both.
yeah, we got to get
Do we
Tony to
not
call
create as we
the Jack
destroy
Talcott.
like the ever ending fucking snake, the Ouroboros?
Yeah,
Dude, I could lead this to whichever direction you want to go.
but yeah,
Yeah.
imagine if he called in the Jack Talcott. I was saying,
No, I love Jack Talcott, but Jack Talcott is stuck in a circle. And he will never do anything but be stuck in a circle.
yeah, but I'm saying you got that guru tip. You know, you flexing the guru vibe for
Oh, I
sure.
am?
Oh yeah,
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't feel like a guru. I just feel like I remember fucking everything. And I have the insights that just fuck with my mind all the goddamn time, and I'm like, dude, I gotta tell this to somebody. Somebody will think this is fucking valuable. It drives me crazy because that's all I do is think. I don't listen to the radio. I don't watch TV. I just research.
That's it. That's it. Good man. That's what I like to hear. Hey,
Like London.
Did you manage to catch the Len Show Part 2 that I played earlier?
Yes, I did.
Cool.
I actually, I'm not gonna lie, it was about half, and then I fell asleep. It was late at night. I got home at work after work. You know how it goes, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I started it, but I didn't finish. You got to give me the highlights.
Yeah, we can run that back again if you want.
Do it.
Machine, you came in late. Did you manage to catch that, or do you want to run it back? I'm gonna run it back anyway.
Yeah, I'm down for it.
All right. Oops. I'll show you guys the screen. Where are we?
In this video, we're going to talk about a typical lens practical that you can have in the lab. As you can see from the diagram, you have a lamp on the left-hand side, usually comes in the form of torchlight, then followed by a illuminated cross wire, then followed by a lens, and then a screen on the right-hand side for the real image to be formed. So you can see here, these are the typical apparatus that you have in the lab, and be mindful that the zero marking of the ruler is aligned to the illuminated crosswire in this case. So as mentioned, the lamp usually comes in the form of torchlight, and then for this experiment, the crosswire is on the cupboard, and you can see that there are two physical wires at 90 degrees to
And if you think about it, selfishness are going to be those ones, oh no, we're over budget. We can't do this. We got to dig into our savings. I was like that way. Hey, we've got another brother to the show. I'm not going to make him wait. Welcome, the Machine Lions. How you doing today?
Greetings. I'm having a blessed day. How about you, my friend?
Truly, I am truly feeling blessed. Hey, Lindsay Smith, it's a great question. What is wrong with having some expectations? You might be disappointed in others, but can't you at least have reasonable expectations for yourself? That is absolutely true. Where I found most of my disappointment was I found myself placing expectations on others. Maybe it is taking my expectation of myself and transferring it onto others. Holy cows, I bet that's what it is I'm doing. It is.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
It is what I'm doing. And my frustration that brings up the angry comes from the expectation of myself and the expectation that I'm transferring onto others. Life is pretty amazing when you pay attention. Hey, back to the question though, Lindsay. Yes, reasonable expectations for ourselves. Now, what is reasonable? And who is the self? And who's creating the standard of the reasonableness? I spent a lot of time in my past with these ideas of these. I expected perfection from myself, yet
I wasn't paying attention. I was self-sabotaging and I was miserable. But lately I found myself pretty accepting of myself and others, but I continue to keep trying to improve. And I find a lot of people expect perfection out of me. So, you know, here.
I don't know. I don't even understand what perfection even means. So I need someone to show it to me first.
Actually, what if right now is perfect?
No, perfect don't meet my standards.
What would you change?
I don't know why I would change, but I wouldn't necessarily call it perfect. I mean, sure something. Maybe I'll change the shipping speed of the monitors I ordered. Yeah, that's what I would change. I'll make it so it get here on Thursday or Wednesday or Friday. That's what I would change.
But I'm talking about this moment. This moment.
That's starting in this moment. It's being shipped right now.
Well, see, that sounds perfect. It's on its way. Maybe not as quickly as you'd hope, but it's perfect. It's on its way. And
I wouldn't call that perfect though. That's just
right.
my.
I understand what I'm trying to show. I mean, honestly, I have found, and it makes sense and it works. It's reasonable. We can literally believe whatever we want as long as it's true. So life really is how we tell the story. So there's a lot of people who aren't, they're living a life where they're telling stories and they're not. Anyway, hey, Machine Lies, welcome to you, brother. I kind of took off right after you showed up.
It's quite all right. Yeah, I think a lot of our expectations come from a faith in the future, and I would say a faith in progress. Some would even go so far as to create a pseudo sort of eschatology of progress where they see everything is headed, into a sort of futurism. But then the other danger of our expectations is just in the plans we have, because especially when those plans are based on unstable needs and artificial needs, simplicity is the cornerstone of the heart. And I think simplicity and sincerity go together. One who makes one's wants and needs very few has less expectation and has greater faith in what one can accomplish.
Beautifully spoken. Beautifully said. That is the key that I found where my happiness is simple to find. And it's kind of what I was trying to get Hank to consider. If you can allow yourself to be a part of this moment, and it's always this moment, whenever it is, and you are, it's that moment. So if you can allow yourself to be a part of the moment and surrender yourself to the moment, become one with the perfection that time really is, that's all you got to do is walk with perfection. Allow perfection to walk with you. And in my thoughts earlier, when I said, I truly do, I truly live to honor the story, the example of Jesus in order to glorify the Father, which was his purpose. And so each day I invite that spirit, the heart of God, to join me and lead me through the day. And I'm telling you guys, this feels like the right way we're supposed to be living. And with that, I know that the perfection of Christ is with me. Now, sometimes I step out and I get angry and I lose sight of God's perfection and God's timing and God's mystery. And then I get in my head and the angry cock comes out. But Brothers and sisters, I'm pretty sure this is what they were teaching us. Surrender to the moment, and the eternal life starts to be realized. Because the kingdom of heaven is for those who know, right? Who walk with love. The kingdom of heaven is here to be realized by the children of God. I'm pretty sure the children of God are intended to appreciate, right? So, whatever. Thoughts?
So, yes. So a couple of things. I really don't. I do like. What called? I read Perfect Present, and I really don't like using the term perfection that way because it devalues it to the point of meaninglessness. Because there's all kinds of wars going on in the world, and wouldn't it be better if they stopped? But saying the world's perfect the way it is, if it's in a state that we don't want to be in, then perfect's not good enough for us. And
well, if we can stay within our own perspective and accept the reality of where we are and how we are, God has allowed us to be. And here, I use this word a lot, but there's a true mystery behind life and the order of life and the perfection of the order. There's a mystery behind it all. So I allow myself to accept the words that the other ascended masters have taught, the other great minds of philosophy and such. We're here to expand our minds and our hearts. We're not here to collect property and memorize rules of other people. That's a bunch of crazy nonsense, man.
And another thing, due to my nature, I can't stay in the moment outside of very specific context. I'm just naturally a very destructive oriented person. So you know how to kind of destruction. So I had to keep that limited to the special control context because otherwise I'll be far too antisocial to adapt to a society. So it may work for some people. I just know it doesn't work for me.
Well, perhaps not yet. Perhaps not in the past. Perhaps it wasn't time and it wasn't the right thing for you then. But that focus of your mind, we all have these varying levels of tendencies, right? For the tendency of manipulation and the darkness. And we have all similar levels of those tendencies. But brother, there's a gift to what is called the autistic mind that I don't believe has been properly understood yet. And, you know, as in my limited experience, my limited understanding, some are very gifted with the way they see their mind's vision. Now, if that mind's vision can be trained, which I believe anyone can train, anyone can transform themselves just by changing the patterns of their mind and where they direct their focus. You may have some intuitive gifts of spiritual natures and knowing that you haven't discovered yet. But the ways of the world have created us how we are. And it's not just the ways of the world, it's the ways of the world and our choices and God's grace, God's purpose. The way I find peace within myself truly is I remind myself, what was. What is. What will be, I guess, will be. It's God's plans. We just get to play along like we're important or something. And I really don't think we're that important to God's plans unless we're present and honest and authentic, faithful, loving, all the good things. Hey, our pool, that's a word that's open to definition and interpretation, because the things God's allowed me to discover, we could be a generation that, well, there's some amazing discoveries, and there are some incredible things that are happening within this world. I was wondering earlier, based on some of the things I've heard predicted, what is God's plans? Because I've heard, one of the things I've heard repeated several places is that the human body, especially those on the spiritual path, the purpose is we're going from the dark density, the duality of third dimension, and we will rise above into the fifth dimensional energies of thought, which is truly unity. Unity and love is the higher vibration energies of people. But I've heard it said that biologically, somehow we're going to go from carbon-based life forms into more of a crystalline structured body. I don't know what that means, but I've heard it said a lot of people. And it could make sense. There's like an ether, perhaps a morphogenetic field. There's a realm of conscious energy from which all of us are emanating from. It's a mystery. Who knows what the future will bring? But brothers and sisters, sincerely, truly, let's all become a part of ending wars. I know there's ways to do it. What are you guys' thoughts?
Well, I believe that in terms of you know, hidden dangers, I guess, that we could perceive in terms of our knowing, I think that sincerity, as I said earlier, is a jewel of the heart. We have to be clear in our conscience, and also I think that we have to adjoin the vision that we see in our mind, with a clear view of what's happening in the world. So in terms of that, we have to become visionary. And they say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and the tongue is a reflection of the heart. So we also have to become clear in our speech, and we have to hold people to truth, the people around us to truth. And that is the ultimate act that we can bring about in sincerity. Now, in terms of knowledge, there's always a difference between what we want to know and what we can know. In other words, there's a difference between our imagination and our experience, and it's often the imagination of what when that's not aligned with what we are doing or what we experience, it's always going to be, we're going to have a lack of vision.
I think so. If time spent off in like fantasy or wanting things that are not within reach, creating self-creating suffering, and it's time wasted from growing. Is that what I understood you saying?
Yes, like between because I was going off of expectations, and seeing that there's just a I like to say there's a rift between imagination and experience. I think they're both one thing, but I feel that sometimes one being in balance, out of balance with the other, it is always a problem of our perception. And how
Yeah.
we and how we see things. And that ties back to, the difference between what we want to know and what we can know. And I think that we have
Yeah.
to really
Okay.
tie that together.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's where I got paused, and sorry to interrupt you. Yes, that line between what we do know and what we can know. And then there's that other line of what we don't know, right? I mean, there's these realms and layers and layers and layers of cognition, of thought. This life truly is a mystery, and the best way to play it is with a calm and clear mind. Hey, we've got another guest, a friend, I believe, a true friend. Welcome back, Linz. It's been a while.
Oh, I thought you were talking about somebody else. I liked your question. I liked your question about war because I decided to spin it around a little bit. And you said, how can we stop wars, I think. And so I kind of turned it around to, wait a minute, what are the benefits of war? What are the utilities? Because there's got to be some or they would stop. And then I thought about, I already wrote it in the text, but how can there be a macro way of stopping wars when we can't even micromanage the wars going on in our own heads? So already I'm being negative because I'm saying we can't do this, we can't do that because such and such. I'm sure there's got to be a way, but throughout history, we haven't done it. There must be some utility. I know war is profitable. I know war is good for imperialism when you want the resources that another nation or place has. It's good for Darwinian processes of the fittest and the weakest, and it helps get rid of people when there's a competition for resources. Not that this is fantastic, but in a way it could be seen as a positive thing.
Right.
So what is most important in our society seems to be money. Money rules everything. So as long as the war machine is profitable, how is it going to stop? I know this is a very negative take.
Here's the thing.
It's realistic. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, money can't possibly rule everything because it is a technology. It's a tool we made up ourselves to make transactions more simple, so we don't have to barter with the exact person who has the thing we want directly. So money doesn't rule anything really. It's just a tool. It's just a distraction. Power, the actual what rules people. People rule people. People rule people, and they rule them with their clout or with their resources.
Money in and by itself does not mean anything. We are what gives it meaning, and we are what gives it life, and we are what make it real.
Lindsay, yep, here, both of you are correct. I mean, Lindsay said accurately that money has been given power, and behind every war is the economic, selfish, greedy money system. People haven't wanted to accept it because, logically, money makes trade easy, and it's always been around, and there's nothing wrong with it, but hello. Here, back to the answer, though. Throughout history, things have been the way they were. If we learn from the patterns of history, we can overcome. Here, we've got another guest here, and I won't make him wait. Welcome, Stephen.
Hello, Jack. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Stephen.
So if we actually look at the patterns of history and we truly learn from history, we can change the patterns. And I actually believe this is it's the logical, it's the perfect, unfolding of the progression of mankind based on the way things were. But the selfishness and the darkness, the beast, has been leading the world. through corruption, manipulation, violence, oppression, through the illusion of budgets and authority, people are dying today. And this is what I want to communicate with the people in Congress. The spiritual prophets and such, they were right. The way to live purely is honestly and authentically. We should never enable lies. Yet, every corporation, every government, these corporations are taking over the governments, and the people's minds and hearts, their lives are being sold.
We're part of it.
We are a part of it until we confront it and change it. And that's what I chose for myself a long time ago. That's my purpose. And actually, I'm reaching out. I went to city council last night, followed up with explanations today. The solution is very, very simple. It doesn't have to be me or anyone in particular who gets it done, but wars can end, and when secrets are no longer legal, there will be fewer lies, less enemies. If secrets are no longer legal, the banking Ponzi scheme dissolves, and then the people in government really won't have any leg to stand on when they realize the whole dollar that they've been selling the nation out for is a lie. They'll do what they can to end the wars that they've been funding. I'm confident in that.
I'm stuck on something, and I genuinely want to know the answer. I learned an argumentation class in college, which I'm still not very good at. Anyway, the if and then statements are fallacious. And that's one that didn't quite stick with me that much. Hank's nodding his head because I don't understand why if and then statements are necessarily cancel out your premise. Does anybody here remember why?
It doesn't. That's not factual.
That may be why it never processed.
Well, it's just that the if and then is a interesting logical operator because it means differently than and. Because if and then implies that one has to necessarily follow the other. So if you reverse the statement, it doesn't work. So if it's an and statement, you could put the two different parts of the statement. It doesn't matter which one you say first.
Can you rephrase it in the way that it's illogical? Can you rephrase what he's?
It has a less veracity in terms of logic, because if you switch the statement, right?
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
I was trying to literally switch the statement backwards to understand that, because the beginning of what he said isn't necessary. It doesn't necessitate the second. So if we did this, then there would be no wars. And he said, if we stop being selfish, for one. So let's say we stay very, very selfish. We could still have peace. We could still end wars. That's why it is. That's why he said that it's not accurate.
Oh, okay. I understand what you mean.
Because you don't need to be unselfish, or you don't need to be selfless to have peace.
Oh, okay. You're disputing the causality, which is acceptable.
Okay.
So
all
you
right.
say, yeah, I understand what you mean.
I'm not trying to be right as much as I am trying to understand this. And
no, I appreciate it.
Well, no, it's just that you couldn't turn the statement the other way. See if Jack says that if you end selfishness, then you will end wars. Then you couldn't put the wars before the selfishness. You couldn't say, well, if we've ended wars, then there's no longer selfishness. See, it wouldn't work that way. Get it right? So in other words, the inverse of the statement would not work the same way as the first statement he made, right? So that's why it has logically less veracity than for example, an and statement. Because if you said, if you said, you know, that if you end selfishness, and then wars will end too, right? So then you could say, well, if wars are gone, then there's no selfishness, right? Right? It would work that way, right? But
Yeah.
with an if then statement, it would not work that way, right?
Thanks for explaining that.
Yeah,
that
no
makes more
problem. Man.
sense.
It's just a logical. It's just the way they use the logical operators.
That's if you're going to be real pedantic, but I don't think you need to correct what you said. I would just analyzing it in a logical situation.
Hey, truly, if I can jump in here, because I appreciate the questions. I appreciate the, you know, trying to understand. And Machine Lies, you've got like the mind of a professor, and you share this with us freely, man. Thank you, brother.
Stop being so smart.
Huh? He's
stop being so smart.
He's literally a professor that escaped academia. He's
He absolutely
except being a Hossenfelder. So that makes sense.
I'm truly
I appreciate
grateful
you guys
for it. And here I wanted to not to keep Stephen waiting, but I kind of wanted to jump back to that topic though. The way I view it, selfishness is what is behind the wars. The chase for profits is what has the banking system trying to, well, the chase for profits and control, the selfish, greedy nature has been codified into the man's laws. The governments and that's what it's called, but it feeds selfishness. Poverty doesn't have to exist. Wars don't have to exist. We could literally, Earth could become quite heavenly for everyone who lives here, including the animals. We don't have to abuse Mother Earth and exploit each other so that some fat cat hedge fund manager can take his family, you know, on $1 million vacations. This is a bunch of absurd bullshit. Budgets. What's that?
What's the opposite of that? Is it communism? Is it autocracy? Because that's not good either.
It starts with honesty, and honesty would not enable corporate executives and government officials to keep secrets. Honesty would not do that. And so with honesty, the wars could end. We could overcome this belief of enemies and recognize that every nation, every land, we are all neighbors here on this earth. We're all connected to each other at this time of history. Just because the wars haven't ended in the past, maybe it just means it wasn't yet time. Because the time we're living in right now, this information age, man, there is spiritual lessons and spiritual prophecy being shown through the days we're living. I'm pretty sure, I've been saying this a long time, it's a suspicion of mine that the Bible has been misunderstood and misinterpreted. I actually believe that any day now it will be the return of Christ, which is realized through all of us. Because there's many who are realizing it, many who are explaining it, many who are showing it, and many who are not. And we've got another guest here I would love to welcome fondly. Welcome, brother.
Get over it. Day after day. I'm up here to prove I'm going to be the shortest lived for the most truth that you're going to deny. And then if you want me and Machine Lies to do a little exercise, we could just play our roles and I could be like, what the fuck's in Mecca? And he'd be like, screw you, infidel. And if we were those people, we're never going to be able to sit and break bread. And then bring Trek in, start telling me about all these different Talmuds I don't even want to touch. I'm like, you're right. I thought it was all in one book. Leave it to white people, but at least have it all in one book.
Well, history has been interesting, and today here we are.
But
I'm
you're not.
comfortable.
You're looping and boring.
Can you
I'm
be
bored.
joyful? Are
Yes,
you
I'll be
joy-
joyful for the season of discontent where I put a lot of you in your place.
That's a very good one. Okay.
Two force tank. Two force tank.
So okay. So all we need is for the machine lies to print a version of Quran with the hadiths attached to it. That's fine. That should be easy to do.
No,
We'll
no,
make a
it
lot of
came
money.
from Leaves. It came from Leaves. But Hank, I'm tired
How
of you like inserting yourself because you go to every panel, dude, and you think that I'm here for you, and you're like the lowest form Negro right now.
Oh, really? How many panels are there, Tommy? How many panels are there? I go to every panel. How many are there?
All of them, yeah.
Okay, you don't have a number, so there you go. Fake news.
No, I don't need a number. The ones I go to, you're always there.
I go to some that you don't know exist.
I know. I wish you'd be there when I go to the ones I do know exist.
Hey, Tommy.
I could send you a list.
Here, sorry. Why would someone keep going back to a place they find a boring loop? What's
because the chat
What's that?
challenged me to, and you're not gonna do it as fast because I said I was starting a timer for how long I'd be up here. But you're also not on your regularly looping bullshit you're always wrong about. You get told every day. Then the Men in Black flashy thingy.
No.
You're part of the loop, genius.
Yes.
A neuralizer? Come on, man.
Yes, Tom.
But I'm not.
You keep bringing back a loop.
See, I don't need to be told I'm part of a loop by the stupidest bitch that would come up here and ask you for information.
Show me different. Show me different today. Is that
I do.
possible?
It's what you kick me for. I fucking hate you, Jack. I hate you too, Sandy Machine, but you don't trigger me. I'm going to trigger you more.
But you
How about me? Do you hate me, Lumatami?
Yeah, you're a nigger. Yeah, you're not. You're not. No, I thought of a new word. Hold on. It was like not. It was like. It was something like nigger and autistic. I'll figure it out.
Tom, seriously. Hank, I know.
I'll remember.
I don't want to encourage him, and I don't want to enable him. So what do I do?
You can't encourage me. You'll never end war.
How do I get you to self-censor?
This is your problem. This is your problem. You used to come up here and say you're seeking truth, and you slowly merged it into everyone's got to follow Jack Bison.
That's not accurate.
M. Talcott?
That's not accurate. But
okay, how can you? Okay, then sleep on this. Sleep on this. You're never going to end wars, and none of us are trying to help you.
Why do you want to believe that?
Because you say you're a Christian.
Yeah.
You ready for the loop, Lindsay?
You're a poor example of a Christian. Tommy, let me not be negative. You could be a much better example of a Christian.
No, I wouldn't want to be saying that because you don't know your Bible. Now, Machine Lies is free to disagree with it. Hank is free to disagree with it. They don't bother me because they say they disagree with it. You sit up here day after day and say you're my people and speak the exact opposite.
Tom, many Christians.
And this is the loop, Lindsay. Start saying my name like you'd be screaming it out.
Many Christians have found echo chambers of.
And there's the first. Hey, chat. There's the first mute.
Yeah,
the son of his daddy.
I'm losing my patience with you, Tommy.
Your patience is lost over truth.
No, my patience is lost.
No, you.
Okay, Jack. What do you think of this?
Interruptions,
okay, Lindsay.
No,
make him.
I don't listen to you.
I'm gonna let you mediate us, Lindsay. I think you'd be good at it. For a change.
Okay, I'm gonna do it before you tell me to.
Okay, don't let him just give a bullshit broad stroke answer. You too, Machine or Sandy Machine. Yeah, both machines. We need
both. Will this apply to
you
as well, Tom? Are you going to hold yourself to the same non-bullshit style answer?
Triggers you, bro.
I'm just
asking. He won't. No, he won't because he thinks he has the power of God gives him an excuse. He gets to give out.
Hey, no, you don't do the narrative game very well, Hank. And you held your heating element too delusional for too long. Don't let him kick me in the back just for replying.
We'll kick you in the head instead, Tommy. How about that?
Dude, I got all this footage from just this past week where you're like, oh, there you are, just disagreeing.
How do I
be right?
Here, please let Lindsay. Lindsay,
go ahead,
please.
Write this down.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lindsay.
How you handle a situation, or how I handle a situation, let me say, that's not working out. And this is not working out because it's counterintuitive to your purposes, Jack. And this is your stream. So when you keep getting the same behavior over and over again, means the person's not willing to change. Everything that survives has to change, at least every biological being. So what if you created a distance between this thing unwilling to change and yourself so that you could grow and survive? And that thing, until it's willing to change, can go somewhere else.
What are you talking about?
You and
no,
me.
I mean, let's label the things. Just go ahead and say what you're saying. You're all right.
You seem unwilling to change, Tommy.
You have blown up my email and my text relentlessly all week. I've tried to leave you alone. I have hit pieces coming on you. And a lot of
what was my intention for doing so?
I don't know. I stopped reading them because I said, you're done. I'm the manager, nigga. You're done.
So you found
I got your daddy the most epic loops coming too. He's been saying he wants one. This one is the epic loop.
You said you're the manager. Do you know where you are right now?
I also said that this black man is not an employee or a shopper here. I want his pockets searched and escorted to the front.
Tommy,
here's your son.
Let's get back to the conversation, please.
Oh, he knows who he is. He's a spook.
God, I do look forward.
He's the one that is holding a sign up to his forehead that says spook.
And Tommy, it's with love. I'm going to send you to the back. Okay. And
I win.
How can you not love him? Right? How can you not love Tommy? He's so lovable.
I don't know how to not love Tommy. I don't know how.
I don't know how this isn't hilarious every time. It's like you couldn't even stay mad here. It's just too funny.
That's the idea. But
exactly.
These people keep returning, pretending to be so angry at me every day. And I'm like, how long does this have to go on? Hey, and let me be respectful. Steven joined quite a while ago. He's been patient. What are your thoughts, my friend? Let's bring you in if you're there.
Hank, stop it.
Hello, Jack and the panel. My thoughts on Tommy. He's quite a character, and we were discussing him last night, and I don't know if I don't know. He said he's not straight, and he likes to date chicks with dicks and stuff like that. So I don't know what it is with Tommy. I'm trying to figure out what his deal is. He bounced at a gay bar. I don't know any straight guys that would do that. So I think Tommy might have some secrets, and I hope he gets right with Christ. I hope he gets right with Christ. I got a thumbs up for him right now. Get right with God, Tommy. Please, we're praying for you to kind of get stable.
It's going to happen. It's happening. I actually see a lot of people growing. I see a lot of people very resistant to growing as well.
Oh, he was watching. Good for you,
What's
Tommy.
that?
Sorry, Jack, but I just noticed Tommy was watching me with Bex last night, and he was paying attention. So thank you, Tommy. Thanks for being one of my biggest fans. Thank you for lurking and watching. I appreciate you, Tommy.
Yeah.
Isn't it interesting how the haters watch everything you do?
Yes, it is. It really is. They can't get enough.
Exactly.
They can't get enough.
They're our biggest fans.
Yeah. I've noticed old Polyboy has that reminded me, and I thought I'd look. It's not been restreamed for a while, so he's playing his games. It's funny. Oh, wait, Tommy's back. Do we give him more chances?
Yes, please.
This time the
Yeah.
challenge is in this game we have the squares just like a game on TV or something.
I think he's ready to
guess
spurt. I can feel it. He's gonna say something.
the object of the game is to piss Jack off, or that
That's the game he plays. Yeah,
Right.
let's see where
right.
it
So
goes.
we have these other people and other squares
Jack, you
too.
better show
The
your
winner!
daddy some respect. The
The
Lord
winner.
says honor your father, and you don't
Here we
call him
go.
old
Round
Molly
one.
boy.
Ding ding.
You
You
eat
never
pussy,
win,
Paul?
Lindsay. Lindsay, if
What?
you're feuding with your man's flow state, you're definitely not winning. But I
That's not
appreciate
my-
it. Get with
That's not
Sherelle. Get with Sherelle. She'll show you how to take all his stuff down. No, it's scary. If Snafu snaps,
I thought
gets
you
his
had
hands on that information, a lot of our
You
channels
love
are going to be
Sherelle,
hurt.
don't you? We should talk about
What?
you. Your Sherelle's your girlfriend off and on, right?
Yes,
No,
please.
no. Shut that dude
Tommy,
up. See, here's
Tommy.
here's why I really hate you lately, Jack.
Wait,
You've
wait.
always told me
Not a lot of
no
reason.
talking about anyone that's not up here, and that's all you fucking do now, especially me. And you're
Yeah,
always
you're not up here right
wrong.
now.
You weren't just here. So, and hey,
Well,
Tommy,
they
did
told
you
me,
notice?
who was it? Lizard.
Tommy.
Lizard something told me to come up. Don't fucking Tommy me, faggot. I'll come to fucking Washington and knock your 5'8" ass out.
So you
He would love
say-
that. Do I mean at the
Well,
Starbucks?
I'd rather go to wherever the fuck
Here.
TBE is and
Hold
put
on.
some
Tommy, do you notice that you have a
in
lot of
his kneecap.
you notice you have a lot of love-hate relationships?
No, just hate.
Why?
You guys are all horrible people, and I'm going to show you
That's
that.
not true.
It is. You're just oblivious to it. Your family's gone. I don't like you. Nobody likes
Okay.
you.
Tom, what should I change today that would help your opinion change?
Anything. You have not many ways left to get worse.
So how do I
would have
improve?
said, if I would have known you were going to pull this comfort in exchange for what little value you have left in the fiat, I would have said as soon as they wanted to buy that house, go get yourself a fucking studio apartment, Jack.
Tom, why do you keep looping back to engage with people you hate? That doesn't sound very fun.
Well, as a Christian, I'm supposed to either try to assist you or at least make sure people know you're a fucking jackass.
Ding ding. Time's up. Thank you for your participation.
What?
You are
You
not
got to
a
take
winner.
the second pill?
That was a good time.
You are not a winner. You need sound effects. Buzz.
Hey, Tommy, do you want to meet Jack at the Starbucks? We're supposed to meet Margaret this Friday. I know you have his contact information. You could set that up. I'm sure he would love it.
Yeah. Actually, Tommy, come here to the house. I'll fix a pot of coffee. We'll shoot the shit.
You have endless rounds and chances.
Well, someone already, I don't remember who, people have been looking into me. The police have been to my address a number of times over the past few years. It wasn't always me.
All right, I'm going to completely change the subject, but I am going to
Please do.
challenge you to get that buzzer kind of sound going. You know that one? That would be good. It would be like Hollywood Squares kind of thing meets 2024. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry to
have fun
interrupt.
with it. Yeah,
You
go ahead.
reminded me. I've got to bring Tommy back up.
Bring him back, yeah.
Welcome
You're
back,
gonna-
Tommy.
Talk about how gay Stephen is.
So
again.
So Jack, to show you how oblivious you are, this community knows and appreciates that I don't need your little OTW AI games. And I appreciate God gave me a face that doesn't seem to work very well with it. I don't look like any of these people.
Rex, that's fine with it.
This one's my favorite.
Well, where's the one with me stabbing you 30 times?
I like this one too. You look pretty.
I've got all. Well, you did say that about Brian. too.
Jack
I
is
think you
winning
might be
today.
Dang. Oh, Goblin, make sure you catch a season of this content. I found that footage of you sitting back while your daddy dunks me over things you should have been standing on. You're a fool, and keep back in that old whore. Ian! Long time. That's a false alarm. I would trade. I would trade Hank for Ian right now. Like, Hank doesn't have that pause, like he'd say a quip and pause and just hold it at the camera with a finger kind of raised to the lower lip. I mean, Ian had his style. It's a shame he had to be as flaky and shallow as Helltop.
He's, for whatever reason, he seemed to find disagreements with me too. It's because I had faith in
all of us
Paul.
will. I don't hold that against him.
That's why you've got a problem with me, because I had faith in Paul.
Oh, that's just like starting the welcome mat of the tower of all the problems I have with you.
I know. Oh, wait, there. Tommy can be in the middle for the group hug.
Yep.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. You guys don't touch me.
Good to
guys.
see you, Jack.
You see, Hank, they don't respect people that don't like touched, and that's how they get fucked up.
Stop.
Yes.
He's capping.
Yeah, he's capping.
No, that's Goblin. You are also nobody because you have been thoroughly shown to have nothing.
Oh, I've been
on
doing
the foundation
thoroughly
of that lying
excellent
whore.
in my life. You have no idea, brother. It's not me that's failing.
Whenever you ran on your show, you went to drunkenly restream the show.
I'll drink whenever I want to. I'm a grown man. I got my bills.
Okay, forget the drinking. It doesn't matter whether you drink or not. You ran from the show I gave you and your whores to go restream because you can't have a back.
Well, while you're calling women out of their name, actually, I was waiting for your week to be up so I can address you.
You were up and you left, and then you're up and then you left. And you even tried to say that I was kicking you.
Tom, do you really think you help dialogue? I mean, do you allow
this isn't about help. This guy is standing on a delusion or a lie, whichever they want to admit to.
What can we do? What can we do to help you find more?
You can't do shit. You are too. Just a different.
Okay, there's others here. What can we do?
And actually, I can judge Goblin by what he doesn't hold to you, just like
you cannot judge anyone.
Because
you're an
it's
Orthodox.
true.
Look, bro, you're a traditional Christian. You can't judge.
Right.
Don't tell me what I am. I can judge. We're supposed to judge. You're not a Christian.
Your judgment.
Oh, because you guys don't know your Bible, do you? You just always like to hold on to that tattoo verse.
Okay, give us a citation. Give us a citation, Tom. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, Tom, you've become this angry character.
Oh, you don't want me to answer Hank? You don't want me to show him the truth of the Bible?
Give me a citation. Give me a verse. Chapter and verse.
Stop clapping, monkey. Now, I'm going to paraphrase this, but what those verses are saying is, judge not lest ye be judged, but you will be judged by the manner that you judge. And I'm down with that. I hold you all to what I hold myself to. And I don't lend you guys money like Jack giving Paul $300 to kick him in the teeth more. Oh, that's the one that got you emailing and texting at the same time. And I do have that imposter Muslims verses. I just haven't looked them up yet because I was rewatching it for a number of reasons, and I went ahead and wrote them down. But I know they're not. If they're just that number thing, I'm gonna be like, "Are you serious?"
Hey Tom, what about this one?
What do you mean? What about this one?
That Bible verse. You cited Matthew 7:1. Jack cited Matthew 5:8.
Are you guys gonna do the flow state thing where you pompously feel better about yourself because you don't?
We're doing a Bible study.
No, Tom, I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
No, I've tried that all last week, and you kept doing your little strategeries.
We're here and now.
We're here and now. How many of us? 7.
Like 3, 7. Yeah. Good count.
Steven's been on his fat behavior. Machine Lives is always cool.
Matthew 5:8.
Are we not in next week?
Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God.
Right, and everything Steven's been up here to like strut his foghorn leghorn shape around about. I've already got all of the contradictions hot and ready like a little Caesar.
Do you have pure heart? Are you pure in
Yeah.
heart?
Yes, I just am disgusted by you false
But where do
witnesses.
you
I
see
can't
God?
wait. Can't wait.
Jack,
Where
you don't want to
God?
hear that. You've had private
How about
conversations
this?
with me where you said, brother, I feel like you truly are my brother in Christ. And you've thrown that all away, even for your dad.
Tommy, I do care about you. So
Listen,
look at
Steven,
this.
before he kicks me out,
What?
I'm
This
gonna
is a
thwart
book
your
you
whole.
claim-
Hey, let me talk to your friend, Jack. He's your best friend, right?
You love
He
my
puts the
show?
Jesus
I know
picture
you
on
do.
for you, right?
I know you do,
No,
Tommy.
Steven.
You love my
Steven.
show.
What is going on?
No, I did.
Tommy,
I liked how
Tommy,
we cooked,
I'm straight.
and it was
Don't hit on
cooking.
me anymore. I'm straight. Don't hit on me, please.
I know that's
You'll
what
make
you
his
think.
term jealous, Tommy.
It'll get
It won't be pretty.
straightened
I
out.
know you're gay. I know you're gay, but come on.
Settle
down.
Steven, you're
Settle
like
down.
you're like all these people. You make the mistake of just
Keep your
leaning into it when I tell you to. Like if I'm saying snafu, lean into it, you know he's fucking up. Steven, lean into it.
Tom, people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
But
Because
Steven,
thou
I
hast
appreciate you
rejected
because here's the test,
Tommy's
Steven.
obsessed.
Here's the test, Steven.
I love
Here's
it.
the test.
I'm
We
living
have
rent-free
to
in his
see
head.
if Jack can cog this. How, like Steven, I know you're not a Christian and you don't want to be. When I show him our conversations as compatible disagreeers, his head won't explode. Nothing will change. That's how you know he's actually an imbecile. And I'm allowed to call you out because when I sicked you on him like a dog, I didn't mean you could come. I said you could come fuck with him. I didn't mean you could
Tommy.
disrupt my progress with him.
Tommy, you
Okay.
don't scare me. No matter what you do,
Here.
it just doesn't faze me.
Yeah, really. He's not intimidating. I'm gonna be
Not
honest.
at all. Not at
Right.
all.
And here,
It's like this saying homophobic. It doesn't make any sense because no one's afraid of homos. No one.
right. So here,
No.
I put Tommy in the back, and what he does from there is up to him. And I'm taking a liberty again, so please patience and please share care and understanding because we have another experimentation. One of the amazing characters God has brought into this experience. Welcome, Brother Snafu.
Did
Officer
someone say my
Snaps!
name?
Yeah!
The muffed
Officer
up
Snaps!
guy who let his dog suffer and die just want to call my name out? Let's remember, we all
Okay,
witnessed Tommy's dog die
let's go
and
on.
suffer.
Let's stop.
No, like we witnessed a
All right. I'm not going to entertain that for long. How about this? Welcome, Tarek. How are you, brother?
I'm good. Could you hear me, Jack? Am I clear?
You sound
Was
good.
that like
Welcome.
some Three Stooges sound effects or what? Can we hear it again?
The what
just,
now?
Sounds
It
just fine.
reminded
Welcome.
me of the old school stuff. That's all.
Did you join with thoughts,
The Tommy
brother?
get kicked out?
He got
Yeah,
put
no, I
in the
was trying
back for a
to tell you
moment.
like what. Oh, I got you. Well, what Tommy was trying to say from my perspective, Jack, is what King Stephen's been doing with you lately, which is good. I think King Stephen is trying to show what is going on with the hypocrisy, for example, misleading, acting, for example. And what Tommy's saying is actually correct, kind of. But if you don't see it, Jack, maybe from your perspective, maybe that's why you're not seeing it from Tommy's side. That's all I gotta say.
I understand a lot of the feedback, and I haven't talked to Steven about some of the things I've heard said, but I also haven't looked, and I don't really care.
It's really hard to see it from Tommy's side unless you're on meth, though. You can't be
No.
sober and see it from his side. It's kind of crazy the way he sees things. He's out there.
Sometimes, but I understand much of what Tommy says. And here, the reality, Tarek, and thank you, and Tommy, I guess, thank you. I kind of tuned him out, to be honest, because I hear a lot of deflection and irrelevant arguments being brought up. But there's been a lot of people admittedly, Stephen, you're one of them. People have punished me because I enjoy you being here, or you're part of this. People have done the same thing because of my faith in Paul. People have judged me because I entertain Snafu too much, Tommy too much. Lots of people.
People have judged me because I keep giving Tommy chances on my show to keep coming on and yell and spurg. And I said, you know, he doesn't always have Blair White's dick in his mouth. Sometimes he says a couple things that make sense. I mean, he does kind of like the chicks with dicks. But he said it on my show that he's really attracted to her. And somebody told me she does have a penis. She hasn't had bottom surgery. So, Tommy, I don't know. I don't relate to you on that stuff. I'm sorry, dude. But
then the confusion is why you would call that person a she then, right?
Because they say so. But I can explain Tommy's perspective. I can explain Tommy's perspective of being on meth. So basically, Tommy assumes that he talks to God and he's a mission with God, even though it seems to like us. That's from his ego. He thinks they're on the mission with God to slay all the demons, which is literally everyone who doesn't agree with everything he says, and he'll found his own imperial cult and transform into Jesus and save the world by destroying it somehow. That's where Tommy comes from.
Tommy's making false accusations. I don't manipulate Noel whatsoever. Back that up.
Yes, you do. I'm going to show it. I've already
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
And you know what? The funniest thing you've ever said is like they call me
you're a liar.
Call me a trust fund. I mean, it's true, but they call me that.
And Stephen, I haven't seen what Tommy said, but
did you leave the one with 5
suspected the
feet up?
same
Because that
thing.
one's going to be a good one.
Suspicions aren't truth. It says not to gossip and do that in the Bible. So
Okay.
God
Are you
doesn't
talking about the 5 feet thing?
But people deny their what
Do
they've
you
done.
think you're not sitting up here gossiping about me sucking dicks on meth?
I've been very kind to Noelle, and she's likable, and that's it. I don't manipulate her.
We'll see if the community that you're part of agrees. You're in this community now. They'll let you know if you're manipulating Noelle.
Tommy's talking with a dick in his mouth again. That's all he can do.
I noticed. Here, Steve, maybe manipulation is the wrong word. Okay? Because that implies that there's malice, and I know there's not malice.
Noelle has her own mind. I haven't said her to do anything towards you or anyone else.
Well,
not at all.
Well, there was a day where you were offended by me, and the next thing I know, I believe you had Margot and Noelle with you. And
no, I've
Okay,
never
I
had a
could be wrong.
conversation with Margot. Not
Thank
once.
you. All right, then I am.
I don't know her at all.
All right. I did misunderstand them.
Absolutely, you did.
Well, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. I mean, no offense, but I do know that
I'm a man of
series
truth.
of events occurred, and Noelle went from being kind and sweet with me to sending me texts just being nasty, being rude.
Well,
thinking
Tommy
it's
does that. Maybe Tommy's a bad influence. I don't know. Tommy sends you bad texts, I've heard, and is nasty. So maybe
He
it's
doesn't
Tommy.
encourage. No, I don't.
Well, I
see
don't
that.
encourage anybody. I've never encouraged anybody to send nasty emails, texts, or
No,
anything.
I understand, but
Never.
her claims were similar to what I thought I heard you saying at time, and I may be wrong. And again, I'm not trying to argue, but I think I
Listen,
understand.
I just want to
what's
say
being
something
said.
though, Jack. If I had done that, I would admit it right now. I'd say, yes, I did that, but I'm a man of truth. I did not influence Noelle or manipulate her whatsoever. She has her own mind. She sees things the way that she sees things.
I know.
She might dislike you and I might like you. So we might differ. She's her own person.
Yeah, Noah just has that spirit of Eris in her. She just wants to be tamed. So I need to get to work.
Well, somewhere in the recent past, and again, it was around the time that she was associated with you. She got the idea that what I'm doing here is not
She's
real.
never been associated with me. She's come on my show a couple times.
That's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Where
That's
you
all.
where you spent time together. Okay. And it's just perspective. This is just what I saw. So, but she went from being whatever she is, kind and sweet, to she's convinced that this is not real, that I'm just doing a show and that I'm just trying to deceive people and that I'm a liar.
Well, she said on my show that Jack is just a show, and I never had said that you were just an actor or putting on a show. And I said, do you think so? She came up with that on her own in my own chat room, said, Noelle sees it the way that she sees it. I mean, some agreed, some disagreed. That's the way it goes. It's the way it goes over here. There's people saying stupid shit about me in the chat. I'm not crying about it. I'm just saying they can think what they want. But when in terms of manipulating, I don't manipulate anybody.
Appreciate that. Hey, and here, welcome back, Tarek and Tommy.
Sorry, I got cut off, Jack.
So,
am I back?
Yes, you are back.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
He left.
I gotta get out of here.
Peace. Thank you.
I made Goblin leave.
Goblin.
I made
Let's connect
Goblin
when
leave.
you can, Goblin.
And I'm controlling Tarek as a puppet right now, of course.
Oh yeah.
Tarek, say what I want you to say. Say what I
You're
want.
puppets too. Excellent.
No problem.
I'm
Eric,
controlling Chuck as like a
No
puppet.
problem, Stephen.
Praise me,
You got it.
Tarek. Praise me.
Praise
Do
King
what
Stephen.
Master Stephen
Praise King
says,
Stephen.
please.
Yes, and Hank.
I said
He's my
praise
house
King
Negro.
Stephen.
Yeah, I need
What
more
he's
money,
doing-
bud.
You guys don't understand what he's doing. You guys don't understand what he's doing. I think he's showing something live so people can see, intelligence and see also what's happening with brainwashing, deception, and all that. And the same time, doesn't mean anything bad at all. And Jack is also correlating with it, kind of back and forth, as long as he doesn't get a little angry, which is fine. And we'll go from there. That's about it. We're all here in good faith and peace. And that's about it. But Hank, 1 second. I want to say one thing off the subject. Flow State, I don't know you the 100 yet. You loser. You have not won the bet yet, Flow State. But just to let you know, I gave the 100 to Lindsay, okay? So she can go.
Fucking tape deck nut, got your play button stuck. My eyes wide shut, coming out my face on stage, put lumps in your throat. Like I hung you off the roof from 6 feet of rope. I'll give away rhymes for you to battle me with. While I do MCs like Yugoslav intelligence. So deflect back to Shuck in the planet of beats. You open a barrel of worms, and the atmosphere reeks. A little kids with dreams and rhymes they wanna tell. Some pedophile labels come and less them with sales. Big shot producers, Pelican MCs. Stand by watching in the breeze. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. In the flesh, I stress the day-to-day vision. Go on a car dump. Now I'm sponsored by Trojan. Walking polo ad, rap fat, MTV, grab every face of the nation. My optical examination. Feeding you, bleeding you through media, brain leaving ya. Touch the magazine and deceiving ya. So I train on PlayStation and Army Apparel Land. Get lost in the TV screen like Caroline. Scan my finger for the credit. Discount and don't forget it. There's a pair of white horse in town and everybody fed it. Sky's black, my eyes crack, I think I'm asleep. I cleanse my thoughts with courtships a leak. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to.
suck. Soon as you try to step off, cannabis. The megalithic master craftsman, the jacker. Closet meteorologist, look at the clouds, a storm's coming, that's common sense. I think about this giant monstrosity, 10W40 blood viscosity, big enough to kill the whole colony. Lock a low kiss on the oil leaking from the barrel drum. I did it all for dinosaur blood. The sky's falling, ocean levels rising from warming. Too much carbon, we all know the real causes. Jet planes in the skies are stalling. Dark night, riot squads are forming. Snakes are calling, rap jumping shit, but the water is boiling. Produce is spoiling, state of affairs appalling. Can't believe people still snoring. Wake up and stop yawning. Vengeance is mine in the morning. Speech, recognize speech. Mobile phone signals out of reach. Data plan says your talk is cheap. The king is a captive, trapped by his own inaction. Celebrated after global disaster. That's before the Arthur Poor Papa was captured. His golden palace was collapsed amidst great ashes that were once wide green pastures where panthers, dragons, tigers, and rappers. He is but a man of minor stature, the megalithic master craftsman. Futurism, writing a future lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Cubism and futurism, writing a future lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Cubism and futurism, writing a future lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Cubism and futurism, writing a future lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. My brain ain't getting enough oxygen. I built the robotic cannabis and now nobody's stopping us. Black hoodie in the streets, lumberjack fleece. The beast from the east by the thunderclap beats. Ability for baggage, drop it. Hip hop is toxic. I administer the detox process all over the beat. I rap with my robot to feel complete. He can rap better than me. Not a hard thing to do to cut RTR loose. He gon' show every one of you he got the juice. Personal revelations regarding self-preservation, daily wealth generation, and healthy meditation. Cool, but I can't, so I shit my pants. I'm okay, I go sit over there. You go dance, have fun, go find romance. Can a matchbox man? No, but a tin can. Grant me the cloud, I'ma fix this thing. Give me a mic, I might decline to sing. Lyric for lyric, layer for layer, prayer for prayer. They want the future thinking I'm a failure. Gotta write some bars essentially kept from cloud storage. Cause I ain't got the memory for it. I gotta do my best if I can really pull my own weight. It's the island stone face told me to hate. Strength and vitality, Darawak Indians dance for me. Half a dozen UFOs land from 7 billion minds. Couldn't control the mind of one, controlling solar flares coming from and 51. Channeling the mixing board, channeling spirits like a Nietzsche board. They stared at us all, evaporated. Terrestrial walk through the wall and explain everything about reality. It's all the man who knows who are Grimwall's master. Matrix manifest miracle motions into a crystal quartz ore. Smoke chemicals into alcohol. A danger to you all. What stop to the score to the last man fall. Possess all knowledge known. The days of old when all lyricists were bold and they spoke from the soul. The oxygen I breathe is a billion years old. Be born to translate to something great unfold. Animate ones and zeros. A sideways explode. My occipital low. Remote viewing the glow. Biological electrodes protrude from my probes. Connected nose. Flows tabulated below. You already know. Unlimited meaning with words beyond human reserve. Beyond being protected or served. College is a source for knowledge. Soul Sand 51 command the complex of rhythm robotic. Basal 3 compliant. The psychopath science of LIBOR clients that have to revise their diet. Produce their own food, export or supply it. Sell goods to the market that allow us to buy it. But what if inflation cripples suppliers? Setting off economic dividers. The ripple even wider. The sun visor, chief analyzer, HNIC improviser. Just don't get so excited over secrets that should not be told. And you should not be so bold. Who are you to judge how they roll? It's a cold world, yes indeed. But in achieving your dreams, then how can you regret what you see? Sideways 8 times C to the light is how long it takes me. I suggest you leave hip-hop alone for your own safety. 10,000 horses, twins. To be nice, I sacrifice things like nose. He doesn't exaggerate, he claims he was the first rapper in space. Ain't scared to say rip the jacket to your face. He was trusted but betrayed. His name led him to his grave, but not before he conquered his rage. What a marvelous day, gardening, parsing in the shade. Quite a change from his militant ways. He said one reckless action could pierce like swords, but the tongues of the wise will bring healing from the wars. No matter where you go, there you are, standing before God. What does this have to do with with a job. IRA 401k, I need to pay right away. Go away, silence, they say. No escape for the slave trying to run us like jogging in place. The gulags are not very far away. Pompeii, 7 kilometers going the wrong way. Motherfuckers be reading GPS wrong all day. Meditating a time machine, mixed back and forth with a laser beam screen like weapons you can't beat. I concentrate on everybody's dreams by using a touch screen. Billions of souls trapped between the American dream. The supreme being talks to Vishnu and Shiva to move between shrubs and trees. Screen calls from the unseen. My prophet, it must have been. I see Project Blue Beam of the hip hop machine. Understand what I mean? A bunch of fake niggas trying to create storyboard scenes. I will be redeemed, as odd as it may seem. I need that past stream. The helicopter news team try to scream. Lightning ball stream from the heat. Try to beef. I transform into a beast with wise heat. Tap that so I speak. Symptoms last for weeks. The best MC in the world. Complex coded jack niggas ill. We globally about to preach with a poetic masterpiece. Whenever the horns blow, sweeping for the beast from the east to the death. We are sworn to protect. Hip hop is eternal. Gotta live it till the end, my friend. But I must rescind. I've got to murder for 10. Bitch, please be my guest. Jack up the head.
Well, I probably can't beat that.
Buddha, Allah, Yahweh, God, Jesus, Vishnu, Shiva, Palm. A stealth pierces the clouds. Seconds later is followed by a sonic sound. The war starts now. Conventional or synthetic. Cooper nickel center with titanium exterior shields and edges. Yeah, I have a pump of nickel wheat with extra pepper. Sinuses acting up. It must be the weather. Strategic vector flight paths. CIA staff got some pretty ass bitches. Don't be such a tight ass.
There's a lot of interpretation, a lot of words in the Bible. It's been beautifully left and scripted for us. This whole world has been beautifully left and scripted for us to learn from. So the Bible is an incredible source of wisdom that I've come to learn to really appreciate. And you know, I was trying to figure this out. I guess I could have kept this more simple. I have stacks of books and references of spiritual wisdom, right? Different interpretations, different religions, different thought patterns of view. But what it all comes down to, brothers and sisters, what it all comes down to is what is true. What is true? See, because some of my inspirations today, starting out initially, right? The initial observation, we live in a pretend world, right? A lot of people pretending like they know what's going on. A lot of people pretending like they're in charge. The structures of this government economic system, the corporate structures and government structures where it's a top-down, oppressive, controlling design. It's insane. Don't buy into it. It's all pretend. See, and the ego is pretend. Here's the simplicity, the divinity of our Creator. Our God is so amazing, so magical, so incredible. You really got to allow your mind to be blown away. Because that would be the ego death. The ego is the one that has the limitations. The ego is the one that has the rules and the structures and definitions and the analysis and the confusion. And the fears and the worries. And the ego gets to pretend that it knows. The ego gets to pretend it has the answers. But until you